Chapter 18. His face tight-lipped with fury, the Emperor Bruno whirled his horse on the narrow flame-lit path, the great stallion rearing up and striking out automatically with its steel-shod hooves. A fleeing trooper struggling to get by took one of them on the temple and fell sideways into the brush, there to lie unnoticed till the fire took him. Behind their enraged emperor, his guards and officers lashed out with fist and whip, trying to force panicked soldiers to stand firm, obey their orders, begin to spread out and make a firebreak along the line of the path. Bruno himself ignored the struggle and the confusion. "Agilulf," he bellowed, "find one of the bastards who can speak a proper language. I have to know where that damned thing came down." Agilulf swung from his horse, obedient but doubtful. He seized the nearest man and began to shout into his face in the camp Latin he used to the Greeks. The man he had seized, who spoke nothing but his native dialect of Occitan, and had never met anyone who spoke anything else, gaped at him uselessly. Surveying the scene from his humble mule, Erkenbert the deacon intervened. In the swarm of runaways now being beaten into a standstill, he caught the whisk of a priest's black robe. Some hedge priest, no doubt, called out with his parishioners. Erkenbert urged his mule towards him, extricated the man from the grip of one of Agilulf's yelling sergeants. "Presbyteres," he began, "nonne cognoscis linguam Latinam, nobis fas est." Slowly the priest's fear died. He began to recognize Erkenbert's strange English pronunciation. He recovered himself enough to take in the sense of the question and to reply. Yes, they had seen the lights in the sky. They had taken them for signs of coming doom and the resurrection of the dead, the souls rising to meet their master in the sky. Then someone had seen the flash of angel wings, and his whole troop had fled in terror. Urged on by the forest fire they could see beginning. And yes, he had seen the burning shape which had come swooping down. "And what did it look like?" Erkenbert asked tensely. "Certainly it was an angel flung from the sky in flames, no doubt for disobedience. It is a terrible thing that the fall of the angels should come again." "And where did the angel fall?" asked Erkenbert before the man could start his lamentations again. The priest pointed into the scrub to the north. "There," he said. "There, where a small flame has started." Erkenbert looked round. The major fire was coming towards them out of the south. It looked as if the Emperor's men would be able to halt that along the line of the break they were cutting. They had hundreds of men at work already, and order was spreading out like oil on water. To the north a small fire blown on by the wind out of the south. It did not look dangerous, for it seemed to be on a barer patch of hillside. He nodded to the priests, turned his mule, and rode it past the still-shouting Emperor, his sword now drawn. "Follow me," he called over his shoulder. After 100 paces the Emperor realized what Erkenbert was making for, and forced his war-horse past the mule, charging into the scrub, careless of thorns and tangles. Erkenbert followed the trampled path at a more sedate speed. When he came to the source of the fire, the Emperor was dismounted, standing with the reins over one arm, looking down at something on the ground. It was the body of a child, lying crumpled amid the stones. There was no doubt the child was dead. His skull was cracked, and leg bones stuck out through the flesh of his thighs. Slowly the Emperor reached down, picked the child up in one hand by the front of his tunic. The body dangled like a bag of chicken bones. "He must have broken every bone in his body," said Bruno. Erkenbert spat in his palm and traced the sign of the cross on the split forehead in spittle. "It may have been a mercy," he said. "See, the fire had caught him before he died. There are the marks of the burning. But what set him on fire, and how did he fall? What did he fall from?" Bruno stared up into the sky as if to find an answer in the stars. Erkenbert began to poke around amid the scraps and pieces lying on the ground, well lit by the fire now burning steadily away from them before the wind. Pieces of stick, light stick, made from some kind of hollow plant like an alder but tougher, and a few charred pieces of cloth. Erkenbert crumbled one in his hand. It was not wool nor linen. The strange plant of the south, he thought. Cotton, very fine woven to hold the wind like a sail. It was some sort of machine, he concluded. A machine to hold a man in the air, but not a man. A boy, a small boy. There is nothing supernatural about this, nothing of the ars magica. It was not even a very good machine, but it was a new machine. I will tell you something else," he went on, looking down again at the dead child, his fair hair, his eyes that might have been blue before the fire caught them. "That boy is one of my countrymen, I can tell from his face, like a choir boy. It is an English face." "An English child flying in a new machine," whispered Bruno. "That can only mean one man, and we both know who it is. But what has he done it for?" Agilulf had caught up with them, heard the Emperor's question. "Who can tell?" he replied. "Who can fathom the plan of that fiend? I remember the strange ship at the battle in Denmark. I rode past it at 20 feet, and I still did not know what it was for, till the battle was over. The simplest way to understand a plan," said Erkenbert, speaking now in the Emperor's native Low German, so like his own Northumbrian English. "The simplest way to understand a plan is to assume that it's worked." "What do you mean?" snapped the Emperor. "Well, here is the Emperor of the Romans standing round in a dark thornwood at night with his advisers, none of them knowing what is happening or what to do. Perhaps that is what our enemy intended, just that we should be standing here." The Emperor's anxious face cleared suddenly. He bent forward, gripped Erkenbert's scrawny shoulder with his usual delicate care, as if afraid to crush it. "I will make you an archbishop for this," he said. "I understand. This is a distraction to make us look the wrong way, like a night attack on the side away from the real one. And it has worked. And all the time the bastards are heading for what we had shut up tight as a mouse's larder a few hours ago." He swung effortlessly back into the saddle. "Agilulf, as soon as the fire break is made, I want you to withdraw all the Lanzenbruder from the line and send them back to the castle, at the double. And send 6 men round the inner ring to tell them to face about and watch both ways, inside and out." He paused a further instant before driving in the spurs. "And send a man back to pick up this child's body. He died like a hero, and he shall be buried like one." The spurs drove home. The stallion crashed away down the rocky hillside. Agilulf followed to carry out his orders. Erkenbert, left alone, remounted his mule and trotted at a far slower pace in their wake. "Archbishop," he thought. "The Emperor always fulfills his promises. And there is an archbishopric free in York. If the Church can once more extend her wing over the heretics and the apostates. Who would have thought that I would be the heir of Wulfhere, he of a great family, and I the child of a country priest and his concubine? Strange what happened to Wulfhere. Dead of a stroke in his bath, they said. I wonder how long they had to hold him under. The Emperor is generous and can pardon failure. Never idleness, though. All his dogs have to bark. And bite as well." Light showed brightly along the edge of the rocky ravine along which Chef, Richier, Straw, and the others were climbing, illuminating the forbidding mass of the stone castle above them. In the ravine, though, only black shadow. For a few moments they were shielded from sight. Shouts echoed into the darkness from both behind them, where the guards were still watching the lights in the sky, and from the castle walls above, where gaping sentries were being pushed and kicked back to their posts. Better be out of sight soon, Chef thought. Richier pushed past him as they came up to the base of the wall, seeming to grow out of the native rock like a cliff. He turned, spoke harshly in his dialect. Chef saw Straw and the other youths turn their backs, hide their faces. Richier repeated his order, gesturing fiercely at Chef. "Turn. Do not look." Slowly, Chef obeyed. For a few moments. He knew that Richier would look back once, twice, then carry on with whatever it was that he had to do. It was like playing the game they called Grandmother's Footsteps, where the child approaching had to guess when the child being stalked would turn round to look. Chef turned his head alone, watched Richier in the blackness. He seemed to have pulled something slung round his neck from under his tunic. Was scraping at the wall, fitting the object to it. A key, an iron key. Chef looked back at Straw and the others an instant before Richier began to turn, waited, looked again. This time he heard the click. Something engaging. Now Richier reached up, seemed to be counting stones. He fixed on one, got fingers over its rough edge, pulled. The stone came out of the wall, projecting a good foot from the surface. Nothing happened. Interested, Chef padded gently over to within arm's reach, met Richier's blazing, indignant eyes as he turned round again. Ignored them. "What now?" he whispered softly. Richier gulped, then whistled gently. The 5 youths crept stealthily up out of the gloom of the ravine. Richer looked in all directions, as if expecting sudden discovery, then made his mind up. Bent and pushed at one of the massive unyielding stones of the base of the wall. With hardly a sound, the stone moved outwards and inwards at once. On a pivot, Chef realized. Prevented from pivoting by the stone Richer had pulled out of the wall. That stone itself held in place by some contrivance the key had unlocked. And the keyhole? He looked at it more closely. Covered in moss, the moss just this moment scraped aside. Richer had bent, was crawling through the gap. Chef followed immediately, twisting his broad shoulders to get through what could be only a 2-foot gap. Inside, he put a foot down on stone, felt that he was on a narrow ledge, a ledge that narrowed in one direction. He stretched out a hand, felt stone wall ahead of him. He was on a staircase, a spiral staircase, twisting down to the left. Carefully he edged past Richer in the dark, went up a step or two, heard the youths come rustling through. A heave, a grunt, and the stone slowly closing, cutting out even the faint glimmer of light from the ravine outside. In the dark, frightened breathing all around him, he could smell the stench of death coming up from below, coming up on a faint, barely perceptible current of air. There were sparks in the blackness as Richer tried to strike a light. Straw holding out a bed of dried tinder for the sparks to fall on, one of the other boys clutching candles. Chef ignored them, began slowly and silently to climb the staircase. A call from below, first in dialect, then in Arabic. "Don't go up! We must go down!" Chef ignored it. As he climbed the steps, the draft increased, and so did the other thing his straining senses had noted. Noise. Noise coming through the stone. Through the stone? No. As he gripped the iron handrail, Chef realized that he could see a faint something, not light but a paler darkness. And he could hear now quite clearly. Voices shouting. The whack of a rope or a belt across someone's back. Order being restored. Yes, and there indeed was the hole in the stone, smaller than a man's hand, but there just the same. Chef put his eye to it, peered out. He could see almost nothing, just a red glow in the sky, and in front of him legs scurrying, first bare ones, and then metal greaves over heavy leather boots. And that was German they were shouting. Chef could almost understand it. Out of the corner of his eye he saw and recognized something else. A pickaxe left lying on the ground. The Emperor's miners were through to the secret place. Only they had not realized yet, had been distracted just at the vital moment. There was Richer at his elbow, candle lit. Chef reached out, ground out the flame between finger and smithy calloused thumb. As Richer began to gabble, he closed a hand over his mouth, pulled him forward, whispered, "Look, see the hole, see the pickaxe." As he took in the meaning of what he had seen, Richer began to shake in Chef's fist. Chef whispered again, "Go down." A few turns of the stair, and the boys were there, candles lit but unmoving, waiting for orders. "We have only a short time," Chef said in a more normal voice. "Lead on quickly." Richer took a candle, began to hurry down what seemed almost an endless stair, winding down into the heart of the mountain. After 200 counted steps, he stopped, and Chef realized that he was at last standing on level floor. In front of him was a stout door, its top rounded, of oak, reinforced with iron. Richer had another key out. Before he inserted it, he turned to the youths behind him and muttered something. All of them fell to their knees, made the strange zigzag sign of their sect. "This is our holiest place," said Richer. "None but the perfecti may enter." Chef shrugged. "Better go in. Bring everything out, then." Richer looked at the forbidding figure of the man who had disarmed him, shook his head in exasperation. "Come in, you must. But remember, this is holy." Straw and the others seemed to need no reminder. They hung back, let Chef follow Richer through the door. Looking round in the candlelight, Chef reflected that they had reason for their shyness. It was a place of death. The stench he had detected was stronger here, and yet he had known worse, much worse, on the battlefields of England. Here the dry air seemed to quell corruption. In front of him, round the circular table, a dozen men, a dozen corpses, sprawled in their seats, some face down with skulls on arms, some fallen to the floor. Richet made his zigzag sign again, and childhood habit made Chef begin to make the sign of the cross. He corrected himself, turned it into a hammer. Thor or Thunor, between me and evil. They died rather than take the chance of capture and torment, said Richet. They took the poison together. It is for us to see they did not die in vain, then, prompted Chef. Richet nodded, braced himself, walked across the room, skirting the fallen bodies, till he came to a further door on the other side, unlocked it, pushed it open. The place of the Grail, he said. Moving into the last room, Richet took on a sudden assurance, like one who knew every detail of the place, and was anxious to show his mastery. Candle in hand, he moved round the small circular room, lighting candle after candle in turn as they stood in great candlesticks. Golden candlesticks, Chef saw immediately. The light that shone from them lit up more gold on the walls and on the furnishings of what seemed a Christian chapel. But in the place of honor there was no altar. Instead, a coffin, a sarcophagus of stone, placed almost next to the far wall. And rising out of it, incongruous in a gleam of wealth, a plain wooden pole ladder, 3 rungs on one side and 2 the other, its ends untrimmed, bark still showing here and there on the pale peeled wood. That is it, said Richet, the Gradwale on which our Lord was carried from Calvary, rising from the coffin to show how we can rise again. I thought Anselm said that Christ had not risen, that he died like an ordinary man. Is his body not here? Not here, not anywhere. For we do not rise as the Christians say, by the favor of the Church, mother of iniquities. We rise by denying the body, by becoming spirit alone. How can an old man become young, and enter again into the womb of his mother? There is only one way. A moan of superstitious fear came from behind Chef, as the listening boys heard the great question of their faith emerge in Richet's clumsy Arabic, which they too only half understood. Richet gazed angrily round, realized he had said too much before the uninitiate, realized too that in this holiest of holies, about to be defiled, mere words meant little. Do not enter into the womb. Do not spill the seed. Pay no more tribute to him, to the Father who sent his Son to die, to the Prince of this world, the God who is rightly a devil. Die and leave no child as hostage to the enemy. No wonder Svandis wasn't raped, Chef thought, looking down at the working face, the angry eyes. Though it is not much of an answer. He glanced down into the empty coffin. Tell me, what is it we have to save, besides the Gradwale? Richet nodded, collected himself. There is the gold, of course. He waved a hand round at the blaze of red metal surrounding them. More important, much more important, are the books. The books. The holy testimonies of our faith. The true Gospels written by men who had spoken with the Son of God face to face. The Son of God grown to wisdom, no longer in the folly of his youth. Interesting books they must be, thought Chef, if they are not forgeries. What do they weigh? He asked. A few pounds, no more, and then we must take with us the Gradwale. Chef looked at the ladder rising out of the coffin more doubtfully, stepped across to handle it. Behind him breath hissed in fear and muted anger that an unbeliever should touch the relic. But that was what they were here for. That was why the unbeliever had been sent. And he had passed the ordeal of the perfecti, Richet told himself, even if his faith was not sound. No more than 7 feet long, thought Chef. He lifted it gently. Old wood, dry wood, wood 8 centuries old and more, if what they said was true. Yet it had been seasoned to begin with, never exposed to the weather. In the old legionary buildings of York, Chef had been shown stairs and galleries that men swore dated from the time of the ancient Romans. There was no reason to think the Gradwale was false just because it seemed still sound. No doubt it fitted the doctrines of the sect not to have adorned it with gold and jewels as the Christians did with all the many fragments of the true cross. The thing was light enough anyway to lift one-handed. Awkward to carry up a spiral staircase. As for the thorns and the brush outside. Very well, said Chef, lifting the ladder from its place. Richet, get your books. Make a pack of them. You carry them. You boys. Take the gold candlesticks, the plates, everything gold you can see. Wrap each piece in cloth. Divide them between you so you can carry them easily. Cloth, master? Asked Straw. The gentleman next door will not grudge you their robes. Not for this purpose," added Chef, trying to shift the look of terror and awe. "If they were alive, they would tell you to do it. Their ghosts are with you." Reluctantly, the boys turned and went to their macabre task. Still holding the ladder, Chef went back through the antechamber of death and stood in the stairwell, listening. In the silence, deep underground, he could still hear shouting from above. Not a good sign. As they scuffed heavy-laden up the stairs, the sound was still with them, coming louder and clearer over the deep breathing of tired men. Chef tramped up and up in the lead, no longer aware of how far they had gone or where the exit of the pivoting stone might be. He held the holy ladder in his left hand, to keep it away from the central pillar. Every time he knocked it against a tread or the outside wall, he could feel Richer wince behind him, sometimes hear a suppressed complaint. If there were light enough, the man would be collecting together every splinter of bark that fell from it. A hiss from below. Chef halted, realized he had gone past the stone. Richer, careless now of secrecy, was fumbling with a projecting knob of rock. He pulled it out, and the seemingly solid wall shifted slightly, pivoting freely again. Chef hesitated, stacked the ladder carefully against the wall on a higher tread, stepped 3 steps down. As Richer pushed the upper half of the stone outwards, Chef evaded the slow rise of the lower half inside the stairwell, and peered out into the dark. A dark, still light. Fires burning out there, though they were red now, not the strange colors of the Arab flares. Had anyone seen the stone move? There were no cries, no shouts of alarm. In fact, outside the castle, everything was still. Chef could see the circle of thorn through which they had struggled, could see the hillside beyond. There were no men running in panic, no visible sentries, no sign of movement at all. It was light out there, Chef told himself. Though where he was still hidden in the shadow of the castle wall and the ravine below. His skin prickled. He ducked back inside, put his shoulder under the stone, heaved up till the stone sighed its way back into place. In the glimmering light of the one candle he had allowed, Richer looked at him appalled. "Too quiet," said Chef briefly. "I've heard that quiet before. Means they're watching. Maybe both ways. Maybe they know we're inside. We cannot stay here. No, no!" A voice Chef had not heard before broke in, one of the youths with the packs. He was gabbling in the local dialect which Chef could not understand, but he could catch the unmistakable note in his voice. The boy's nerve had cracked from the secret crawl, the fear of the holy place, the horror of robbing the dead, the chill of dark stone. Les sets, mes partis! He was pushing at the stone, swinging it open again, only part way, enough to find a crack and wriggle through it like a weasel, pack still slung on his back. Chef grasped at him, caught only a rag of tunic which tore in his hand. Then the boy was out. Chef left the stone open half a foot, bent, and peered one-eyed through the crack. He could see nothing, hear only a faint whisk of bare feet on stone. That, too, died. Silence and a faint smell of burning coming on the wind. And then, as Chef was almost ready to override his fears and lead the others forward, faint but clear, a crack like a stick breaking, a shrill shriek instantly muffled, a clang like a far-off gong being beaten, metal bouncing on stone. Chef heaved the stone shut once again, this time with total finality. "You heard," he said. "They got him. Now they know we're here." "We're trapped," gasped Richer. "With the Grail which our elders died to save." "The stairway goes up as well as down," said Chef. "We cannot break the wall down from inside. They would hear." "But there must be a doorway up there, a secret one like the one by which we entered, only inside the castle." Richer swallowed. "It comes out in an angle of the tower. The tower that was burnt, where Marcabru died." "So we'll come out in a pile of rubble, that's good." "It is across the courtyard from the main gate. I do not think there is any other way out. The courtyard is full of the Emperor's men. He has made it into a hospital for those wounded in fighting or injured in the work. We cannot just walk out, not with a ladder over our shoulders. And besides, the boys might pass as workmen or helpers, and I too, but you—" Too tall, he meant, like a German, but without the armor. And too distinctive. "Show me where the stair comes out," said Chef, a plan forming in his mind. "It cannot be far from where the pickaxe men broke through." Bruno, by the grace of God, Emperor of the Romans, in his own mind, vice-regent of God on earth. stood at the center of the main gateway of the castle of Puigpunyent, and surveyed the scene in its milling courtyard. Everywhere his eye fell, men sprang to more frantic efforts. He took no pleasure in it. That was as it should be. Though his face was impassive, his body was filled with such furious excitement that it would barely obey him. Twice on his frantic gallop back from the scene by the crashed fire machine, his involuntary clenching on the reins had dragged his stallion back on its haunches, almost unseating him. But he had returned in time. He was sure of it. Sure, too, that the whole display of lights and flame and portents in the sky had been exactly what his puny deacon had said, a distraction. Certain proof that the treasure he sought was within his grasp. If only he could stretch out his hand to take it. As he stood there clutching the new shafted lance which never left him, the Emperor allowed himself to do something he did only in moments of greatest stress. He rested his cheek on the very metal that had drunk the blood of his lord, to feel coming from it the power and the assurance that were his by right. Inside the courtyard, the turmoil was like the last square of the harvest, filled with trapped rats running in all directions to avoid the scythes and cudgels closing in on them. But only to the untrained eye. The Emperor could see order being reimposed on chaos. The men who worked day and night to dig down to the foundations of this heretic's nest were rushing back to work with their picks and barrows, reeving the ropes and pulleys once again to the great crane that lifted the stone blocks and hurled them into the gullies outside. In one corner, their overseer, who had allowed them to desert their toil as the lights in the sky appeared, was screaming at a triangle of pike shafts while two of Bruno's Lanzenbrüder, sergeants, methodically laid on the 200 lashes which Bruno had ordered him. His deputy, new promoted, stood in the middle of the yard, pale with fear and shrieking orders. What was causing the trouble was the hospital. Careful and solicitous of the welfare of those who served him properly, Bruno had ordered space made in the central courtyard for beds for the trickle of casualties who had come in from scuffles with the locals, and the greater trickle of men who had caught feet beneath blocks of stone or jammed their arms under moving ropes. Only in the castle was there pure water in abundance, from the well sunk deep into the living rock beneath. Water was what the sick needed more than anything. But now the fires and chaos outside were bringing in more than a trickle, a gush of casualties. Men burnt firefighting, men with broken bones from falls, fools who had tripped on their own weapons. He would have to countermand the order that injuries should be brought in, Bruno decided. Let them wait on the plain outside till daylight. They were beginning to impede the work parties. There, in the angle, a stretcher party rushing busily in entirely the wrong direction. He opened his mouth to hail them, then closed it, gestured grimly to Tasso to sort the fools out, turned and snarled his orders to the gasping Agelulf, who had finally caught up with him, to get the injured not already in their beds out of the way and prevent any more entries. As he turned back to watch the courtyard again, he saw a different group thrusting through the gateway, a group with a different look on their faces, not fear, but glee and triumph. And as they entered, so too did the faithful Erkenbert on foot, his mule abandoned at the base of the rock. "What have you got there?" he asked. "A rat," said the Bruder in the lead, eyes gleaming in the red light. Wolfram, Bruno saw, a good brother from holy Echternach. He came running out of the castle, right into the arms of Dietrich here. "Out of the castle? But you are posted out to the west. There is no gate there." "No gate we can see, Hera, but out he came, down the ravine to the west like a little mouse. He had not climbed down the wall, or we would have seen him. He was running full pelt like someone scared out of his wits." "I tripped him with my lance butt," added the burly Dietrich. "His leg broke and he tried to squawk, but I gagged him. He has given no warning to anyone still inside." "And look, Hera," said Wolfram, the sergeant, his face shining with pleasure and anticipation. "See what the rat had for his hoard." He tipped a makeshift sack out at the Emperor's feet. From it there rolled goblets and plates, a massive candlestick. The light of the fires, still glowing out on the plain, gave back glints of gold. Bruno bent, picked up one of the plates, felt the unmistakable heft of it, something engraved on it. He could not read it well. A letter N in flowing script. "What do you make of that?" he asked, passing it to Erkenbert. "Little enough," said the deacon. "But this is no hedge baron's hoard, more like the communion plate of the Holy Father in Rome. I fear we will have to ask the boy." Eyes turned to the captive. boy he was, face screwed up in pain, one leg lifted to keep it from touching the ground. Dark face, ragged clothes. A native. After the sight of the crashed kite and its dead pilot, Bruno had half expected to see another damned Englishman. "Have you tried to talk to him?" Wolfram nodded. "Can't understand a word he says, nor he us." "I will find an interpreter," said Erkenbert. "Then we will do what needs to be done. Take him outside the gate." "One thing," said Bruno. "I know you will not be overkind, nor will you hold back in any way from what I must have from him. But my advice is this. Never begin by hurting anyone just a little and then working up. Courage grows with resistance. Hurt him very badly to begin with, more badly than he can bear. Then offer him the way out." "As soon as I can find a local priest to interpret for us," promised Erkenbert. The trapped youth looked from side to side. He had already seen what he needed to. What must he do now? Did he need to die like Marcabru and the garrison? He did not know. 100 yards down the path to safety, in a stream of evicted invalids and their helpers, Straw and his mates struggled with their burden. Chef lashed firmly to the center pole of the Gradwale itself, braced by the rungs that stuck out to either side as handholds for the bearers, his face with its betraying one eye covered like that of a burnt or dying man. Richer trotted behind them, face gray with fear, still clutching his precious pack of books. He had passed within 20 feet of the devil's incarnation on earth, the Emperor himself. Thank God, the true God whose power in this world had been usurped by the lying deity of the Christians, that all his attention had been on poor Maury. What would happen now to Maury? Ah, that showed the power of the Princeps Huius Mundi, whom even the true God could not entirely set aside in this his proper realm. As they hurried down the hillside, the terrible screams that began from behind them urged them on. Screams in a voice familiar to the other boys, even in its agony. Chapter 19. "So we lost Maury," Richer concluded. A wail of grief broke from one of the women in the listening ring. His mother, it must be. Anselm made no reply, still staring uncertainly at the emblem and holiest relic of his faith, now displayed in the open for the lay folk and the heathen to stare at. He seemed to have begun to realize that rescuing his Gradwale was only the start of his problems, Chev thought grimly. He slid with the familiar pain in his thigh muscles from the back of the horse he had stolen. "Who did you lose?" he asked, staring at Quicka at the front of the Wayman gang. "We saw someone go down." "We lost 2 of them. Tolman got back, but he's hurt." "2? We only saw 1 go down." "That were Uba," broke in Steffi. "We don't know what happened, but before they gave Tolman the poppy to knock him out, he said it was very hard lighting the flares and dropping them without them catching on something, with the kites pitching and all. Uba must have set fire to himself. He didn't have a chance after that." "And the other one, what was his name? Helmi?" "Helmi the orphan, the small pale child." "He came back well enough, but he was going too fast, much too fast. Slammed into the rock ledge below where we were. Kite broke up and he fell 200 feet. We couldn't find the body." Depression began to settle on Chef, together with weariness and delayed shock from fear too long suppressed. He had come to save Svandus, and save her he had. But from what? These people had had no intention of killing her. If he had not followed, they would have turned her loose. And in saving one, he had killed 2. 2 of his own. As for the Gradwale, or the Grail, or whatever they wanted to call it, maybe Maury had died willingly to save it. But it seemed little enough to buy at such a price. Still clutching the old wooden pole, Chef tossed it absently to Anselm, who caught it automatically, and then stared as if he had clutched a viper. They had sought to bribe him with knowledge of the Greek fire, too, but what had he learned after all? That saltpeter made a fire burn more brightly, that flame could be colored. None of that was Greek fire. "Tolman ain't too bad," put in Quicka, seeing the look on his master's face. "He just came down a bit hard, rolled over and over on the rock. We put him to sleep till the cuts start to heal." He hesitated. "But he flew, master, even over land and at night. No silly feathers nor nothing either." Chef nodded. It was an achievement of sorts. "What do we do now?" Quicka went on. "I'll tell you." Chef looked round at the ring of listening people, waymen and heretics mixed up together, in the tiny central square of the mountain village. First, Anselm, the Emperor is bound to have found out where Maury came from and even who he is, and what we took. You can be sure that his whole army will move from Puigpunyent and come after you. We are high in the mountains. They do not know the paths. Chef cut him off. You do not know the Emperor. Whatever are your safest places, take everyone to them. You will lose your animals and your houses. He kicked one of the packs of gold lying ignored on the ground. If I were you, I would use these to replace them once the Emperor has left. Anselm nodded reluctantly. The caves, the bat caves, we can hide there for. Start soon. Chef pointed at the wooden grail. Take that. Your grail was bought with the life. With 3 lives, I hope you find it worthwhile. Chef changed direction, changed speech as well. As for us, Quicka, remember what Bronze said about coming down the mountain faster than we went up? Get our animals together, load 'em up, don't forget Tolman. And we're heading back to the ships as fast as ever we can go. He'll have cavalry out already, and I want to outdistance them. And once we get to the ships, out to sea as fast as Hogbarth can rig sail. The groups dissolved as Anselm and Quicka began to call orders. Chef walked over, sat wearily by the edge of the village well, groping for the dipper he had thrown to the ground only 2 days before. After a few moments he found Svandis, her ragged white dress now stitched into respectability, by his side. "So," she said, "what has the heretic god given you for the boys' lives? A wooden ladder? Or have you and the old fool just thrown them away for nothing?" Chef wondered dimly why people felt they were helping by asking that kind of question, as if he had not thought of it already. For if there was no such thing as a god, as Svandis insistently proclaimed, yes, the whole thing had been pointless. Anselm was approaching, having given his instructions. He knelt down before the younger man. "You saved our relic, and we should give you our thanks." "I saved it because you stole her. I think you still owe me something." Anselm hesitated. "Gold?" Chef shook his head. "Knowledge. We have told you everything we know about fire. Besides the gold and the grail, we brought out books, the true Gospels, Richer said. Why have you not given them to the world as the Christians do with theirs? We believe knowledge is only for the wise." "Well, maybe I am wise enough. Give me one of your books. The Jews and the Christians and the Mohammedans, they all laugh at us waymen and say we are not people of the book. So give me one of your books, the one with the true teaching of Jesus in it. Maybe after that people will take us more seriously." It is only for initiates, Anselm thought. The teaching not only must be read, it must be explained so that the ignorant do not understand it wrongly. We have only 3 copies, and are forbidden by our law to make any more. The barbarian king has 30 men here, armed with strange weapons. He could take them all and the Grail as well if he had a mind. We killed his boys. Best not to provoke him. "I will bring you a copy," said Anselm reluctantly. "But will you be able to read it?" "If I cannot, Solomon can, or Skaldfin." Chef thought of a saying in his own tongue. Truth can make itself known. What is truth? Thought Anselm, remembering the saying of Pilate in the Gospel of the Christians, but he did not dare to speak the words. "So we lost the holy thing when it was right under our noses," snarled the Emperor. He had passed a tense night, disturbed not by the screaming from the tent where Erkenbert did his work, but by his own thoughts. All the morning after he had been pursued by reports of failure and desertion, his levies scattered halfway across the county by fear and confusion. "Yes," replied the Black Deacon. He did not fear the Emperor's moods. He knew that even in the worst of them the Emperor retained an ability to see things fairly. That was why his men loved him. "All right. Tell me the worst." "The thing, the Holy Grail as the boy calls it, was here, deep down. We had almost reached it. Your rival, the One King, was here as well. The boy described him unmistakably. The lights in the sky. They were, as I said, a distraction only." The Emperor nodded. "I have not forgotten my promise, and Wolf here Sea is still vacant. Go on." "They worked. While the sentries were engaged with frightened Frenchmen, they got in through some secret passage, retrieved the relics of their heretic faith, including the Graduale, and it is a ladder just as you supposed. The boy does not know why it is holy." "How did they get out?" "The boy did not, of course. He panicked, was caught by our alerted sentries. The Emperor nodded again, resolving internally not to punish Wolfram and his men as he had originally intended. The distraction was not their fault, for it was not they who had responded to it, or at least no more than he had himself, and they had been alert enough on the return. He cannot say how the rest got out, but there was one thing he tried not to tell us. It came out in the end. Erkenbert hesitated. The Emperor was a fair man, but this was humiliation. In the end, the boy was persuaded to talk because he realized that his talking made no difference. The others were out already. He saw them walk past us. The Emperor blinked, straightened out of his cavalryman's slouch on the camp stool. He didn't walk past me. No one-eyed man ever does without me having a very close look at him. Erkenbert looked at the ground. They had tied him to the Gradwale, so it looked like a stretcher. You told Tasso to kick them through the gate yourself. A long silence. Eventually Erkenbert looked up. Was the Emperor meditating one of his own brutal self-imposed penances? He was staring at the point of his sword. I had him there, he muttered. On the end of it, like a virgin about to squawk. All I had to do was push it home, and I didn't. I tell you, Erkenbert, this kind heart of mine will be the ruin of me yet. My mother always used to say so. He grinned. So they got past us. Up into the hills, no doubt. We shall just have to chase them. And all the damned cavalry deserted or lost or gone off to water their damned horses or something. But I'll have it yet. All right, Erkenbert. Go find me someone with local knowledge. The little deacon sat unmoving. Your pardon, Lord, but think again. The Gradwale, no doubt, that is deep in the hills, and it may take a deal of finding. But is that the most important thing now? Your countryman, the chaplain Arno, now in service with the Pope, he always taught me in a campaign to look for the Schwerpunkt, the vital point of attack or defense. I do not think it is in the mountains. I think it is where the one king is, or where he will be. He keeps using that title today, mused Bruno. Trying to needle me, I have no doubt. It's working, too. All right. Where is he then, King Chef, the victorious, as they call him, when they think I'm not listening? Erkenbert shrugged. Where all pirates always are, with his ships in the port of Septimania, in the city of the Jews. Bruno's eyes glittered a little more dangerously. Heretics and Jews, heathens and apostates. God sent his Son to bleed and die for them, and they cannot so much as say thank you. I prefer the damned Moors. At least they believe in something. And we know the ships are in Septimania because Georgios saw them. Can we be sure they will stay there? Georgios is on the watch. But if they have a wind, he can't stop them. They'll just batter his galleys to pieces at long range. He said so himself. Erkenbert looked down. I have taken certain steps to change that situation, Lord. I gave the orders in your name to save time. I was not asleep, after all, at the battle at the Breithrabor against the heathen Danes. The Emperor reached out, patted the little man on the shoulder with careful affection. Don't do too much for me, comrade, or I shall have to make you Pope. And the damned Italian's not dead yet, though that can be arranged. Without seeming to move, he was on his feet, yelling for his horse, his helmet, and Agilulf. In seconds he was outside, hand on the pommel of the high Frankish saddle of his war-horse. Without touching the stirrup, he vaulted into the saddle, jerked his long sword into a more comfortable position, caught the helmet tossed to him, and slung it over his saddle-bow. "Where are you going?" shouted Erkenbert. "To the funeral. Of the men who died last night." "No, of the child who fell from the skies. He had a hammer round his neck, so he cannot go in a consecrated grave. But I have had one dug for him, and a stone cut in the night. It says, Der erste Luftreiter, first rider of the skies. That is a great honor, is it not?" He was away in a shower of sparks where his horse's metal hooves struck the rock. The sergeant standing by the doorway of the tent, a stolid Bruder from Burgundy with a name like Job, smiled fondly after the departing figure, displaying a mouthful of broken teeth. "He is a Ritter," he said. "He honors courage even in his enemies." The boy Maury was still alive, Erkenbert reflected. He might have recovered enough to talk a little more. Probably the mere sight of his questioner would do the trick by now. Yet again Chef slid from a horse. this time feeling less stiff, sore, and cramped, and certain that his legs would no longer support him. The level flagstones of the Septimania dock met him. After a few moments he straightened, looked past the heads of the crowd. "The sea," he croaked. Bron passed him a flask of the diluted wine they had fallen back on once the ale ran out, stood with thumbs in belt while his leader drained it down. "What about the sea?" "I love it. Because it's flat." "All right." By now there were 100 men gathered round, dockside loafers, Jewish traders, but most of them waymen, skippers, and sailors. Tell them quick and the word would spread. No need for secrecy. "All right. We got Svandis back. I'm afraid we lost 2 of the boys, Uva and Helmi. Tell you about that later. But the main thing is we twisted the Emperor's nose, twisted it very badly. He's looking for us, and I bet he knows we're here. So clear for sea and let's get going. That's best for everyone, right, Solomon? He turns up, we've gone, everyone very sorry, no harm done. Why are you all still standing here? Clear for sea, I said. What's the matter?" Bron put a vast arm round his leader's shoulder, lifted him companionably off his feet, and began to walk along the dock, the crowd parting to let them through, but showing no sign of wanting to follow. "Come for a little walk along the Staith," he suggested. After a few paces he allowed Chef's feet to touch the ground again, but did not release his grip. They walked carefully round the crowded harbor, on to the base of the long stone mole, which sprang out from the very heart of the fortified city, began to walk along its 100-yard extent, stepping over the iron rings to which the small craft were made fast, the larger ones lying out at anchor in the harbor like the Wayman fleet. Halfway along, Bron stopped, gestured out to sea. "What can you see out there?" He plucked the farseer from Chef's belt, held it out to him. Chef took it, put it to his eye, moved the lower half in and out on its sliding case as he had learned to, stared into the noonday haze. Nothing that he could see. The haze was difficult. Scan round a bit. "Oh." "The galleys," he said. "The red galleys. 3 of them out there. No, 4. "That's right. They were there at dawn, fried a couple of fishing boats, pulled back offshore, just showing us they were watching." "All right," said Chef. "It's noon now, no wind. They have the advantage. In a few hours, as the sun starts to sink, we'll get the breeze off the sea, regular as a mule's bowels. Then it's our turn. We'll put out. If any of them get in the way, we'll sink them. And then have some harpoon practice. Ride for Summerfugel," he added savagely. "Keep looking," said Bron. Puzzled, Chef took up the farseer again. The haze was irritating. He could see almost nothing in some places. It was thickest down by the surface of the sea. There. There was something there, closer than he expected, closer than the galleys. But he could not make out what it was. It was gray and low, barely projecting above the flat sea, not a ship at all, more like a long, low island. He moved the farseer in and out, trying to get the blurry image to become clearer. "I can't see what it is." "Nor could I. Try counting ships in the harbor. You'll find that easier." Chef looked round, a chill growing near his heart. The 2 masters, they were still there, moored line astern, all 7 of them. The long ships of the Vikings, he had begun with 5 of them. They had lost Summerfugel's Marsvin. How many were there now? 3. He counted again. 3. When the galleys turned up later in the day, they were towing that thing. I couldn't make it out either, so I sent Scarthy out in his sea snake with a double crew of rowers. He said he could outdistance any Greek, wind or no wind. I told him to be very careful of the fire, and he said he'd make a point of it. But it wasn't the fire this time. Chef was staring once more at the raft, at the humps he could now see rising from it. There was something familiar about them, very familiar. "Scarthy got out there," said Bron. "Started rowing towards the raft. They let him get halfway, and then, whack! Mule stones all in the air at once. The sea snake fell apart in the water. The Greeks came rushing in the galleys." "How many did we lose?" said Chef tensely. "No one. All Scarthy's lot come from Gotland, swim like dolphins, and they swam hard with the fire coming down on them. But Hogbarth was awake. He put a couple of rocks into the water ahead of the galleys. They sheered off." Yes, even in the haze he could make out the mule shapes, Chef realized. At least 4 of them, maybe more. On a flat raft with no masts to get in the way, no ribs to fall apart from the recoil, you could put as many catapults as you liked. And he was not the inventor of the catapult, not of the mule version anyway. Before it had been a mule, it had been an onager, the work of the Rome folk, brought back to life by the emperor's deacon, Erkenbert. He had not forgotten them, and they had not forgotten him. And now Chef realized why he had not recognized them before, and why they were yet familiar. They were armored, with steel plates like the ones he had put on the old Fearnought. And there was something else familiar about what they were doing. Chef looked round the flat expanse of the mole, 6 feet above the water. Should they just jump in the water, and dignity be damned, was there a ladder to cling to? A rushing noise in the air, a great crash of stone on stone, chips and splinters flying, Bronn wiping blood from his forehead in amazement. A short that had crashed into the far side of the stone wall, but aimed to kill and aimed to kill them. And they had at least 4 in their battery. Without ceremony, Chef pushed Bronn firmly off the mole and into the sheltered water of the harbor, jumped immediately after him. As they bobbed up and down in the warm sea, stones sighed over their heads, plumped among the scattered boats. Shouts from skippers, frantic attempts to man the sweeps, to come in closer under the protection of the wall. "So we can't force our way out," said Chef. "We can shoot our way past the galleys, but the raft is like a Fearnought to us. It can't move, but we can't sink it. Now what are they doing that for? Bronn, what's going on?" "Well," said Bronn, "I always thought you were supposed to be the clever one. But if you ask me, this looks uncommonly like what the hell-spawn foreigners call a siege." In the camp of the Caliph, moving slowly but inexorably towards confrontation with the traitorous Jews and the polytheistic rabble of northern pirates, 3 women talked quietly, their faces together. One was English, ash-blonde with green eyes, a beauty in her own land, a curiosity among the tents of the faithful. She had been taken by the Danes years before and sold as a virgin for 100 dirhams in gold. Another was a Frank from the border country. The child of a serf, she had been sold in infancy by a master anxious to raise capital. The third was a Circassian from the far eastern border of Islam, from a nation which survived by the export of its women, famous for their beauty and their sexual skills. The women were talking in the strange argot of their multilingual harem, Arabic studded with words from many tongues. The women had invented it to keep some matters private from the ever-watchful eunuch slaves who guarded them. All 3 women were discontented and afraid. Discontented because they had been plucked from the comfort of Cordova and brought out on campaign, with barely half a score of others, to ease the tedium of their master. True, they were carried every step of the way in litters filled with silk and down. True, fans waved over them at night, continually worked by relays of slaves. Yet the hard, hot ground of the camp could not be made into the fountains and courtyards of Cordova. Their master might rejoice in the hardships, the very modified hardships, of those who trod dusty ways to fight the unbelievers, but they drew no consolation from that. One had been brought up a Christian, one converted to Islam at the age of 10. One came from a race whose beliefs were so strange that no outsider had ever troubled to learn them. Nothing creates atheism as well as a profusion of contradictory beliefs. There were 2 reasons why they were afraid. One, that none of them had yet borne a child. Since it could not be the case that their master's potency was waning, their barrenness must be their own defect, unless it were the result of deliberate child murder in the womb. The other reason they were afraid was that the walls of no pavilion could keep out the constant screaming of their master's victims, still ordered to the block, the bastinado, or the impaling post at the least whim or setback. They feared the change of Ur-Amon's moods, on which no one alive was more expert. "He listens still to that young fool Muatia," said the Englishwoman. "At his ear all the time, encouraging him. He is consumed with hate himself and jealousy." "Could Muatia eat something that would disagree with him?" suggested the Circassian. "The Caliph would know it was poison," said the Frank. "Then who can say where his anger would fall? We have no one who would not betray us, not out here. Maybe it is best if he achieves his ends and we can all return home." "Home?" said the Englishwoman. "You mean to Cordova? Is that the best we can hope for all our lives? Waiting for him to tire of us and send the man with the strangling cord? How many years have you got left, Bert? Or you, Oled? I am 23 already. What else is there?" asked Bert, wide-eyed. The Englishwoman Alfled had taken part in many a harem plot. She did not look round or change her expression, but laughed and jingled her bracelets as if discussing some sexual exploit she had planned for the Caliph. "We are out here in the heat and the dust of the campaign. Bad news, and all we want is to return to comfort once the Caliph has won. But what if the Caliph loses? His armies and his fleets have lost before. That is why we are here. And in the confusion of a defeat, we would be taken and raped by half an army if we were free. Maybe. It depends on the army. You heard what the Dane woman told us in Cordova. One of the armies here does not take slaves, and it is led by one of my countrymen. Even the emperor of the Romans' army is full of your countrymen, Bert. If we made the cross sign and begged for release from the worshippers of Allah, their priests would be delighted. But once you have turned your back on Allah, revoked the Shahada, there is no mercy for you," pointed out the Circassian. "We cannot afford to fail, that is so. So what must we do? Press the Caliph to battle, but in such a way that he must lose. And how is that to be arranged? He has generals skilled in the art of war to advise him much better than we ever could. We do not know even enough to say what is right and what would be wrong." "We do not know war," said Alfred grimly, "but we know men. Pick the biggest fool and urge on his advice. And the biggest fool in this camp is Mu'attiyah. Let us add our voices to his. Our voices from the pillow to add to the fools from the divan. One thing we should add. I wish to see our master conquer, the strongest of men, the most warlike, the most manly." Silence greeted her sarcasm. Finally the Frankish girl spoke. "And we agree, then, if we escape, that whichever of us is in most favor among the conquerors will speak up for the others? If that is so, then I am with you. But one more thing I would counsel, and that is delay. The spirit of the Caliph's soldiery diminishes day by day. Let him show his madness more, and the rot will spread. Among the secret eaters of pork, the Christian converts, the mustaribs, then among those who favor the house of Tulun, among the readers of Greek, and those who wish to reword the Koran, all those who know in their hearts what the Dane woman told us. That there is no God, not even Allah," said Alfred fiercely. "No one God," contradicted the Circassian. Chapter 20. Slowly the siege of Septimania tightened, becoming first inevitable, then evident, then acute. The prince of the city, Benjamin Hanasi, had refused to believe in it at first, confident that this quarrel, forced upon him by mere strangers within his gates, could be averted. If not averted, at least deflected, if necessary by the capture of the strangers and their surrender to the enraged Christian emperor, or else by their forced expulsion, to take their chances with the Greek and the Greek fire at sea. He had been undeceived quickly. The emperor, it became clear, in the grip of holy fury, would make no distinction between the Christian heretics who had hidden the Grail from him, the heathens who had helped them to steal it, and the Jews who had rejected Christ and crucified his Lord. The emissaries Benjamin sent were returned, their heads hurled over the wall one dawn. The rumor spread that they had been forcibly baptized before execution, to give the unbelieving dogs a last chance of salvation, or so the emperor had said. A message shouted from a distance later that day announced the emperor's terms. The Grail first and foremost, the robbers of it, led by their one-eyed king, second, and third, the surrender of all the garrison and the officers of the city, barefoot and in their shirts, with ropes round their necks, in token of their absolute submission to the will of God and of his viceroy. But they had no Grail. Without it, the mercy of the emperor would be nothing. Sadly remembering Vespasian and the siege of Masada in their history long before, the Jews of Septimania prepared for desperate resistance. Messengers dropped down ropes or crept out along the seashore to try to get word to their nominal overlord, the Caliph, of this Christian insurrection upon the Dar al-Islam, the house of Islam. Too often shrieks and wailing in the night told that they had been intercepted. The Caliph would come, that was sure, in response to this provocation. How long he would take, how concerned he would be for those of his subjects, not of his faith. What tales of treachery he might have been told already. That was another story. With a better heart, the men of the northern fleet bent themselves to assisting the defense. As soon as the watchfires of the enemy began to twinkle in the night on the hills around, Quicka set his mates to commandeering every scrap of cordage and balk of timber that could be taken from the city's stores, or the scores of fishing boats and larger vessels now lying blockaded in the harbor. With them he set to making as many catapults as he could find material for or space for along the walls. The English and the Vikings now knew of 3 types. First, though last to be used by them on the field of war, the mules, descendants of the Roman onagers, and reintroduced to the world by Erkenbert the deacon and his copy of Vegetius's De Re Militari. They threw stones hard and flat, ship destroyers, wall breachers, heavy and cumbersome, hard to make, of little use against men, like trying to swat flies with a sledgehammer, as Braun remarked. Second, what they called the twist shooters, torsion weapons, like the mules, and with torsion weapons power, but shooting great darts or javelins, like giant crossbows. They would drive through almost any shield or mantlet, and had a terror effect out of proportion to the losses they caused. Hard to make also, and dangerous to use. No one could tell for sure when such a weapon was likely to be overwound, and only those who had done it many times could even guess. Overwinding meant a snap, a sudden lash of broken rope and timber, a winder with no hand, no arms, or his ribs stove in. The English freed slaves who had first been recruited to man them years before had learned to put spring steel reinforcements on the wooden bow arms to save their own lives. There was no spring steel available in Septimania. But then, as Quicka remarked under the cover of a language the inhabitants of Septimania could not follow, "It ain't us that's going to wind them, is it? As long as they do more damage to the other bastards than they do to our lot, that's all right." Third, the elementary and primitive weapons that Chef himself had invented personally, the pull-throwers as his men called them. Mere traction weapons worked by a gang pulling in unison at one end of a beam, while the other end the long arm whipped up and whirled round a sling to release its rock at the critical moment. Cheap to make, easy to build, capable of being worked by anyone with a minimum of instruction. Easy to aim for line, almost impossible to gauge for range. Throwing their stones up in the air and relying on gravity for their force, not the power of twisted rope. Used best against formed bodies of troops who could not avoid them. Quicka's gangs turned out dozens of them, sent them to every place they could think of along the walls, along with unlimited supplies of missiles dug out of the stony ground. After a while their operation was turned over to the women of the city, who could heave as well as men, and free men for the heavier work of close combat. After the first few lunges by the Emperor's men, mere demonstrations or explorations, though each left its trail of casualties lying dead or broken on the stony ground, it became clear that the lie of the land would impose its own pattern on the fighting. Like many towns along the coast, Septimania had sprung from a settlement along a cala, or creek mouth, where a river ran down between high bluffs to the sea. The city had grown up on both hills and on the steep sides of the cala between. But as it had grown more and more populous, the original single bridge across had multiplied, been made and remade in stone, so that in some stretches the river had become almost completely hidden. But in any case, in this, the growing heat of midsummer, the riverbed was as good as dry. Where it ran was blocked now by a heavy iron grid or portcullis lowered to the stony bed beneath. Nevertheless, the riverbed was a weak point where men could enter under the walls rather than over them. Braun, touring the defenses with Malachy, captain of the Prince's Guard, had said nothing when they reached it, but told Quicka to bring up his best twist shooters and dig them in behind the iron grid. Round the whole half-circuit towards the land ran the stone walls, beautifully made, fervently maintained, and tended as Chef had seen. Assault on those was bound to be costly. At each end, where the walls met the sea, the road ran, the road along the coast that carried trade, and that carried it through the town where the traders must perforce pay toll. The gates at either end were as strong as could be made, of studded oak, with towers to protect them and cover the approaches with arrow shot. Yet they, too, were a weak point. And then the harbor itself. On the tideless Mediterranean there was no foreshore, and walls could be extended right down to the beach. Yet the sea was shallow. Anyone could wade or even paddle along it. As long as attackers faced nothing but wall, as forbidding as the landward one, no harm could be done. Yet as the sea walls came into the harbor, there had to be a place of junction. To both the north and south of the harbor there ran long stone jetties or moles, or staiths, as the English and Norse called them. The northern one a good 100 yards long, the southern one half that length. They protected the mouth of the Cala from the fierce sudden storms of the inland sea, had been built over the years as trade had increased and the size of the ships with it. Each jetty was 6 feet above the surface of the water, easy to reach from the deck of a ship, as they were intended to be. Their defense caused Bronn anxious concern. "They're long, they're low. If we were to defend them with swords and spears, we'd need 500-600 men," he estimated. "And they'd all have to be better than the opposition as well," he added. "Yeah," Quicka replied. "So we don't defend them with swords and spears, nor axes neither. They're long, they're low, there's no cover on them or coming up to them. Crossbows for short range and mules for long. Shoot the shit out of them." "At night?" Bronn asked, pulling his beard. He and Malachy fell into careful consultation, counting their numbers and trying to allocate the men and women they had as best they could. The final problem was the sea. The harbor mouth, 100 feet across from jetty to jetty, was guarded from shipborne entry by a boom of tree trunks connected by massive bronze chains and rings. A galley sweeping in would smash its bow, tear its bottom out. Nevertheless, what men had made, men could unmake. No obstacle, as any veteran would know, seriously impedes assault unless it is backed by men and weapons. Men with an advantage over the attacker. Bronn carefully positioned the 7 two-masters of the Wayman fleet where they could not be reached by flying stones from the raft offshore, but where they could bring their mules to bear on the sea approaches. Any ship or boat which tried to bring men to the attack would be sunk immediately. In theory, if everything went well, if no one got distracted, if the other side didn't think of something clever too. Bronn had tried hard to think of something clever on his side, staring, from cover, at the raft offshore and the patrolling shapes of the fire vessels usually further out. But nothing came to mind. He had considered unshipping the metal plates carried as ballast in all the ships, armoring the Favnisbane or the Haginah like a second Fear-Naught, and sending her out to battle the armored raft. But even armor would not protect against the fire of the Greeks. Beowulf, for whom the Grendelsbane was named, took an iron shield to protect himself against the dragon. But then, as Bronn pointed out when the story was told him, Beowulf didn't have a wooden hull. An armored catapult ship could of course sink a fire galley from a distance, if the wind was right, but not do that and fight an equally armored and much less sinkable floating fort at the same time. We might have to try it one day, Bronn concluded to himself, but only if the situation on land turns really nasty. A spear in the heart was one thing, being burnt alive like Sumarfugel was another. The Greeks' brief demonstrations against small trading craft trying their luck rubbed the point home. "It's all very tricky," Bronn concluded in a bass rumble to his cousin Styr, his skippers, and the priests of the way gathered in informal conclave. "But you never know how tricky it looks for the other side as well. What we've got to do is not make any mistakes until maybe they've had a sickener or two. After all, they have to think of something or go away. We just have to sit here." "Till something turns up," said Hogbarth skeptically. "Yes." "Like what?" "Maybe the Caliph will arrive with 100,000 men. Maybe someone will bring him the damned lad or whatever it is. Maybe the gods will intervene on our side." Chill disapproval met the last remark. "I'll tell you one thing," Bronn said in an effort to seem more cheerful. "What's that?" "He's making it easy for us right now." The first moves of the siege might indeed almost have been planned to give the besieged confidence without exposing them to overmuch strain. Some 2 days after, the watchfires of the advanced cavalry appeared, and the heads of the emissaries were hurled over the wall. The Emperor, if it was he who had ordered it, launched a simple attempted escalade, simultaneously against a stretch of the land wall and a stretch of the wall running down to the beach. At each point 1,000 men rose from cover at dawn and ran forward with ladders and grapnels. They had made too much noise preparing. The defenders were ready and alert. As the ladders reached the top, crutches pushed them away again. The grapnel ropes were cut. Arrows and catapult stones whirled into the mass of men huddled at the foot of the walls. After a few moments, when it became clear that all was well in hand, Bronn dragged an enthusiastic Jewish guardsman away from a ladder he was about to thrust off, kicked aside an English crossbowman, anxious to shoot the man climbing it, and stepped back, hunkered down behind the stone battlement, shield raised against the arrows pelting over the wall. A head appeared, teeth bared in panic and rage. A man swung himself over the parapet, beside himself with the honor of success, desperate to make a lodgment on the walls. Bronn measured him, lifted his axe battle-troll, and struck once, splitting helmet and skull. He stepped back, waving to the crossbowmen and guardsmen. One shot, the other pushed. The latter fell with its load of heavy-armed men into the growing pile below. Bronn looked at the man he had killed, his equipment, his armor, such of his face as the axe had left. "A franc," he muttered, "and a rich one." He removed the dead man's purse from his belt and faced down the crossbowman's automatic glower. "Don't look like that. It all gets divided up in the end, fair shares. That's Hermanalug, warrior's law. But I didn't let him up to take his money." "What did you let him up for?" asked the surly crossbowman. "I wanted to see who he was, and who he wasn't. And what he wasn't was one of those German monk bastards. Never have a penny on them." "What's that mean, then?" "Means the Emperor isn't really trying. Just seeing if we're a pushover or not." Ignoring the cheers of success from Jews and Northerners, guards and citizens alike seeing their enemies fall back in disorder, Bronn shouldered his way along the walls, wondering where the real attack might come from. Down the river bed, as he had expected. For a day and a half after the failure of the first, almost perfunctory assault, onagers had hurled stones unavailingly against the walls, sometimes skimming over to cause broken tiles and shattered windows in the houses of the city, but bringing no threat to the defenders. Then, as the pace of the bombardment increased, a watcher saw a wall of shields advancing slowly down the dried-up river bed that ran through the heart of Septimania. Not shields, in fact, but mantlets, heavy wooden frames that took 2 men to carry, proof against breastbows, crossbows, even lobbed stones. A mule stone would shatter one, and the men behind it. But there were no mules on the walls, too hard to train down. The mantlets inched forward, and after a while Bronn called from his command post. Could see gangs furiously hurling stones and the rubble of the winter floods out of the center channel. Behind the mantlets, and following down the cleared center line, he could see another armored structure crawling. A wave ordered fire arrows launched against it. They struck and fizzled on wet bull hides. The structure crawled nearer. "You see a thing like that before?" said Malachy to his giant colleague in the fractured Arabic which was all that he could say and Bronn understand. "Yes." "What is it?" "A ram." Bronn used the Norse word murbrjoter, wall-breaker, backed with gestures. "What we do?" Carefully gauging the path of the approaching object with his eye, Bronn ordered a gang to begin cutting away a section of stone from the bridgeway on the opposite side of the attack. They cut it away in one section, taking care not to break the mortar apart. An hour's work with chisels and picks and a mass of stone poised on the edge of the 20-foot drop to the riverbed below. Thoughtfully, Bronn supervised the setting of a massive iron ring into the top of the severed block, had men drag up the biggest iron chain the dockyard could supply. He noosed it, spread the noose wide with a wooden rod on a thin line. There was plenty of time. The mantlets crept closer. The ram followed them, both under a steady rain of rocks from the pull-throwers on the walls. Cheers rose as broken mantlets were withdrawn. From time to time an unwary or unlucky attacker caught stone or arrow, was left broken or bleeding in the channel. None of that made any difference. Behind the iron grid, 2 of Quicka's catapult gangs slowly trained round the sights of their twist shooters, now facing the ram and the mantlets through the iron grid at unmissable range. Bronn leaned over the rear battlement, careful not to touch the mass of stone swaying on the levers jammed beneath it, waved them into immobility. Shouts from below, and the mantleteers fell thankfully back and to the sides, still holding their clumsy guards over their heads. Behind the ram, but well back out of shot, Bronn could see what looked like heavy armored infantry assembling for assault. They did look like the German monk bastards. Maybe the Emperor was taking this move seriously. Pity he couldn't cut off a few of them and make them really pay for this one. But wisest not to take chances. The ram, under its heavy protective frame, heaved on by 100 men toiling at its 10 massive cartwheels, edged into position. Its iron-shod head drew back, launched itself at the grill. A clang, a wrenching of iron. A hail of arrows suddenly sweeping inches over the top of the battlements. Simultaneous double crash of onager stones from an unnoticed position, further up the hillside. Bronn grimaced, held his shield high, peered quickly and cautiously over. Arrows thudded into his shield, sprang back off the boss. One, hard-driven, broke through and gashed the back of his arm by the elbow strap. Bronn continued to wave his chain men into position. Another clang from below. Malachi staring worriedly at the twisting iron grid. Bronn stepped back, raised a thumb. 4 men in unison tossed the iron noose over. As they did so, the ram struck again, through the noose. Bronn jerked the thin line. The rod fell away. The noose tightened with shrill iron screaming. Bronn nodded once more to the men by the great mass of broken stone. They heaved in unison on the levers jammed into the base. The stone teetered on the edge of the drop into the riverbed below. They heaved again. Slowly at first, then all at once. The 5-ton block swayed and disappeared over the edge in a cloud of stone dust. The chain whirled after it. The noose tightened round the ram's iron head. Quick as twist-shooter gangs poised underneath the bridge itself, only feet from the ram on the other side of the buckled iron grid, saw the ram jerked suddenly into the air by irresistible force, the whole protective structure going with it. Underneath, blinking like moles dragged into the light, or like snails whose shell had suddenly vanished. The haulers and ram-wielders gaped at their enemies, or at their machine now dangling from its iron chain feet above their heads. "Shoot!" bellowed Bronn. "Don't just stand there watching." The catapult captains trained round the inches necessary to shoot through the grid, released their twisted ropes. One of the great darts, to a further bellow of rage from Bronn, missed every man cleanly at a range of 6 feet, flew far on down the valley, buried itself in the ground at the feet of the waiting storming party. The other, by luck far more than good management, drove its way into a whole file of wheel-pushers, spitting 3 in a row like larks on a stick, and driving on even to kill the man behind. The ram crew, Frankish knights and peasants alike, broke instantly and ran for the rear. Bronn, waving forward Jewish bowmen and English crossbows, urged them on to shoot from the battlements, cursed as the arrows missed and the men ran on, swore discontentedly as he counted the bodies left sprawling. "We turned them back," said Malachi to him in an attempt to conciliate the giant. "No good, kill men when no need." Bronn continued swearing in Norse, turned for an interpreter. "Tell him there is need. I don't want to drive them back. I want to sicken them. They have to know that every failure will be paid for in blood. Then they won't be so keen to come on." He turned to organize the bringing up of buckets of pitch, to be lobbed out over the wreckage and set on fire with fire arrows. Vital to leave no cover for a second assault, especially with the grid now buckled and damaged. The wet bull hides would dry soon in the sun. Meanwhile, the wooden frames and wheels were exposed, would burn to ashes once started. When all was done, Skaldfinn, interpreting, spoke to him again. "The captain and I have been talking. He says you know a lot about sieges and feels more confident of resistance than he did a few days ago." Bronn looked down below the jutting eyebrow ridges he had inherited from his Marbendil ancestor. "I have fought in the front for 30 years, Skaldfinn, you know that. I have seen a lot of battles, a lot of forts taken and defended. But you know, Skaldfinn, that up in the north there are few stone walls. I saw Hamburg taken and York. I was not there when Paris fought off old Harry Breeks. What I know are only the obvious things, ladders and rams. What do we do if they bring up a siege tower? No good asking me. And they may have many better ideas than that. No, sieges need more brain than brawn. I expect there are brains over there better than mine." "He wants to know," said Skaldfinn after passing the message on, "if all that is true, why we do not see your master here on the walls, the one-eyed king. Is he not the wonder of the world for machines and inventions? So what do I tell him now?" Bronn shrugged massive shoulders. "You know the answer as well as I do, Skaldfinn. So tell him the truth. Tell him our master, whom we need more than ever before, is busy with something else. And you know what that is." "I do," said Skaldfinn with resignation. "He's sitting down by the harbor with his girlfriend, reading a book." Trying to read a book would have been nearer the truth. Chef himself was only barely literate. In his childhood he had the alphabet beaten into him by Father Andreas, the village priest, more because he could not be parted from the education of his stepsister and half-brother than for any other reason. He could in the end spell out English written in Roman script with difficulty, a difficulty that had not diminished much by what he had learnt as a king. The book he had taken from the heretic sect caused him no difficulty as regards script. If Chef had known more, or indeed anything about such things, he would have recognized it as written in Carolingian majuscule, handsomest of medieval scripts, as easy to read as print, and in itself proof positive that the book he held was a recent copy, no more than 50 or 60 years old. As it was, all that Chef realized was that he could read the handwriting well enough. Unfortunately, he could not understand a word of the language it was written in, Latin, as it happened. Not good Latin, as Solomon the Jew saw instantly when the book was passed to him. The Latin of an uneducated person, far worse than the Latin of the Bible translated by St. Jerome, and indeed, from the odd words scattered through it, the Latin of a native inhabitant of these hills. It had not been written in Latin to begin with, Solomon felt sure, nor yet Greek or Hebrew. Some language he did not know. Nevertheless, Solomon could understand it well enough. At first he had simply read the book to Chef and the listening Sfandis. But as the fascination of the story grew upon him, Chef had halted him, and with his usual fierce energy had organized a translating team. They clustered now, 7 of them, including auditors, in a shady courtyard close by the harbor. Wine and water stood in earthenware pitchers, wrapped in damp cloth to cool them by evaporation. If Chef stood up, he could see over the white-plastered wall to where the ships of his fleet swung at anchor, controlling their movement with ropes to the shore, so as always to present their broadsides to the harbor mouth and the jetties. The catapult crews lay by their machines in the sun, lookouts watching for any sign of movement by the Greek galleys, paddling up and down out of range, or from the floating fort, which occasionally, and seemingly for practice, sent a rock skimming over the stone moles to splash harmlessly into the harbor. But Chef rarely stood up. His mind was intent on his task. A task some inner calculator within him said, more vital even than the siege, or the siege at this stage. Solomon stood in the courtyard, book in hand. Slowly he translated the Latin he read, phrase by phrase, into the trade Arabic that most of his hearers could follow. There the message broke into 3 separate strands. Chef himself translated Solomon's Arabic into the Anglo-Norse language of his fleet and court, to be written down by Thorben in his own runic alphabet. A Christian priest whom Solomon had produced, and who had been defrocked by his bishop for some unknown crime, simultaneously translated the Arabic into the Latin-derived patois of the hills, which some called Catalan and some Occitan, or the language of Provence, and wrote it down in his own hand. With great difficulty, as he often complained, for whatever one called his native dialect, it had never been written down before, and he had to decide continually how to spell each word. "The way to spell it is the way it's said," rumbled Thorben, but was ignored by all. Finally, and with far more ease than the others, an apprentice of the learned Moishe translated the Arabic into Hebrew and wrote that down as well, in the complex and vowelless system of his native language. By the 5 men sat Sfandis, listening intently and commenting on the story as it unfolded. In the shade, on a pallet, lay Tolman the kite boy, still wrapped in bandages and staring out of swollen eyes. In the end, one book would have become 4 in 4 different languages, done with different levels of skill. The master copy itself was a strange work, whose weirdness caused Solomon increasingly to raise his eyebrows and pluck at his beard. It began with an introduction of a kind. "These are the words of Jesus ben Joseph, once dead and now returned to life. Not returned to life in the spirit, as some say, but returned to life in the body. For what is the spirit? There are some who say the letter killeth, but the spirit giveth life. But I say to you, neither does the letter kill nor the spirit give life, but the spirit is life, and the life is the body. For who can say that the spirit and the body and the life are 3? For who has seen a spirit without a body, or a body without a life, but with a spirit? And so the 3 are one, but the one is not 3. I say this, I, Jesus ben Joseph, who was dead but am alive." The narrative went on in a kind of disorganized ramble. But through the ramble, and clearer as the translation team spelled through the many pages, came a sort of an account, and an account that agreed with what Anselm the heretic had told Chef, and, though he hesitated still to tell it to Sfandis, with the visions he had had himself of the crucifixion of Christ. Whoever told the story declared that he had himself been crucified, nailed to a cross, and drunk bitter drink on it, he said again and again. He had been killed and taken down. He had come again to life, and his friends had taken him away from the cross and away from his home. Now he lived in a place he did not know, and tried to draw some meaning from all that had happened. The moral that he drew seemed to be a kind of bitter resentment. Again and again he would refer to something or other he had said in a former life, and would deny it, call it folly, take it back. Sometimes he would answer what seemed to have been his own rhetorical questions. Once I said, "Who among you, if a father and his child asked him for bread, would give the child a stone?" So I asked in my folly, and did not know that many a father has only stone to give, and many have bread, but yet give only stones. So it was with my father when I called out to him. Solomon hesitated here as he translated, for he recognized the phrase he was translating. Domne, Domne, quare me tradidisti. It read in the barbarous Latin of the book, but in Aramaic it would have been Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, as it is given still in the Gospel of Mark. Solomon made no remark on the corroboration, but translated on, his voice as even as he could make it. It seemed, though, that the teller of the story had turned against all fathers, or at least fathers in heaven. He insisted that there was such a father, but he insisted also that such a father could not possibly be good. If he were good, why was the world as it was, full of pain and fear and disease and suffering? If all these were the result of the sin of Adam and Eve, as the narrator knew was argued, was this not a case again of the fathers and mothers sinning and the punishment being visited on the children? What kind of parents would so condemn their children to slavery and to death? That slavery and death were what must be escaped, said the heretic's book. But the way to escape it was not by paying a price, nor a ransom, for the slave-master father would take no price for release. Rather it was to release oneself, and the key to that release was to believe in no afterlife, or not one under the control of the God of this world, princeps huius mundi, as the narrator continually called him. It was to live your life in such a way as to gain most pleasure from it, for pleasure was the gift of the true God beyond this world, and the foe of the devil God who ruled the world, the betraying father. It was to bring no more slaves into the world for that father to rule and tyrannize over, but to control one spirit and one seed. "What do you make of all of this?" said Sheph to Solomon as they paused to allow pens to be resharpened and throats to be moistened. Solomon plucked at his beard, one eye on Eleazar, the pupil and spy of Moishe, who blamed Solomon still for unleashing the Christians' fury on their city. "It is badly told. That makes it the more interesting." "Why so?" "I have read my own holy books, the Torah of the Jews. I have read the Christian Gospels also, and I have read the Koran of the followers of Muhammad. All are different. All tell us things their authors perhaps did not mean to." Sheph said nothing, let Solomon get round to the unspoken question. "The Koran is said to be the word of God put into the mouth of Muhammad. It seems to me to be the work of a great poet and a man of inspiration. Nevertheless, it tells us nothing that might not be known by, say, a well-traveled merchant of Arabia, who longed above all for religious zeal and an end to the hair-splitting of the Greeks." "It is the work of a man, not a god, you mean," said Sfandis with a triumphant look at Sheph. "The Gospels?" Sheph prompted. Solomon smiled. "They are, to say the least, confused. Even the Christians have noticed that they contradict each other in detail, and adduce this as proof that they must be true. Either true in some spiritual sense about which in the end there can be no argument, for there is no proof, or true as different accounts of the same event may still all be true. It is clear to me that all were written many years after the story they claim to tell, and by men who knew the holy books of the Jews in great detail. You cannot tell what happened from what the writers wanted to have happened, and yet—" He paused with a glance at Eleazar. "And yet I have to say that they contain a kind of truth, if a human truth. All seem to tell the story of an uncomfortable man, a preacher who would not say what they asked him to. He would not condemn adultery. He would not allow divorce. He told people to pay their taxes. He liked Gentiles, even Romans. His hearers were trying to twist what he said even as he was saying it. It is an odd story, and odd stories are the likelier to be true. "You have said nothing about your own holy books," remarked Chef again. Solomon looked at Eleazar again. They were talking in the Anglo-Norse of the foreigners, which Eleazar surely could not follow. Yet he was suspicious, ears ready for anything he might understand. He would have to put this carefully. Solomon bowed respectfully. "The holy books of my faith are the word of God, and I say nothing against that. Yet it is an odd thing that sometimes God uses two words. For instance, in the account of our forefather Adam and his wife Eve. He used, as far as he could, the English pronunciations of the names. The name of God is sometimes one thing and sometimes another. It is as if I say, there were a writer who said, so to speak, method for God, as you sometimes do, and another who preferred to say druten, as if the two words testified to two writers with different versions of one story." "What would that mean?" said Thorvin. Solomon shrugged politely. "It is a difficult text." "You said that all these holy books contain things their authors did not mean to say," Chef pressed on, "and I understand what you mean. Now what does this one that we have here, tell us that its author did not mean to say?" "In my opinion," said Solomon, "this is the work of someone who has been through great pain and grief, and so cannot think of anything else. You have perhaps met men like that." Chef thought of his former follower, the gelded berserk Cuthred, and nodded. "You cannot expect such men to tell a clear story. They are mad, and the author of this text was in a sense mad. But it may be that he was mad because he saw clearly." "I will tell you something about him," said Svandes with sudden definiteness. "And it is something those fools in the hills got wrong. Like Thierry, who kidnapped me but did not rape me." Eyes turned towards her. To his surprise, Chef saw the beginnings of a blush spreading across Svandes's tanned face. She looked uneasily at Tolman, plunged on. "When men lie with women, in the north anyway, I have heard that these Arabs are wiser. They think of nothing but spilling their seed deep inside her. But there is another way." Chef gaped incredulously, wondering what she meant, and how she knew. "To go on till almost the end, and then to, well, withdraw. Spill the seed outside the womb. It is as good for the woman, better if the act lasts longer. As good for the man, too. It makes no children. No more hungry mouths. It is a pity more men cannot practice it. But of course it would mean they had to think of the woman, which no man ever does when he is intent on his pleasure alone. But anyway, that is what this book is talking about. The man who wrote it must have known something. But Thierry and Anselm and Richer, they think it means that you must leave woman alone, live like a monk. And yet all the time the book tells us to take pleasure in the world. If you cannot take pleasure from women, or from men either, then what pleasure is there? Men are such fools." Chef was pleased to notice, sourly, that Thorvin and Solomon seemed as puzzled as himself. "So the book is a manual for pleasure in marriage," he remarked. "And we were thinking it was a lost gospel." "Why can it not be both?" snapped Svandes. Chapter 21. The Emperor had had little hope of success from the scaling ladders. He had tried them out because he had plenty of men, and one never knew the enemy's weaknesses. The ram had seemed more practicable. Watching from a distance, he had made out the unmistakable figure of Bronn on the ramparts, once his ally, never his friend. To lose to him had been galling. Now that time had come, he decided for serious thought. And to help him he had called in the few men of his army he thought might be capable of it. Agilulf, his deputy, an experienced warrior. Georgios, the admiral of the Greeks, with the proverbial subtlety of that race. Erkenbert, the deacon, on whom he most relied. Once he and they had made their plan, he would communicate it to the host of subordinate leaders, who made up his army's contingents. None of them, in the Emperor's candid opinion, fit to lead anything more complicated than a charge or an ambush. "Those in the city are not stupid," he concluded, "and their defenses are good. Also we know the One-Eye is there, and where he appears, strange things happen. Now, what can we do to puzzle them?" Georgios replied, speaking slowly in his camp Latin. "The harbor remains a weak point," he said. "I will not risk my galleys close in against their mule stones. But at the same time we have proved that they dare not come out against the floating fort designed by the wise deacon here. I am glad to have seen it, and will take careful note of it for my emperor's uses in the future. Still, the stone jetties are only 6 feet above the water, and they run many stadia long. There is a chance there for an escalade if we can get close enough." "Many small boats, not a few large ones," suggested Bruno. "And I would suggest at night." "What about the Greek fire? Can you not bring it close up to the jetties and burn all the defenders off as you did the Arab galleys?" asked Agilulf. The admiral hesitated. He could not lie to Agilulf, who had seen the Greek fire used several times. Yet at the heart of the policy of the Byzantines was the need to keep their one great technical advantage secret. No barbarian, and barbarian included the servants of the Emperor of Rome as far as the Greeks were concerned, was allowed to get too close to the projectors or the fuel tanks. The operators were the most highly paid men in the fleet, the admiral included, and all had moreover left hostages for their secrecy in Byzantium. Georgios felt that he had learnt much on this trip, including the details of the Roman and northern catapults. He wanted to give nothing back in return, yet he must answer. "The Greek fire has certain limitations," he temporized. "It needs a large ship to carry it. I cannot put the devices into mere fishing boats, nor can I take the risk of losing one to enemies who, as the Emperor says, are only too ready to learn new and strange devices. Yet at night I might risk one galley close in, with trusted men aboard to burn and destroy the evidence if it might fall into the wrong hands," he did not say. "We'll try it," said Bruno decisively. "Night after next there'll be no more than a thin moon. Now, Erkenbert, where is the War-Wolf?" War-Wolf was the name of the great engine that Erkenbert himself had designed, and that had battered down the gates of castle after castle in the Emperor's triumphant progress to Puigpunyent. It was in a way no more than a giant version of the simple traction catapults that Chef had designed, and that even now were hurling rocks at every besieger who came within range of the city of Septimania. Yet it did not rely on mere feeble human muscles to give it power. Power came from the giant counterweight, the counterweight that was both its strength and its weakness, enabling massive boulders to be thrown, taking an age to empty and refill, demanding great weight and strength in its supporting timbers still crawling along the coast road to the siege. 2 days' travel away still, Erkenbert replied. "And where do you mean to use it once it has arrived?" "We have little choice. It is coming down the coast road from the north. We cannot move it through the hills above the town, and if we were to load it on board ship, we would need cranes and a stone jetty out into deep water. So we will have to attack the north gate of the town. It is a strong and stout gate, but only wooden. One boulder from War-Wolf will beat it down, if it lands on the right place." "Trust me for that," said Erkenbert definitely. "I am the arithmeticus." The Emperor nodded. He knew that no one in the world was more skilled than the puny deacon in the mind-numbing task of translating weight to distance in the number system his world had inherited from the Romans. "Harbor attack the night after next, then," he concluded. "If that fails, War-Wolf breaks down the north gate the next morning." "And if that fails?" inquired Georgios, always ready to disconcert his temporary allies. The Emperor looked at him forbiddingly. "If that fails, we try again, till the holy Graduale on which our Saviour was born is in my hands, along with the lance by which he died. But I don't want to fail. Remember, all of you, we are dealing with clever heathens. Be alert for anything new. Expect the unexpected." In silence his advisers speculated on how this paradox might be achieved. "The bastards are too quiet," thought Bronn, strolling along the harbor front in search of his master. There he was, still in the courtyard, all of them still reading, gabbling, scratching away, with never a care in the world. He waited till Solomon noticed his looming presence and broke off his reading. "Sorry to disturb you," he remarked ironically. "I thought I'd mention the siege." "It's going well, isn't it?" asked Chef. Well enough. But I think it's time you did something. What? What you're best at. Thinking. It's all gone quiet. But I've seen our friend Bruno through the farseer. He won't give up. So, they're going to do something. I don't know what. You are the best person in the world for imagining new things. Time for you to do it again. Slowly bringing his mind back from the fascinating problems of the book, Chef realized the truth of what Bron had said. Realized, too, with some subconscious calculation, that the breathing space he had counted on and had been using on what he felt was the most vital, if not the most urgent task, the task he alone could do, that breathing space was over. Besides, he was getting bored with sitting, and the book was nearly done. Find Skaldfin to take my place here, he ordered. He can translate from Solomon for Thorvin to write down. Tolman, you come along too. He stepped out into the sunlight with the gigantic Bron and the limping kite boy at his heels, followed by a glower from Svandis. She wanted to listen to the end of the strange book. At the same time, she resented the way her lover could turn his attention instantly to something new, something without her. I brought 2 people to talk to you, added Bron once they were in the open. Steffi and a native. Chef turned his attention first to the native, as Bron called him. Another dark-faced man of clear Arab descent. There were still many non-Jews in the town, traders caught by the unexpected closure of roads. You speak Arabic? He asked. Of course. A slight sneer at the question. Chef's Arabic was no more than serviceable, far removed from the pure tongue of Cordova or Toledo. What is your news? The Christian emperor, your enemy and the enemy of my master the Caliph, has destroyed many walls and forts this summer. He has killed many of the faithful, too, all along the sea coast they once controlled. Do you wish to know how he did it? We will pay gold for it, Chef replied. I would tell you anyway as a service against the Nazarenes. He has a machine. Only one machine, and it is many times bigger than anything you have here. He uses it for only one thing, and that is to hurl great boulders onto his enemy's gates. Some say that it needs flat ground, that it can shoot only very slowly. Have you ever seen it? No, but I have spoken with men who escaped with their lives when strongholds were taken. Bit by bit, Chef drew from the Arab what little accurate information he could provide, and began to realize the use of the counterweight. Absently he dismissed the man, thinking already of the problems of a pivot, of retention and release, above all the central problem of all the traction engines, of how to control range. It depended on weight. There must be some way to tell if you knew how much was in the counterweight and how much in the launching sling, what you needed to add or to take out in order to throw a set distance. But a 3-element calculation was beyond Chef or any other man in his realm. Even working out how many water barrels you needed, or what share of loot went to each ship or each man, was a trial-and-error business with the northern counting system. Chef wished in frustration that he, too, like Bruno, had in his service an arithmeticus, even someone who knew what arithmetic might be. As he pounded a fist into his palm, he became aware that Steffi was standing on one foot, eyeing him nervously from his usual wide angle. Why did Bron send you here? I was thinking about the flares we used from the kites, and that time I jumped off the cliff, you remember? I was thinking how it would be at night, like, if we had some flares ready to light, and threw them from a pull-thrower. We could put some cloth on so they'd open out, see, and come down slowly with a hole in it, like we've learned how to do. After a few further moments' explanation, Chef sent Steffi off to find a gang and practice attaching the cloth. Don't light anything, mind, he warned him. Just figure out how they have to be rigged to open properly. Go easy with the saltpeter crystals. It'll take time to make more. As the squint-eyed ex-slave went off, Chef's mind went back to the counterweight machine, no doubt already approaching. His eye fell on the still-bandaged Tolman. The lad had been silent and downcast ever since he came round from his long unconsciousness, not surprising with his 2 comrades dead. Could another boy be used? No, there was no doubt that Tolman was the most experienced flyer, the most likely to succeed. Yet he would have to be persuaded. Chef's face took on the reasonable and friendly air that his closest associates had come to dread, the expression that showed he was about to use someone. "Well, Tolman," he began, "like to try a flight over nice soft water this time? Get your nerve back before it goes, eh?" The boy's lip trembled. He blinked back tears. Dumbly, obediently, he nodded. Chef patted him carefully on his deep-grazed shoulder, led him away, shouting as he went for Quicka, Osmond, and the most skillful of the kite-men and catapulteers. As he had been during the long winter 7 years before, Chef was amazed at the speed with which, sometimes, an idea could become reality. Before the day was out, the materials for the new-style siege catapult had been assembled, including the massive beam that would be its throwing arm, stripped without complaint from the keel of a coasting vessel still on the stocks. It helped, of course, that there was no ordinary work to be done. The entire population of Septimania was idle, and when they thought of what a sack by Imperial troops would mean, anxious to assist in any way. Skilled carpenters and smiths abounded for every task. Cost was not considered. It helped, too, that Chef had skilled taskmasters ready and willing to drive men beyond their normal habits. As he watched Quicka swinging a rope's end and a sweating gang working on the iron rim of one of the 6 huge cartwheels that would shift the monster when it was done, Chef observed that having been a slave perhaps gave some men a taste for authority. Like himself, he wondered for an instant. No, he dismissed the thought. He did only what had to be done. Besides, the critical thing, the thing that no other group in the world had in such abundance, was confidence. Confidence that to every problem, whether it was flying in the sky or launching huge boulders, there was a hard solution, if only one could work out all possible details. Quicka and Osmond, and even Steffi, like their now missing comrade Ud, had seen kings collapse and armies break before them, all because of machines. They did nothing half-heartedly. And that was all very well, but this time they might be wrong. Chef plunged back into the problem that had preoccupied him ever since he had set the gangs working. He roved up and down the dock, muttering and counting, telling over the piles of white and black stones he had collected and stowed in every pocket he owned. Quicka, rope's end laid aside, nudged one of his mates. "He's getting in a rage," he muttered. "Someone will cop it, you see." "Us and all," his mate answered gloomily. "What's biting him?" "Don't know. Something too clever for the likes of us." Solomon the Jew, his translating labors completed, also saw the growing fury on the face of the strange king. The strange king he had grown to like, in spite of the dire fate he had brought to Septimania, for his constant curiosity. A mind more active than that of any Talmudist, he reflected, but in so many fields the mind of a child. Rather more politely than Quicka's mate, he moved to put the same question. "Something disturbs you, Lord of the North?" Chef glowered, caught his own fury and mastered it, made himself speak connectedly. Maybe, he thought, maybe saying the problem out loud would assist him. And after all, he had found out long ago, when you could not solve a problem, ask everybody. Someone always knew. "It's like this," he said. "At some time or other I will need to know how far this thing will throw. Now, it ought to be easier with a machine of this sort than it is with the hand-pulled machines. For with them all you can say is pull hard or not so hard, and not so hard cannot be counted. But with this machine I can count everything. I have been thinking it out, what will happen when we try. Suppose I tell Quicka to take 10 100-pound bags and put them in the bucket that drops the short arm. Now, suppose I put a rock that weighs the same as 300-pound bags, if I could find one that would be so convenient. Ha! But suppose I did. Then suppose the 10 100-pounds threw the 300 pounds 100 paces, and I needed to make it throw 120 paces. Then it is obvious I would need more weight in the bucket, or less weight to be thrown, and they have something to do with each other. But what?" His voice rose to a strangled yell. He fought rage down again and continued with the thoughts that had buzzed round and round his head like weary bees. "Now, I am not a fool, Solomon. 120 is to 100 as 6 to 5, is it not? So I must make the other things as 6 to 5. Or is it 5 to 6? No, lower the weight thrown. Lower the 300 pounds as 6 to 5. or raise the weight throwing as 5 to 6, the 1,000 pounds. Now, how many 5s are there in 1,000? How many 5s in 10? There are 2. So 200, and then what do I do with that? I take 6 of them. Oh, I can find the answer, Solomon, in the end. But it takes me as long as it takes a slow ox to plow a furrow, and I end up doing it with these little stones for markers, because I forget what I'm doing." Chef yelled with honest fury for a moment and hurled his handful of pebbles scattering into the blue water of the harbor. As if in answer, the fort floating almost a mile away beyond the stone jetties sent a rock at extreme range splashing into the dock. The laboring men averted their eyes, tried not to seem aware of what was happening. "And all the time," Chef concluded, "I know that I am doing the whole thing with the simplest numbers, because really any rock we use will weigh 300-pound bags and maybe 27 over. And I will need to raise the range not 20 yards out of 100, but 17 out of 95. He squatted by a patch of sand. "I wish I had learned the trick of numbers from some skilled Roman. See," he drew a V in the sand. "I know that is for 5. He added a stroke to make a VI. That is for 6. For the other side, he drew a IV. That is for 4. But how to make all this answer my question, that I do not know. Only the ancient folk of Rome were wise enough for that art." Solomon pulled his beard, marveling internally. Fortunate that Moishe had not heard this, or Eleazar. Their remarks about barbarians would have become even more barbed. "I do not think," he said carefully, "I do not think it is the ancient Romans you should go to for an answer." Chef looked up, eye gleaming. "You mean there is an answer?" "Oh, yes. They could have told you in Cordova if you had asked. But even here many men know the answer to what you seek. Every merchant, every astronomer. Even Muatia could have told you." "What is the secret, then?" Chef was on his feet. "The secret." Solomon had been speaking in Anglo-Norse, which he now spoke as familiarly as any man in the fleet. Now he shifted to Arabic. "The secret is al-Sifir." "Al-Sifir. That means empty. That means nothing. How can nothing be the secret? Are you mocking me, Longbeard?" Solomon held up a hand. "There is no mockery. But look, this is not for prying eyes. See how everyone is staring. Come with me to the courtyard. I promise you, by the time men douse their lamps, you will be a greater arithmeticus than any Roman is or ever was. I will show you the devices of Al-Khwarizmi the Great." Solomon led a silent king towards the shaded court. Little more than an hour later, Chef looked up from the table of fine white sand on which he and Solomon had been drawing. His one eye was wide with astonishment. Carefully he swept his hand over the sand tray, obliterating all the markings on it except the column of 10 signs which Solomon had showed him to begin with. "Let's try it again," he said. "Very well. Draw your lines." Chef drew 5 vertical lines down the sand, making 4 columns. He drew 2 horizontal ones across the top, 3 more across the bottom. "We will try to solve your range problem, only with harder numbers than the ones you told me. Let us say that you have thrown a boulder of 280 pounds, and it has reached 120 yards, 6 score in your language. But you need to reach 140, 7 score. Your throwing weight was 1,140 pounds. You must increase that in the proportion of 7 to 6. So, first, we must multiply 1,140 by 7 and then divide by 6. Chef nodded. The words multiply and divide were strange to him, but he understood the ideas. "First," Solomon went on, "write the numbers for 1,140 in their correct place." Chef pondered for a moment. He had soon grasped the idea of a number system based on position, but it still did not come easily to him. "Try writing it the Roman way first," said Solomon gently. "Write it in the sand away from your table. The Romans wrote 1,000 by M." Chef wrote a wavering M in the sand, followed by a dot. Then a C for 100. Then the familiar 4 X's for 40. His hand reached out to make the whole sign for Al-Sifir, nothing, but drew back. The Romans would have left such a number as M.C.XXXX. "Now enter the Arabic signs at the head of your table," Solomon prompted. 1140 at the top, 7 at the bottom. Chef hesitated again. This was the tricky part. Now, the rightmost column was for numbers below 10. In the horizontal line, 1 above the bottom, the line for the multiplier, he wrote the shaky hook of a 7, the multiplier. The topmost horizontal line was for the multiplied, as he could see from his Roman numerals, 1140. In the leftmost column he wrote a 1, corresponding to the M. In the next another 1, corresponding to the C. In the next the more complex shape of a 4, for the 4 X's. And finally in the rightmost column the column for the 10 numbers below 10. 10, not 9, as Solomon had proved to him. He drew the al-Sifir hole. Now to do the sum. The first thing, the most vital thing, was that 7 noughts were naught. So write in the naught. Deliberately, watched by 4 pairs of eyes, Chef began to work his way through the calculation on the sand table, primitive ancestor of the abacus. For long moments he thought of nothing else, lost in a sensation no man of his race had ever before experienced, the fascination of number. In the end, hardly aware of how he had come by it, he stared with surprise and deep satisfaction at the result written in the sand. 7,980. He had never seen a number like that before, not because it was too large, not when every part of his realm was counted in hides, 30,000 for a province, 100,000 for what had once been a kingdom. No, because of its exactness. Over 1,000 numbers to him were counted in scores, or tens, or hundreds, or half-hundreds, not 6s and 7s and 8s and 4s. Now you are to divide 7,980 by 6, went on the quiet voice of Solomon. Make your table for divisions. Chef's hand brushed the sand away, began another table. Prompted again and again by Solomon, he worked his way doggedly through. And so in the end, said Solomon finally, you know that you would need to increase your throwing weight to 1,330 pounds, said Chef. So you would add to your original weight 200 less 10, 190 pounds, exactly. But by the time you'd set up your sand table and done all this, objected Skaldfin, your enemy would have buried you under a hail of boulders, because he'd have been shooting while you'd been drawing. Not with the new machine, said Chef flatly. I could have done all this while they were still taking the weights out to winch the arm back up again. Then I could just tell them to put the same weight back in with a measured 190 on top. And besides, I can see this is just like the Farseer. Like the Farseer? Asked Solomon. Yes. You remember that Fulmuatia? He could make the Farseer. He had been shown how the glass should be ground, something we might never have realized in 1,000 years. But he never thought to go a step further. I swear, by the time we return to our own home, my wise men will have learned more of glass and sight than Muatia, or even his master, because they will not rest till they have. Now, this calculation you have shown me, this too I might never have learned for myself, but now I have learned it. I see it can be made quicker, much quicker. The sand table, it's not needed, nor the stones in my hand. I use them because I am not practiced. If I were, then I could put my counters on wire and carry it all with me like a harp. Or I could do it without any columns at all. Ideas are hard to come by, easy to improve. I will improve this one yet. Improve it till— what was his name, Solomon? Al-Khwarizmi? Till Al-Khwarizmi himself would not recognize it. And I will use it for more than catapults. This is the anvil for a smithcraft on which the way could beat out the world. Is that not right, Dorvin? Skaldfin? Solomon fell silent, hand going up to his beard as if for comfort. He had forgotten the furious spirit of the Northerners, and of the one king in particular. Was it wise ever to tell them anything? Too late now to reconsider. Chapter 22. Demetrios, senior Siphonistos to the Greek fleet, listened to the orders of his admiral with doubt tinged with alarm. The orders were, of course, expressed with great care, somewhere between suggestion and persuasion. The Siphonisti were almost a law unto themselves, curators of the ultimate weapon of Byzantium, in their own opinion more important in the last resort even than emperors, let alone admirals. Demetrios, if he chose, could make a fortune and live like a lord anywhere in the civilized world, Baghdad or Cordova or Rome, simply by selling the information in his head. A wife, a mistress, 7 children, and 2,000 gold hyperpers in the banks of Byzantium stood forfeit to his treachery. But in any case, the whole city knew that no Siphonistos would ever reach mastery of his trade, if there were the slightest doubt about his loyalty to the cause of church and empire. Loyalty from principle, not compulsion. That loyalty caused Demetrios's doubt. One of his greatest compulsions was to preserving the secrecy of the fire. Better to lose a battle by destroying one's equipment, he had been told 1,000 times, than to risk its capture for a purely temporary victory. All victories for the beleaguered empire of the Byzantines had long been recognized as temporary. Now the admiral wanted him to risk a ship and a projector close inshore, in doubtful battle against Jews and strange heathens. Demetrios was a brave man who would take his chance of being sent to the bottom by the strange mule-stones, as the barbarians called them. Risking the fire and the secret were another thing. "The small boats will go in first," repeated Georgios cajolingly. "Only if they make a lodgment will we bring up your galley." "To do what?" "If they can detach the booms, you may be able to get into the harbor and burn out all the stone-thrower ships at once." "They'd sink us as we came in." "It will be black night, a thin moon, barely 100 yards to row to the nearest. After that you can always keep an enemy ship between you and their catapults till you are close enough to pump the fire at them." Demetrios considered. He had indeed been enraged at the sinking of the galley and the butchery of its men in the inconclusive battle at sea weeks before, an act of defiance which had left him for the first time in his career feeling helpless. It would be a delight to avenge that shame by burning every enemy ship to the waterline, as all enemies of Byzantium deserved. To show the devil-worshippers the power of God and his patriarch. And close range and at night were exactly the right conditions for the use of his weapon. What if they don't get the boom open? You could pull along the stone jetty and sweep it of any resistance. That way you would have the jetty between you and the stone-throwers in the harbor. Clear the jetty and pull out to sea again in the darkness. Demetrios thought carefully. There were risks in this, he could see, but perhaps no more than were justifiable. He would take his own precautions, of course, as the admiral certainly knew he would. Men standing by to fire the tanks, boats in waiting to collect himself and his crew, if they had to abandon ship. No need to repeat all that. Seeing him waver, the admiral added a final dose of flattery to win his supposed subordinate over. "Of course we know that the most important thing in our fleet is yourself. You and the skill you have developed. We dare not lose that to any barbarian. I will myself stand by in the rescue boats to come in for you if there is any sign of mischance." Demetrios smiled a little mirthlessly. What the admiral said was true. But he had no idea how true. He himself, Demetrios, knew the entire process of making the Greek fire from ground to nozzle, as the Siphonistoi said. He had been beyond the Black Sea to far Tmotorakan, where the colored oils oozed from the ground. He had seen it in the winter, when the oil ran thin and clear, and in the stifling summer, when it came out like sludge from a foul farmyard. He knew how it was collected, he knew how it was stored. He himself had soldered the copper tanks with precious tin, to be sure there was no leak. He had built his own equipment with his own hands, tank and valves, brazier and bellows, pump and nozzle. Again and again, under the guidance of the old masters of the trade, he had fired up, pumped in the air, seen the flame flow. 3 times his masters had made him pump on beyond the safe limit, using small and old devices and condemned criminals as pump hands, so that he could hear the rising shrillness of the niglaros, the valved pressure whistle, whose valve was open to test the vapors within. He had looked with interest at the bodies of the condemned to see what effect the bursting tanks had had upon them. Not one had ever survived, and Demetrios thought they had chosen ill to take the Siphonistos chance instead of sure but less painful death on the execution ground. He was acutely aware of every difficulty in the whole process, how much easier it was to have it go wrong than go right. Without him, he knew, mere knowledge would not be enough. It was his experience that was vital and precious. Good, at least, that the admiral had recognized it. "With the proper safeguards, I consent," he said. The Admiral sank back in his chair with relief. While he knew how much less than biddable his corps of Siphonisti were, he would not have relished explaining the fact to the Emperor of the Romans, a man who he thought should be given a skilled Byzantine doctor as soon as possible, to ensure that he ate something that disagreed with him. "Have one ship ready at nightfall," he said. "Take my own carbonopsina." The black-eyed beauty, thought Demetrius. Pity that there were none such in this far land of strangers. Only thin Moorish women and the ugly descendants of Goths, with their pale skin and discolored eyes, ugly as the revolting Germans, their allies, though these insisted that their barbarian enemies were even worse for pallor and bulk and the size of their feet. Certainly all should be swept from the sea, the inner sea, the sea of the middle of the world, become once more a Greek and Christian lake. Demetrius rose, bowed sketchily, withdrew to make his preparations. The first sign of the sea-borne assault came only as the patrolling squad of city guardsmen marching along the longer jetty saw faint shapes crowding in out of the blackness. They stood, gaped for an instant to make sure, then began to blow the alarm on their ram's horn trumpets. By then the 60 fishing boats which Bruno had commandeered were bare yards from the stone wall, men in them already swinging their grapnels to pull the boats alongside, others raising the short boarding ladders which were all they would need for the 6-foot climb. The guardsmen bent their bows, the short breast bows, which were all they carried, shot again at the targets pouring towards them. Then, as the first grapnels clinked on stone, they realized they were alone on a long stone causeway, about to be cut off. They ceased shooting and ran for the harbor end of the jetty, cut down as they fled by javelins and arrows flying out of the blackness. Bruno's first wave reached the jetty almost without resistance, divided immediately into 2 groups, one turning to their left and racing for the seaward end with hammers, saws, and chisels, to try to cut the boom and open the entrance for the reinforcements and the fire ship. The other turned right and poured in an armed mob for the landward end, seeking to reach and hold it till the rest came up and drove either for the open harbor or, just as disastrously, for the defense, to seize a stretch of the main wall and open it for escalade. The ram's horns had done their work, though. While only a score of men at a time marched along the jetties, open as they were to the unpredictable shooting of the catapults on the offshore fort, many more stood to arms or slept by them at the vulnerable points where jetties met shore. The attackers charging along the stone strip carried on with excitement at their easy landing, met a sudden rain of arrows at close range, with behind them a solid wall of spears and shields. Lightly armed levies from the south, the men Bruno habitually sent in first as most dispensable. Many of them went down even before the puny arrows of the breastbows, shot at no more than 10 yards range. Those who pressed on found themselves hacking at a disciplined line behind a barricade. Slowly those who survived realized that the pressure of comrades from behind was slackening, had gone. Unsure why, or if they too were to be taken from behind in the darkness, they drew back, at first step by step behind their shields, then as the arrows lashed at their unprotected legs and sides, turning and running back into the protective dark. Chef had started from sleep at the first horn blast. He slept naked in the heat, seized tunic and boots, struggled into them in seconds, started for the door. Svandis was there before him, naked also, but barring his way. Even in the almost pitch black of the shuttered room, Chef could feel the scowl on her face, hear the lash in her voice. "Don't run out like a fool. Mail, helmet, weapons. What good will you be if the first stray slingstone cuts you down?" Chef hesitated, full of counter-arguments, but Svandis carried on. "I am the child of warriors, even if you are not. Better ready and slow than early and dead. My father could have told you that. Who won the battle where I first saw you? You or he?" Well, he did not, Chef thought to say. But it was no use arguing. Quicker to obey than to try to thrust her aside. He turned to the mail shirt, which hung ready from a hook, thrust his arms through the heavy sleeves. Svandis was behind him, pulling the iron round, fastening it behind, with the heavy rawhide laces. It was true, at any rate, that she was the child of warriors. He turned and embraced her, pulling her breasts onto the hard iron rings. "If we live when we return home, I will make you a queen," he said. She slapped his face sharply. "This is no time for love whispers in the dark. Helmet, shield. Take your Swedish sword and try to live up to it." Chef found himself thrust out into the courtyard, could hear her behind him rummaging for her own clothes. Wherever the fighting was, she would appear, he knew. He began to run, heavy under the weight of 30 pounds of wood and iron, towards the command post where he would find Bronn. Across the water came a clangor of metal, war cries, and cries of pain. They had come by sea. As Chef puffed up, he saw Bronn towering in the midst of a squad of Vikings, his gigantic cousin Stur standing next to him, almost his equal in size. Bronn seemed in no great hurry or alarm, was busy counting his men. "They landed on the jetty," he remarked. "I never thought that would give them much trouble. They've got to get off it if they're going to be a nuisance, and they'll have to do it fast." Chef's ears had picked out different noises from the immediate ones of battle, already dying away. Smithy noises, metal on metal, axe on wood. "What's happening at the far end?" "They're trying to cut the boom. Now that we don't want. We'll have to clear them off. All right, boys, got your boots laced up? Let's stroll along and shoo these Christians back into the water. You stay at the back," he added to Chef. "Organize some crossbows. Make sure the catapults shoot at the opposition, not us. This would be easier if we could see what was going on." In a solid mass, the Vikings, perhaps 40 of them, tramped round the harbor towards the point of contact, the hobnails on their boots crashing on the stone. A few lamps gleamed along the harbor front, casting a dim light out over the water. In it, as his eyes adjusted, Chef could see the enemy massing for a second attack. There was something going on in the ships in the harbor, too. He could hear rope creaking and catapult captains shouting orders. If the Emperor's men did not fight their way off the jetty in the next few minutes, they would be swept by mule-stones. But there was something ominous happening out there. Chef could hear harsh voices taking command, metal clashing and ringing, could see the faint lamplight reflected back on metal points and rings, a fierce cheer and a wall of metal coming forward, spear points in a line. "Fall your men back," said Bronn without haste to the city guard commander. "I think this is our trade now." The light-armed guardsmen slipped back through the ranks behind, and the Vikings moved forward, forming their customary blunt wedge. The flimsy barricade at the end of the jetty had been torn down in the first assault, now offered no shelter. The steady line of Lanzenbrüder, picked men, armored from head to foot, tramped down on the Viking wedge, as heavily armed, for once their equals in size and strength. Neither side knew anything of defeat. Both stood confident in their ability to batter down anything and anyone that stood before them. Standing at the rear of the Viking formation, 10 men wide but no more than 4 deep, Chef heard the simultaneous crash as shield met shield, the clang and thud of spears and axes meeting wood or iron. A heartbeat later, to his surprise and horror, the man in front of him stepped back, pushed almost off his feet by a surge from his own retreating line. Chef heard Bronn's voice raised in a bull bellow as he called on his men to stand their ground. Vikings retreating, he thought. They are falling back like the English used to, like they did the day my stepfather and I fought my father and his men on the causeway in Norfolk. That day I ran. But then I was only a nobody, little better than a thrall. Now I am a king, with gold on my arms and a sword of Swedish steel, made by my own steelmaster. And still I am little more use than poor Carly. The line had steadied, was no longer falling back. From the front, the clash of weapons was now continuous, both sides hacking and fencing, rather than trying to force each other off their feet. Chef sheathed his sword, turned abruptly, and ran back along the harbor's edge, looking for something that would turn the tide. The German warrior monks had marched into the Viking line to try the tactics which had destroyed every Arab army that had come against them. Shield in one hand, shortened spear in the other. Ignore the man in front of you. Stab at the man to your right as he lifts his arm for the sword stroke. Rely on the comrade to your left to strike the man who threatens you. Stab with the right. Strike out with the shield in your left. Step forward with feet stamping. If the man in front goes down, trample him underfoot. Rely on the man behind to ensure he does not strike up from below. For an instant or two the tactic worked. But the men they now faced were not dressed in mere cotton or linen. Some spear points went home under the armpit, more skidded away from metal, were shrugged off brawny shoulders. The clubbing blows with the shields failed to knock heavy men off their balance. Some stepped back, shortened axe or sword, chopped at arms or helmets. Others saw the blows coming from their right-hand side, parried or blocked with their own blades, struck back at the unshielded sides of their enemies. Braun, having taken a pace back to his own astonished rage, drove his axe battle-troll through neck and shoulder, widened the gap with a thrust of his massive shield, and stepped into the German ranks, cutting to either side at the point of the wedge. His cousin Stur swung an underhand blow that swept an enemy off his feet, broke the man's windpipe with a deliberate stamp from hobnailed feet, jumped forward to his cousin's side. Germans began to throw down their spears, draw swords, fill the air with steel as they hacked at heads and linden shields. Agilulf, watching from his position a few yards in the rear, pursed his lips as he recognized the giant figure of Braun. The big bastard from the Breithrapor, he thought to himself. Son of a sea troll. Some rumor about him losing his nerve. He seems to have got it back again. Someone is going to have to take him out before he breaks our nerve, and I suppose it will have to be me. There don't seem to be very many of them. He began to work his way through the ranks of men thrusting with their shields at the backs of their comrades, trying to regain impetus. As he trotted through the darkness, Chef saw familiar figures closing round him. Small men with the rimmed metal caps of his own standard issue. Englishmen, crossbows ready, running down from their various stations or from sleep. He stopped, looked back at the barely visible scrimmage at the jetty end, a frieze of weapons lifting and flashing over swaying bodies. "I want to start shooting them up," he said. "We can't see who to shoot at," came a voice in the darkness. "Nor we ain't got a clear shot, neither." As Chef hesitated, light suddenly spread over the whole harbor, bright white light like a summer noon. The fighting ceased for an instant. Men screwed up their eyes to shield them. The working party struggling with the boom paused, caught like rabbits in torchlight. Chef looked up, saw the light drifting down from the sky, suspended under kite-cloth. Steffi, dismissed by his master to work out the problem of flares on his own, had spent the afternoon with the gang, attempting to solve the problem of both throwing a flare in such a way that it would drift down, and then of lighting it. 2 hours of experiments had solved the first problem. Not an easy one, for anything put in the sling of a traction catapult was whirled violently round before launching. Some of the wooden bundles he had prepared tangled ignominiously in the sling. Others had their cloths open as soon as they were released, crashing to the ground 20 yards off. In the end, they discovered how to fold the cloths under the round bundles so that they flew straight, caught the air only at the top of their trajectory, drifted slowly down. Lighting them was another matter yet, and Steffi had been forbidden to experiment with genuine flares for fear of enemy observers. When the attack came, Steffi was standing by one of the many traction catapults set up round the harbor and along the walls, waiting for a chance to shoot. In moments he had loaded the first of the saltpeter-impregnated bundles he had prepared, lit the short fuse he had devised, steadied the sling in his 2 hands, and given the order to throw. The missile had sailed out over the harbor, fuse glowing, and drifted, fuse still glowing, harmlessly into the sea. And the next, the third, its fuse cut ruthlessly back, had gone out. "This is no good," called one of his crew. "Let's start throwing rocks down there at those boats. Even if we can't see, we might hit something." Steffi ignored him, mind racing in the panic of the failed inventor. "Get ready," he ordered. He thrust another bundle into the sling, ignored the useless fuse, instead gripped the torch with one hand and thrust it into the flammable bundle, hauling down on the sling with the other. As the flare of flame sprang up, he shouted, "Pull!" and let go himself as the team heaved with a will. The flare shot out like a comet, trailing sparks. The team gaped after it, wondering if the trailing kite-cloth would catch, if the flare would go out. At the top of its arc, the flare seemed to steady, drop underneath its cloth support, began to drift gently down. From their vantage, suddenly everything below them came clear. The fighting men on the jetty, the party clustered round the end of the boom, the boats grapnelled to the outer wall. The great galley hanging on its oars a bare 50 yards from the harbor entrance, smoke rising from its center, a crackle of flame amidships with men moving purposefully round it. The crew yelled and pointed at the galley, anxious to train round and shoot. Steffi shouted them down, prepared another flare. "We'll keep throwing these," he bawled, "'cause we're the only ones know how to do it. Let the others throw the rocks." He thrust another flare into its place, ignoring the pain from already blistered fingers. As he saw the flare drifting down and remembered his own casual words earlier that day to Steffi, Chef's mind cleared from its near panic. His voice dropped. He made himself breathe deeply and speak slowly, to spread calm and decision to those around him. "Trimmer," he said, recognizing one of those crowding round him. "Take 20 men. Put them in the dinghies there by the shore. Row off till you're level with the fighting there. Then shoot carefully at the rear ranks of the Germans. Not the ones at the front, understand? You're too likely to hit our own lot. See Braun there and steer with him? Make sure you don't hit them. Once the Germans break, start clearing the causeway. Take your time. Stay out of range of their bows. Right, off you go. The rest of you, stand fast. How many boats are there left? All right, load them up. Now row out to our ships in the harbor, all the 2 masters, 2 of you to each one. Tell the mule crews to clear those men off from round the boom, but leave the Favnisbane to me." He looked round, suddenly alone. Foolish. He should have held 1 man back. All the boats were gone, and Svan disappeared suddenly from behind him. She was staring up at the light, then looking round, trying to make sense of what was happening. It had taken her longer than he expected to find her clothes, or else everything had happened more quickly than he knew. She pointed to the fighting men on the causeway, a grim struggle that had turned now into conventional battle, the play of swords over the war linden of which poets sang. "There!" she shouted. "There, why are you hanging back? Child of a whore and a churl, stand in the front like my father, like a sea king." Chef turned his back on her. "Undo those laces." The snap in his voice seemed to work. He felt fingers pulling at the rawhide knots they had so recently done up. But continually a flow of insults poured out. Coward, runaway, skulker in the darkness, user of better men. He paid no attention. As the male dropped free, he dropped his sword, tossed his helmet after it, and ran out, plunging from the harbor wall in a racing dive. The lights were still filling the sky. As he looked up from the plunging overarm stroke, he could see 2 in the air at once, one almost down to the water, the other still high up. 50 strokes through the milk-warm water, and he was clutching at the Favnisbane's anchor cable, hauling himself up it arm over arm. A face gaped at him, recognized him, dragged him summarily inboard. "How many men aboard, Ordloff? Enough to man the sweeps? No? Enough to make sail? Do it. Cut the cable. Steer for the harbor entrance." "But it's boomed closed, Lord." "Not now, it's not." Chef pointed out to sea. Just as the first mule stones kicked up water round them or hummed ill-aimed overhead, the working parties round the far end of the jetty were scrambling back. They had battered their way through the stout iron rings holding chains and tree trunks to the stone, or maybe sawed their way through the timber. But they had thrust the boom off already. Its free end was floating inshore, opening the passage. And there was something out there, something beyond the harbor wall. A flicker of motion told Chef it was a line of oars, dropping from the upright, the rest position, to the row. A galley coming in. And with the galley, the fire. The Favnisbane was moving now on the faint breeze of night, just beginning to slip through the water. Too slowly, and coming bows on to the unseen menace out there. Bows on, where the mule could not bear. In 10 seconds, Chef knew, he could be a burnt but living corpse like Sumarfugel. He remembered the crisp feeling of the burnt skin crumbling under his hand as he had sent the merciful dagger home. Only there would be no merciful dagger for him. Faintly he registered the snap of crossbows somewhere to one side, low down on the water, the thud of quarrels striking home through flesh and armor. Noted another flare burst into life directly overhead. He paid no attention. Voice still quiet, he spoke to Ordloff. "Steer more to starboard. Let the forward mule bear on the harbor entrance. We may only get 1 shot." Behind the clash of steel and the war cries, Chef could make out another noise. A strange roaring, familiar but unexpected. For a moment he could not remember what it might be. Ordloff had heard it too. "What's that?" he called. "What are the devils up to out there? Is it a beast they have tamed, or a magic gale out of hell? Or is it the sound of a windmill turning?" Chef smiled, the sound coming back to him. "No beast, nor gale, nor windmill turning," he called back. "That is a great bellows blowing, but I hear no hammers with it." 100 yards away, Demetrios the Siphonistos had seen the signal from the man sawing and chiseling at the boom. A white flag swung furiously from side to side, just visible in the blackness. He had nodded his consent to the Greek captain. The oars swung down, the galley began its eager plunge towards prey. And then, suddenly, light in the sky and everything as bright as day. The rowers had checked. The captain turned back for further instructions, robbed of the cover of dark. But Demetrios had already nodded his assent to the bellows crew. They were heaving with a will, and as they did so, the burning flax beneath the copper tank had sprung into flame. Demetrios's first assistant had taken the first thrust down on the piston. The heavy one, against resistance, was beginning to force it up and down with growing ease, counting to himself in an undertone as he did so. 7, 8. The count forced itself into Demetrios's mind, ever aware of the danger of his own weapon. If the pressure got too great, the tank would explode and he too would burn like a wretched condemned criminal. If they stopped once they had started, he would lose his inner sense of the heat and the pressure. But if they rode on against catapults warned and manned, in this devil light... And the long, slim galley was still sliding forward, oars poised for the next heave. Almost within the harbor mouth, with the boom floating away almost touching their ram. They could be sunk in a moment, or boarded and taken intact. As he hesitated, a thin whistle began to rise from the top of the copper dome by which his men were pumping, a whistle that grew stronger every moment. The Niglaros signaling danger. Demetrios's nerves, stretched thin by the flares above and the menacing dark of the harbor mouth, reached snapping point. "Turn to starboard!" he yelled frantically. "Starboard! Turn along the harbor wall! Don't go inside!" Shouts, a flailing of ropes' ends, even on the shoulders of the paid and pampered Greek rowers. A heave from the port oars, a thrust back from the starboard bank. The galley was gliding swiftly along the stone wall on the outside of the harbor, port oars tossed high to avoid the crash. Demetrios could see frightened faces staring at him from hardly 10 feet away, survivors of the first storming party, looking as if they meant to jump. As he looked across at them, a group were hurled aside, falling into the sea in a confusion of staved ribs and broken bones, one of the barbarian catapults striking home. The low galley was safe behind stone, and there ahead, not 50 yards away now, Demetrios could see a target. Fighting men, men in armor struggling for the end of the jetty. He could row to the end, bear away at the last moment as the water shoaled, and launch the fire. Just in time, before the pressure built up. He could hear the whistle rising to one continuous shriek, and see out of the tail of his eye the 2 pump men standing away from their handles, the bellows crew looking fearfully up at him, all wondering when the dome would burst and the fire spring out at them. But he, Demetrios, was the master. He knew the strength of the pipes he had soldered with his own hands. He turned the gleaming brass nozzle, pushed forward the lit lamp to firing position. He would burn his own men as well as the enemy. But that was good tactics. And besides, they were Romans, Germans, heretics, schismatics. It would be a foretaste of the eternal fire they would all roast in. His lips drew back in a fierce grin. Just behind him, the prow of the Favnisbane nudged out beyond the harbor mouth. Chef had climbed out onto the very tip of the dragonhead to see what was happening the instant his ship cleared the end of the jetty. He had seen the oars tossed up, had realized that the galley had turned away. His skin crawled for a moment as he wondered if the strange fire could be turned back upon him. Then the thought vanished, dismissed by cold logic. Fire burnt everything, even Greek ships. They could not send it backwards over their own sterns. The zip of arrows plunging past him from the bowmen on the causeway meant nothing. His one eye strained for the target. And there she was, stern on, gliding away, a lurid glow coming from somewhere amidships by a strange red-gold dome, a high whistle trailing in her wake. They were going to shoot it, whatever it was, and Bronder was in their sights, he knew it. Would the mule never bear? Osmond was the catapult captain, crouched behind his machine, swinging its trail round, round. His hand flew up in the signal. Sights on. "Shoot!" Chef shouted. The jerk of the lanyard, the vicious sweep and thwack of the arm, faster than a man could see, the even swifter lash of the sling, whirling round even before the ship could shudder from the smash of arm on padded crossbar. Chef's eye, almost in line with the flying rock, saw the familiar streak, rising and then falling. No, too close to fall. The mulestone missed its aim, the galley's curved stern, where it would have shattered stern post and ribs and opened the entire ship like a gutted herring. Instead, Chef's eye, half-blinded, caught only an after-image of the dark line flying straight into the mysterious red-gold dome. just as the dome itself released an ejaculation, a stream of glowing fire like the breath of Fafnir himself. And then the fire was everywhere, exploding outwards with a thump that caught Chef 50 yards away like a blow in the chest. His dazzled eye for long moments could see nothing, then make sense of nothing it saw. Then he realized that the flaming mass was a ship rolling over. The torches in the water were men ablaze. The noise in his ears was tormented screaming. He swung himself inboard. From the shore, Steffi, hands now raw with pain, saw the Fafnisbane lit up in full view of the hostile offshore fort, with its catapults. Threw his torch aside, watched his last flare sing into the sea and go out. Darkness fell again on the harbor and the harbor wall, where dismayed combatants fell back groping, their only light the burning galley. His voice thick and fearful, Chef called to Ordloff to turn the Fafnisbane and take her back. And from his vantage point on the hillside, a long half-mile away, the Emperor Bruno grasped that his attack had failed. He knew not how. He turned to Erkenbert. Agilulf is gone, and the Greeks have let us down. It is up to you now. To me and to Warwolf, the Emperor's Arithmeticus replied. Chapter 23. Chef looked down from the high seaward wall into the blue water below. The wreck of the Greek galley was there. He could see its outline maybe 10, maybe 20 feet below the surface, and no further out from the outer face of the jetty. He was sure that he himself could swim down, see what the fire and explosion had left, maybe attach ropes and drag what metal there was left into daylight. The floating fort was still there, still occasionally hurled a vindictive stone at any sign of movement, but he did not think they would hit a single man at that range. No time, though, not for mere curiosity. In any case, he did not think that the wreckage would tell him very much more than he had worked out already. Most of the enemy storming party had got away in their boats before he could organize effective pursuit, but some had failed to find a place and remained in his hands. Local levies for the most part, quite willing to talk out of fear or anger at being abandoned. They had confirmed much of what he had heard himself. Yes, the galley had had a fire amidships, a kind of brazier, fueled, one man had said very positively, by a kind of long match of burning flax. He himself had heard the bellows, and others had seen it. So they had to burn, or maybe heat something before they could project it. Whatever it was in the gleaming dome shape which had exploded, and from its color that was almost certainly copper. Why copper, not iron or lead? That was one clue. Another was the whistling noise. Chef had heard it himself, and so had many others. One of the Jewish levies closest to the Greek ship had also heard a voice counting, or so he had told Solomon. Counting in Greek numbers, for all the world, Chef reflected, like quick as catapultiers in the old days, counting the turns on a torsion catapult, counting carefully for fear of an overwind and a backlash. And finally there was the evidence from bronze men. 2 of his survivors had said with absolute certainty that at the very last moment they had seen a man point something at them like a hose. The fire had come from that, come in a steady stream before the stone struck, and everything blew up. Brazier, match, bellows, dome, hose, whistle, and someone counting something. Chef felt sure that this would yet fall into place. Even the injured could tell him something, or tell Hunt something. Perhaps a dozen of the German Lanzenbrüder had survived the crossbows, bronze axes, and the final flame turned on them by their own allies, though most of them were horribly wounded. The flame had reached into the ranks of bronze men as well, if only for an instant. 5 of them had felt a lash of it, were lying now in the makeshift hospital with terrible burns. Hunt could maybe tell him something about what had caused the burns, if he was prepared to talk to him at all. Since the start of Chef's dealings with Svandis, the little man had been quiet and sullen. When Chef had gone to visit the burned men and had seen the one who had been blinded, flame across both eyes, he had tapped the hilt of his dagger and looked at Hunt with a question. It was normal enough for the Vikings to kill their hopelessly wounded, and both Bronn and Chef had done it before. But Hunt had flown at him like a terrier, hurled him bodily out of the ward. A while later Thorvin had emerged and said apologetically in the words of one of the sacred songs of the way, "He told me to remember life is sacred. As it is said, a halt man can back a horse, the one hand herd sheep, the deaf one duels and wins, better be blind than burnt. Now what good's a corpse?" Better blind than burnt, Chef had replied. But blind and burnt. But it was no good arguing with the little leech. He might have something to tell another day. More than would be gained from the surviving monk bastards, as Bron called them. None had surrendered willingly, all been taken burnt, crippled or unconscious. They refused to say anything at all for any fear or inducement. Bron would cut their throats as soon as the priests of the way ceased to protect them. With a last reluctant stare at the wreckage lying deep in the water, was that a gleam of copper he could see deep down? Chef turned away. The mystery would wait. So would Hund. So would Svandis, who had said nothing to him since her bitter words on the quayside, was now sitting with one of the desperately hurt Greek sailors, who had survived both fire and water. There were more urgent things to do. The enemy had tried a probing raid at the south gate already this morning, as if to show they were not dismayed. Time to anticipate them for a change. On the deck of the Favnesbane they were already making ready to stream a kite in the strong morning breeze. Tolman was already being fitted into his harness. Chef patted him encouragingly on the head, which was all that could be seen sticking out of the sling. Why did he seem to shrink away? Still sore from his fall, probably. Then he looked again at the rig. The top surface was 7 feet wide and 4 feet long, each side 4 feet long again and 3 feet deep. Now, how much cloth was that? Think of it as so many squares a foot each way. Turning to the sand tray, which 2 men now carried round behind him, ready for instant use, Chef began to move the counters and write the signs, muttering to himself. All round 80 square feet of cloth. And Tolman, he knew, weighed 68 pounds. He himself weighed 185. If, then, you needed a foot of surface to lift a pound of weight. The wind makes a difference. Hogbarth cut in on his mutterings. The stronger the wind, the better the lift. We can figure that in, too, Chef replied. See what have we now? Fresh breeze, enough to drive us at 4 knots under full sail. Call that 4, then. And how many knots would we be going when you had to reduce sail? Maybe 10. Well, that's 10. So if we multiply 8 by 4, we have a lift of 320. But if we had a 10-knot breeze, we would have a lift of 800. Enough to lift a walrus, countered Hogbarth skeptically. Which it wouldn't. All right. We're allowing too much for the wind, but if you call a 4-knot breeze 1, and a 10-knot breeze 2, or even 1.5. Chef spoke eagerly, fascinated by the new experience of exact calculation. Ever since Solomon had shown him the basis of algorithm, the methods of al-Khwarizmi, he had been seeking problems to turn it on. The answers might be wrong, to begin with, but he was sure this was the tool he had been searching for half his life. A voice broke in, disapproving. Quick us. He's up now, if you'd like to watch, that is. He is risking his neck. Quicka growing sarcastic and Hund aggressive, Chef noted, with a part of his attention. Time to think of that another day. Tolman was high in the sky, not flying free, but streaming on the end of his line, already 200, 300 feet up, blown out across the harbor, higher than the topmost turret of the walled city, like a watchtower in the sky. From the besiegers on the hillside, someone shot an arrow, which looped hopelessly short. Chef licked his lips as he stared up at him. Now he had the basis of calculation. He was determined to make a kite with enough surface to lift him, too. If it were a 1-to-1 relationship, he would need a kite maybe 12 foot by 6 by 4. But how much did the kite itself weigh? There was an answer to everything. Quicka turned back from his place by the ropes. He's pulled 3 times. He's seen something, and he's pointing north. North. And the probing attack from the south. Winch him in, Chef ordered. He had no doubt that this was the Emperor's famous machine approaching, the War Wolf. The road which snaked along the coast towards the north wall of Septimania made its final turn some 200 double paces short of the massive wooden gate, normally open for the passage of trade, now closed and barred, the towers either side of it bristling with breastbows and crossbows, traction catapults and torsion dart throwers. None of that could save the defenders once their gate was battered down, and reinforced oak though it was, crisscrossed with iron, one blow from War Wolf would destroy it. This Erkenbert knew. But the blow had to be in the right place. War Wolf lobbed its missiles like all traction weapons. A shot which fell 5 paces short was of no value, just another obstacle to the final attack. One 5 paces over was as useless. The boulder had to come whirling from the sky and crash exactly into the center of the gate, ideally just a fraction short of central, so that it would burst oak and iron backwards. It had always done its work in the past, sometimes after repeated trials. Erkenbert was well aware that the little hornet's nest strongholds of the Moslem bandit lords, even the citadel of the heretics Puigpunyent, had offered no serious resistance, had merely stood still for undisturbed target practice. One could not count on the apostate Englishman and his diabolic crew to be so passive. And so Erkenbert had given serious thought to the 2 great deficiencies of Warwolf. First, its appallingly slow reload time. The great counterweight chamber, the size of a peasant's dwelling, was filled with stones. Its crash to earth was what provided the mighty power for the missile slung from the long arm. How was the weight to be lifted 20 feet into the air? Till now, Erkenbert had used the slow way, the safe way. Raise the counterweight chamber by pulling down the long arm. Bolt down the long arm. Send 50 laborers to mount ladders and fill the chamber while it hung above their heads. Once it was full, load the missile, pull the retainer bolt. After it had shot, empty the chamber once more, raise it up against the lessened resistance, send the laborers back again to pour in their stones. Too slow, Erkenbert knew. He had decided to solve the problem. Stout iron rings sunk into the rims of the counterweight chamber. Ropes lashed firmly to them, leading over a new and massive wooden roller at the very top of the whole contrivance. Now the laborers could simply haul the weight up again, slowly and with horrible effort for those who had to deadlift half a ton and more 20 feet in the air. But it saved all the emptying and filling. The second problem was the old one, so vital for this machine, of estimating the range. But this was partly solved by the now invariant quality of the throwing weight. All that needed to be changed was the weight thrown. Erkenbert had selected a pile of boulders of graded weight. The idle peasants complained bitterly about dragging them along, too, in carts pulled by mule and human power, but Erkenbert gave no heed to that. He was confident that once he had his sighting shot, and who knew, it might be dead on target, too. One calculation, and he could select a stone to finish the job. 2 shots and the gate would be down, 3 at the very worst. All that remained was to maneuver the great machine into position, ignoring the inevitable harassing shots from the enemy's lighter weapons. At noon, Erkenbert, having surveyed the ground, gave the order to advance. It was obeyed gingerly by the sweating, exhausted men of his catapult gang, with disciplined readiness by the Lanzenbrüder, as contemptuous as Erkenbert himself of the local noonday halts. With the Emperor himself at hand, there was no question of anyone disobeying. Chef had had hours of warning from Tolman. Behind the barred gate, totally invisible to the besiegers, he had set up the answer of the Waymen to Warwolf, a counterweight machine based on what the Arab had told him, and on what his own imagination and experience with traction weapons had suggested. Now from the wall he watched Warwolf creeping round the corner of the road with interest and alarm. It had been transported in pieces, assembled just short of its place of operation. It crept forward on 12 massive cartwheels. As it reached the flat place Erkenbert had selected, it stopped. Men began to set blocks under its frame, lever the wheels off. Why were they doing that? And how would they move the blocks once they were in place? "Ready to shoot!" called a voice from the walls. Quicka crouched behind the sights of his favorite dart-thrower. He had 100 men, 200 in front of him, clear targets. Chef waved impatiently for silence. Watching was more important than killing a few laborers. So the enemy must think, too. More men were coming forward, staggering under the weight of giant mantlets. Heavy wooden screens that would keep out a crossbow bolt, even blunt the force of a torsion dart. The screens hid what he needed to see. But he had seen something ominous. "Shoot when you're ready," called Chef. "Nothing to shoot at now," complained an anonymous voice. They began nonetheless to shoot at the mantlets, trying to aim for junction points. Something might get through. Some poor fool might be unnerved. "What did you see?" asked Thorvin, the most interested of the way priests in mechanical contrivances. "Theirs has 2 bracing timbers running out from the sides. Ours doesn't." "What difference does that make?" "We don't know. We've never shot ours." The two men looked anxiously now at their machine, set up 20 paces behind the gate. It was nothing but a massively scaled-up version of their familiar old pole-thrower, the weapon that had won the threefold battle, as men now called it. The battle on two fronts against Mercians and against Ivar, Svandis's father. It had not won a battle since. Would its giant descendant work as simply as its ancestor? "Start loading," said Chef. He, too, had seen the problem that Erkenbert had learnt from experience, could think with his more mechanical mind of two methods at least of solving it. Had no time to make the necessary gears and ratchets, the great iron axle that would be needed for the better method. He, too, was thrown back on the simple way. Raise the bucket high and empty, then fill it while it was in the air. But his gang were not using stones. Each man had a stout sack full of sand, carefully and individually weighed. 100 pounds a time. Thorvin counted the men off as they mounted the ladder, the burliest of bronze Vikings, sweat pouring from them into their hemp shirts. 15 loads dumped in, and the long arm bending visibly as it strained against its greased retainer bolt. "Load the sling," Chef ordered. Another hard job. The sling itself lay along the ground like a gigantic empty scrotum. The boulder that went into it, Chef knew, weighed almost exactly 150 pounds. A gang had dug it from the seashore, weighed it against sandbags over a steelyard, been told immediately to start chipping it round, and weigh the chips. Then they had been sent back to raise 3 more, carve them to a weight as near identical as care could make them. But now the first load had to be lifted into place. No great weight for strong men, but round boulders are hard to lift from the ground. For a moment there was straining and catcalls from the watchers. Then, as the two lifters turned angrily on their messmates, Bronn and Stur walked forward. They dug their fingers into the sand below the boulder, embraced it like two wrestlers, heaved it up and along into its double bull-hide bag. Now, when the weight dropped, the arm would rise. When the arm rose, the sling would whirl. When the sling whirled, the rock would come off and crash down on its own launcher and crew, unless the hook that was the free counterpart of the fixed ring on the sling's rope, unless that hook lifted off at precisely the right point. Chef stepped forward to check the angle of the nail it rested on. It was right. As he stepped back, drawing a deep breath and looking at his old comrade Osmond, who had demanded the honor of first launch, he heard a great "Oh!" rise from the men on the walls, a gasp or groan of surprise that cut through the snapping of crossbows and twanging of ropes. Chef looked up, saw the moon coming down on him. Just as he had a decade before at the siege of York, he cringed, head sinking into shoulders like a turtle. Gigantic, weightless, the boulder sailed silently down from a point that seemed higher than ever Tolman had flown. Erkenbert and the Empire had shot first. The boulder was almost a perfect hit first time. It cleared the top of the city gate by no more than 6 feet, shot past faster than eye could follow, crashed into the dry sandy ground almost equidistant between the foot of the gate and the place where Chef stood by the side of his own trebuchet. The earth shook beneath his feet, sand rose in a cloud. As it settled in an awestruck silence, men stared at the rock that had appeared there, looking as if it had lain there since the dawn of time. "It's bigger than ours," came a gloomy voice. Some friendly memory helped Chef to recognize it. "Anything's bigger than yours, Ada," he replied. "What are you waiting for, Osmond? Pull the bolt." As he saw Osmond turn with a certain fear to the bolt, Chef himself turned his back, ran up the stone steps to the parapet of the left-hand tower. Behind him he heard a squeak of protesting metal being drawn. Then a long scraping noise which ended in a great crash. He looked round just in time to see the sling release and the boulder that 2 mighty men had strained to lift fly into the sky like a pebble. As it soared out on its long arc, Chef followed it, ignoring the groans of protesting timber, the shouts and yells from the crew. The top of its arc there must be the midway point. He was sure it was on line for Warwolf. But the range? Chef let the breath escape in a long sigh. He knew already it was going to be over, even well over. His shot had been far worse than the enemy's. The thump and cloud of dust had come down well over. How well over? He put down the farseer with its cloudy lenses, strained his one eye to get a sure view. There were too many things in the way. At a guess he would say 40 yards over. Consider. How many men stretched head to foot between what he could see of Warwolf and the already settling dust cloud? Chef counted, nodding his head unconsciously to each imaginary 6 feet. Maybe not 40 yards, more like 35. Under rather than over. Say 34. Now how far was it from Warwolf to the gate? The guard Captain Malachi was standing by him, saying nothing but looking anxious. Think carefully. You must have walked that road many times. How far is it from the gate to their machine? Think of it in double paces. A long pause. I would say 140. And 20 already paced out from the center line of his own machine to this side of the gate. 160 times 5.5 feet was the range he meant to shoot. That sum plus 34 times 3 was what he had shot. He had to reduce the 1,500-pound throw weight in proportion to the reduced distance to get a hit with a boulder of the same weight. 2 days ago he would have thrown his hands up, declared the sum impossible. Now, Chef sprinted down the steps again to where his sand table waited. Osmond met him with a face of woe. The machine, it's falling apart. The weight's too big for it. Needs side braces like what they've got. Chef pushed him aside. Wedge everything back as best you can. Use nails if you have to. It has to hold together for one more shot. Tell the men to unload, winch up, put in 1,000 pounds. Then wait. He bent to his table, lines already drawn for the first of his sums. 160 times 5, add on 80. That was easy. Write 880 in the sand. 34 times 3, added on, write 982 in the sand. Now divide 15 into 982 to find out how much distance to each 100-pound bag. And then divide that figure into the 880. Chef struggled on, absorbed. His own men watched him curiously. Solomon and Malachi exchanged glances. Either of them, they suspected, could have carried out the operation faster, as could any trader in the market. But then a market trader would not have known what it was that the king of the barbarians was trying to do. He might be near illiterate, but he had made the machine, the flares, the kites, the crossbows. Best to trust to what the Arabs would call his iqbal, the odor of success. Chef straightened. He could not do quantities less than 1, had to double his numbers both sides to get a fair approximation. But he knew the answer. 1,000-pound bags in? Right. Add 3 more. Open a 4th. Take half out, exactly half. Chef bent over the open bag. There should be 50 pounds in it. According to his figures, he should now take out 7 more. What difference could that possibly make to a boulder of the size they were throwing? Grimly he scrabbled out what seemed to him to be 7 pounds of dirt, the same weight as 2 days' rations. He twisted the bag closed, stepped up the ladder, hurled it in on top of the pile. Ready to throw again? Have you checked the line? A shout from the parapet where Thorvin had gone to watch. Warwolf is ready. I can see the long arm raised. Chef looked at Osmond. There was no crash of metal here, no trumpets blaring and war cries rising. But this was where the battle would be decided. All Warwolf had to do was drop its range 6 feet. Unless they smashed it with this shot, the next act they would take would be to run for the harbor. To face the floating fort, the noonday calm, and the Greek fire. In an hour they would all be burnt corpses floating in the sea. Osmond shrugged like a farm hand, asked about the haymaking. I checked her for line again. I can't say nothing about what happened to the timbers. You heard them start to come apart. Chef took a deep breath, looked at the counterweight, the frame, the sling with its carefully chipped boulder. It felt wrong. The figures said it was right. Stand by to shoot. Get back, everybody. All right, Osmond. Shoot! As he pulled back the bolt, Chef was already in mid-leap for the steps and the parapet. Behind him he heard the scrape, the crash, and this time a chorus of yells of alarm as the hastily wedged timber frame slowly and inexorably sprang apart. The boulder was still in the air, still rising as he reached his vantage point. As he focused on his target, he saw it, too, suddenly move. The great wooden counterweight chamber dropped instantaneously behind the mantlets. He saw the long arm rise, the inconceivably powerful lash of the sling, like a giant's arm coming round. And then there were 2 boulders in the sky, one falling, one rising. For an instant he thought they would strike each other. Then all he could see out on the plain was dust, and out of the dust the enemy's missiles still climbing. Erkenbert's weak eyes had not let him see the flight of his first missile. He had a Lanzenbruder standing beside him to act as his observer, but the man had said only, "Very close, just over the top. Drop it just a cat's hair, Hera, and we are through." Encouraging, but hard to count a cat's hair. Erkenbert did his best. One thing he knew was that his throw weight would not change, not now that he had the system in place for hauling the counterweight up again by main force. As the men struggled with it, heaving at unyielding ropes, he reflected on his problem. It was 300 yards from machine to gate, more or less. He needed to shoot just a trifle less, so use the next boulder up in his graduated pile. But would that then fall short? What was the difference? If a stone of some 200 pounds were to be thrown 300 yards by the weight he had, whatever that weight was, how heavy a stone would be needed to travel just 295? Erkenbert knew how to find the answer. He needed to multiply 300 by 200 and divide the answer by 295. But to Erkenbert, product of the great and famous school of Latin learning at York, the school that in its time had produced such men as Alcuin the Deacon, the minister of Charlemagne, preserver of manuscripts, poet, editor, and commentator on the Bible, the problem did not present itself like that. To him 300 was CCC, 200 CC. I times I was VI, C by C. But their common sense would have to step in, not calculation, and give an answer as XM. Erkenbert had plenty of common sense. He could soon, if not immediately, deduce that CCC multiplied by CC must be VIXM. But VIXM, 610,000, was more like a word or a phrase than a number. What VIXM divided by CCXCV might be, that hardly the wisest man could tell, and even he not on a battlefield. Erkenbert considered, ordered forward the next size of boulder up from the one he had just hurled. According to the number painted on its side, it should be perhaps 5, perhaps 10 pounds heavier than the last one, more or less like the 300 yards Erkenbert had estimated for the range. Arithmeticus though he was, absolute precision in numbers was no part of his worldview, except perhaps for calculating rents, the symbolism of Bible numbers, and the date of Easter. And Warwolf had never before faced a reply. The stone that had crashed into the ground 40 yards away had angered Erkenbert, with its proof of hostile and inventive minds resisting him, and his emperor and their savior's will. Its wild miss had cheered him as well. What better could one expect from illiterates imitating their betters without so much as a copy of Vegetius to instruct them? Nor would they have had the ingenuity to match his roller and his ropes. Why were the laborers taking so long to haul the weight back into place? He waved forward the Lanzenbruder to flog the idle levies on. One of the men heaving at a rope, his feet slipping in the soft dust, dared to snarl a comment in the ear of the man next to him. "I'm a sailor, I am. We shift our Latino yards over the mast all the time, just like this. But what we use is pulleys. Ain't this lot ever heard of pulleys?" A slash of leather opened the wheel across his back and shut his mouth at the same time. As the retainer bolt finally slid home, and the gasping men let go of their ropes, he looped his line unnoticed round the side frame, twisted it into a half-hitch, walked away. What it would do he did not know. He did not know what they were supposed to be doing, drafted here on the orders of his bishop, and taken from his boat just as there was a chance of a successful voyage. But if there was anything he could do to obstruct, he would. Erkenbert viewed the cocked and prepared machine with a grim pleasure, looked round at his emperor watching from the hillside, within cover or out of range of the weapons still shooting from the wall. Behind him the 2,000 stormers ready to pour through the gate, headed by Tasso the Bavarian and the emperor's own elite guard. He turned back, saw with sudden incredulity the boulder already rising from behind the enemy's gate. In an immediate reflex of rage, shrieked the order, "Shoot!" Saw his own missile drag along the ground in its sling, whirl round, climb into the sky almost into the very path of the other. And then the great crash, the rending of timbers and ropes and iron all together. Chef's exactly calculated rock came down precisely as intended, the various errors of calculation balancing out, as so often happens when each part is done as nearly as humanly possible. Range a little overestimated, air resistance never considered at all, the creep of strained timbers incalculable, but the answer correct. In one moment Warwolf sprang apart, struck just at the pivot point and square on, shattering arm and side frame and rending out the side of the counterweight. The great machine lay in fragments, timbers slowly, creakily falling to the earth, like a stricken hero's limbs sinking in death. Gently through the dust, earth began to patter out of the counterweight chamber, falling onto the boulder that had shattered it, as if to hide it from view, pretend that nothing had happened. Numbly, Erkenbert stalked forward to inspect the damage, then caught himself, looked out across the plain to see where his shot had landed, called on his eyes to report for him. "Just short," reported Gottschalk, the brooder, with stolid unconcern. "Up just half a cat's hair and you've got it." From the wall, Chef looked at the boulder lying now 4 feet short of the gate, looked across at the cloud of dust which marked where his shot had gone home, with surely an instant ago a glimpse of broken pieces whirling end over end out of it, and reflected on the value of calculation. A deep sense of satisfaction rose within him. He had the answer, not just to this problem alone, but to many problems. Not perhaps to his most pressing one. As the cries of glee and triumph began at last to die down, he turned into the exultant face of Braun, almost a foot above his own. "We beat off the fire, we beat off the stones," shouted Braun. "We have to do more than beat them off," replied Chef. Braun sobered. "Right. We have to sicken them of it. I always said so. Now how are we going to do that?" Chef hesitated. He had a feeling as of one who reaches out for a familiar tool, the hilt of a sword that has hung at his belt for 10 years, and finds nothing there. He reached inside himself for a source of inspiration, advice, the voice of his father God. Nothing there. He had the knowledge of Al-Khwarizmi now. The wisdom of Rig had gone. Chapter 24. The Emperor of the Romans sagged back onto his camp stool, his face drawn and weary. "Total failure," he said. He reached out an arm, picked up the holy lance which never left him, cradled it to his cheek. After a few moments he put it reverently but still wearily back in its place. "Even the lance brings me no comfort," he went on. "The virtue has gone out of me. I have angered God." The 2 bodyguards standing at the entrance to the tent, stifling at the end of the long Catalan summer's day, looked at each other uneasily, then at the 4th man in the room, the deacon Erkenbert, mixing wine and water with his face turned down. "Angered God, Hera?" asked Jopp uncertainly, the bolder and duller of the 2. "You eat fish on Fridays. God knows. I mean, we know you don't have no women in here, though if you wanted to, there's plenty." His comrade trod firmly on his foot with a hobnailed boot, and Jopp's voice trailed into silence. Bruno's face showed not even amusement. His voice continued wearily. "The Greek fire failed. 40 good brothers dead or missing, and Agilolf pulled out of the sea half-roasted." A spark of animation showed. He straightened for a moment. "It's my belief those Greek bastards flamed him with the rest, because he was in the way. But still—" He sank back again. "We lost. The Admiral won't try again. Keeps wailing about his lost projector. And Warwolf smashed. The gate knocked down. I do not blame you, Erkenbert. But you have to admit there was something devilish about the way they hit with the second shot. You would have thought God would send his servants something, if they were his true servants. I fear I am not. Not any more." Erkenbert did not look up, continued to pour one flask into another as if absorbed. "Are there any other signs, O Imperator, that God has turned his back on you?" "Too many. Deserters keep coming in. Men who say they were Christians converted to the worship of Mohammed by force. We make them eat the bacon, then test what they say. They all say the same. The Arab army barely the other side of the hill, led by the Caliph in person, Uraman. Tens of thousands, they say. Hundreds of thousands, they say. All those who resist the will of the Caliph are impaled. And the worst of all you know, O deacon. No word of the Holy Grail, the ladder of life to go with the lance of the Holy Death. How many men have we sent to death in the search for it? Sometimes their screams come to me in my sleep. That boy, the one who had seen it, you tortured him till he died. And the child, the fair child who fell in flame from the skies. They should have lived many years yet, but they died. And for nothing. For nothing. The Emperor sagged back further, his long arms trailing on the ground, his eyes closed. His metal gauntlets lay on the table in front of him. Moving carefully, Erkenbert the deacon stepped across, seized one of them, weighed it in his hand, and then swung it with all his scrawny force across the face of the defenseless Emperor. Blood spurted instantly from the broken nose. As the bodyguards reached reflexively for their hilts, Erkenbert found himself whirled off his feet, back stretched over the table, a forearm like oak and wire cutting off the breath in his throat, and a dagger tip already poised an inch from his eyeball. Slowly the pressure relaxed. The Emperor straightened up, hauling his counselor with him. "Stay back, boys. Now what the hell did you do that for?" No glimpse of fear showed in the pale face glaring up at him. "I struck you because you are a traitor to God. God has sent you to carry out his purposes, whatever those purposes may be. And you fall into the sin of despair. You are no better than a suicide who kills himself because he fears what God may send, except in one way. You have time yet to make amends. Down on your knees, Emperor that should be, and beg forgiveness from the All-Highest." Slowly the Emperor sank down, dagger falling from his hand, and began to mutter the Lord's Prayer through the flow of blood from his nose. Erkenbert let him finish. "Enough, for now. Confess this to your confessor. Now hold still." The deacon stepped forward, took careful hold of the broken septum, aligned it carefully, ran a finger along the top to check. The Emperor remained motionless, as he did under his own many private penances. "Very well. You will look none the worse in a day or two. Here, drink." The deacon thrust forward an unspilled tankard. "Now listen to what I have to say. Yes, the Greek fire failed. Yes, Warwolf is destroyed. No, the Grail has not been found. But think. These deserters, these secret eaters of pork who have come to you, they are apostates and the children of apostates, traitors many times over. Would they have come to you if they had thought the Caliph of the Christ rejectors were going to win? No. They fled in fear of his defeat. So, put them in the front rank of your army. Remind them of the fate that comes to those who are captured having renounced the false prophet. But smite the Caliph as Samson smote the Philistines, strong in the Lord." The Emperor rubbed a blood-stained chin. "It sounds as if we are well outnumbered." "Smite them in the mountain passes, then. Take revenge for the dead Roland. What is it the minstrels sing in his song in the Rolandslied?" Surprisingly, the stolid Yop replied. "They say, the Franks, Chrétien ont droit et païens ont tort. Christians are right and pagans are wrong. I heard it sung back in Leuven Market. That's what made me join up." Christians are right and pagans are wrong. That is all you need to know. But I will tell you another tale to strengthen your faith. When the blessed Gregory, the Pope, sent his emissaries to England to bring my countrymen the Holy Gospel, they would not listen, just as they have turned heretic today. And Paulinus, the Archbishop of that time, his heart failed him, and he made ready to flee, to return to Rome in faintness of heart. But in his sleep the Apostle Peter, the first Pope, from whom all popes take their power, he came to Paulinus in a dream and scourged him savagely with knotted cords, and told him to return to his post. And when the Archbishop woke, the marks of the cord were still to be seen on his body where the holy Peter had flogged him. So Paulinus turned again and conquered. Do you now likewise, Emperor, and as penance for your weakness, though I am not your confessor, I appoint you this. Stand in the forefront, fight for the Holy Church." The Emperor rose to his feet, stood looking down. "And what of your penance, little man? For you have struck the Lord's anointed." The deacon stared up at him. "I will find you the Grail or die." A hand gripped his shoulder. "Find me the Grail, and I swear it. If I overthrow the infidels, I will make you not archbishop, not cardinal, but pope. We have had too many Italian weaklings who never passed the walls of Rome. We need a Gregory, a true descendant of Peter. The papacy is not vacant. whispered Erkenbert, struck almost dumb by the immensity of the prospect suddenly revealed to him. "That can be arranged," said Bruno, "as it has been before." In the camp of the Caliph, the successor of the Prophet, no such drama. As was the custom, the leaders of the divisions of the army came to make their reports at the hour of sunset, one by one entering the great pavilion pitched hours before. Its extent and the time needed for pitching it and striking it were a main reason for the army's slow progress across the northern peninsula. They came to stand before the divan of the Caliph. Between it and them the notorious leather carpet, the executioners standing to either side of it, scimitars drawn, the strangling bowstrings twisted round their waists. At the side of the Caliph, as always now, his favorite counselor, the young savant Muatia. The generals let their eyes pass over him without sign. His advice was wild, his opinions foolish. One day the Caliph would tire of him. They looked also without expression at the curtains behind the Caliph's divan. By law and tradition the Caliph's women might not appear in formal audience. Yet they had long been allowed to watch and listen unseen. Some said that they, too, had found favor with the Caliph, were leading him further down his present path of folly. No one was going to report it. "Tell me of the deserters," said the Caliph abruptly. "How many more secret eaters of pork have you allowed to escape us? How many have been in the army unseen for so many years, bringing us defeat and disgrace?" The general of the cavalry replied, "Some have tried to escape, Caliph. My horsemen ride them down. They wait only for your sentence. None have escaped." Only some fractions of this were true. The general had no idea how many fewer men the army had today than yesterday. He knew it was a good many, and many of that many from his own elite cavalry units. He would not confess it as he might have done once. In the first place, he was the third commander of cavalry the army had had since it marched from Cordova, and the others had not died easily. In the second place, where once he might have been betrayed by an ambitious subordinate or rival, like the general of the infantry, they now made common cause. Rivals could betray each other too easily. Subordinates had no wish to come to prominence. The Caliph turned to the general of the advance guard. "Is this true?" Only a bow in assent. The Caliph pondered. Something was wrong, he knew. Someone was betraying him. But who? Muatia bent and whispered in his ear. The Caliph nodded. "Those units which have sheltered the pork-eaters, the defiers of Shahada, let them be placed foremost in the battle." His tone sharpened. "Do not think I do not know which they are. My faithful associates have kept record. If my orders are not obeyed, I will know who still shelters traitors. The impaling poles are not yet tired. Go now, fill them again. Further off this time. The traitor's shrieks disturb my household." Dismissed, the generals withdrew. They did not look at each other as they dispersed. All knew the orders were foolish. Putting the unreliable units, the northerners, the converts, and the mustaribs, in the front was merely to blunt the attack. But even to hint as much was treason. All one could do now was trust in Allah for some, prepare one's own way out for others. The commander of the cavalry reflected on the speed of his favorite mare, wondered if he could transfer some part of his regimental pay chest to his saddlebags without remark. Decided regretfully that life was the only burden he might manage to carry. Behind in the harem, behind the curtains, the three conspirators spoke quietly in their impenetrable woman's talk. "We have two chances still. To reach the Franks for Bert, to reach the pagan sailors for Alfred." "A third," corrected the Circassian. The others looked at her with surprise. No Circassian army existed in the west of the world. "There must be a successor to the successor. All successors are the same. Not if there is a change of faith. Cordova will eat pork and believe in Yeshua, the son of the Bibi Miriam? Or learn Hebrew and reject the prophet? There is another way," corrected the Circassian quietly. "If the successor of the prophet himself is defeated in battle by the infidel, faith will be shaken. Those who say that reason is a surer guide will grow stronger. Ishak, keeper of the scrolls, is one of them. So is Ben Firnas, in secret. His cousin Ben Maimun now commands the cavalry. They say that even Al-Khwarizmi, the glory of Cordova, was of the Mu'tazila, those who stand apart. Such men would listen even to the copper-haired princess of the north, if there was reason in her words. I would rather live with such men to rule in Cordova than go live in furs and fleas in the north." "If we could find such men," agreed Bert. Any man would be a change from a 10th part of one, said Alfred. She stretched her long body discontentedly. In a secluded court in the city of Septimania, faith and reason were also under discussion. For the first time in months, Thorvin had insisted that the priests of the Way should form their holy circle. There were only 4 of them, Thorvin for Thor, Skaldfinn for Tyr, Hugbarth for Njörð, and Hund the Leech for Idun. Nevertheless, with their holy oval drawn and marked out, the bale fire burning at one end, and the spear of Odin Allfather planted upright at the other, they could hope for divine guidance in their talk. For human guidance, as was their occasional custom, they had allowed both Bronn the Champion and Solomon the Jew to sit outside the oval as observers, to listen but only to speak if called on. "He says his visions have gone," began Thorvin without preamble. "He says he can no longer feel his father within him. Isn't sure he ever had a father or a godfather. He's talking about throwing his pendant away." Skaldfinn the interpreter replied, speaking in tones of gentle reason. "There's a simple explanation, isn't there, Thorvin? It's the woman, Svandis. She's been telling him for weeks that there are no gods, that they're just some disorder of the brain. She explains his dreams to him and shows him how they're just warped memories of things that have happened, buried fears. Now he believes her, so the visions have gone." "If you say that," cut in Hogbarth, "you're accepting that what she says is true. The visions come from inside. He's convinced inside that he shouldn't have any, so he doesn't. But we've always thought that the visions come from outside, and I've seen it proved. I've seen Viglek the priest come out of a vision and tell us things he could not know. They've been proved later on. It's the same with Farman the Frey priest, and many others. The woman's wrong. If she's wrong, then your simple explanation won't work." "And there's another simple explanation," Thorvin went on. "That what he says and has been saying is all true. That Loki is loose and Ragnarok is upon us. His father Rig cannot speak to him because he has been imprisoned, silenced. Whatever happens to gods who are defeated, there is war in the sky, and our side has lost already." A long silence while the priests and their observers considered the options. Thorvin pulled his hammer from his belt, began to thump it gently and rhythmically into the palm of his left hand while he considered. At the center of his feeling was a deep belief that his considered opinion was right. The one king, Chef, whom he had first met as a runaway English thrall boy, was the destined one. The one who would come from the north, in the deep belief of the Way. The peace king who would replace the war kings of old, who would set the world on its true path and away from the horrors of the Skuld world of the Christians. Thorvin had not wanted to believe it in the beginning, had shared the prejudice of his people and his religion against the English, against all those who did not speak Norse. Slowly he had been brought round. The visions, the evidence of Farman, the old tale of King Sheaf, the overthrow of kings. He remembered the testimony of Olaf the Norwegian king, himself a seer and a prophet, who had accepted the death and displacement of his own bloodline as the will of the gods. He remembered the death of Valgrim the Wise, who had not been wise enough to cease his resistance to the truth, even when tests had proved it. The thing that made Thorvin believe most strongly in the end was the unpredictable nature of it. The boy Chef, even when grown to a man, had not behaved like one sent by the gods. He had almost no interest in the will of the gods at all, had taken a pendant only with reluctance, and seemed most of the time on bad terms even with his own father and patron. He had no love for Odin, and little patience with sacred story. His interests were fixed on machines and devices. It was not what any priest of the Way would have expected. And yet again and again it seemed to Thorvin, what the gods sent was what no man expected, and no woman either, for all that Svandis might say. What they sent, what they did, had about it a peculiar feeling, a taste almost. It could not be missed once you were familiar with it. Thorvin had heard Solomon the Jew discourse on the peculiar quality of the Christians' Gospels, how even in disagreement they seemed to bear witness to some real event. That was how he felt about Chef and his visions. They were awkward, often unhelpful, even unwanted. That was what proved them true. Finally Thorvin summed up. "It is like this. If the visions are not true, then we have no witness for the existence of our gods. We might as well get rid of our clothes, our pendants, our holy emblems, and go back to working at our trades, as we do anyway. Either the visions are from inside, mere dreams, disorders of the brain and the belly, or they are from outside, from a world where our gods exist, independent of us. But I see no way to test this. A fourth voice came from inside the circle, a thin and tired one, the voice of Hund the leech. For weeks now, ever since the first joining of his friend Chef and his supposed pupil Sfandis, the little man had been withdrawn, sullen, even angry. Jealous, they all supposed, of the taking of the woman he loved by the one man who seemed least likely to. Now he spoke decisively. "I can test it for you." "How?" asked Hogbarth. "I have known for a long time, since Chef and I drank the potion of the Finns, that I can create visions with a potion. I think it likely that all his visions spring from the same root. Not a root, a fungus. You all know that if the rye gets wet when it is harvested, a kind of black spur grows on it. You Norsemen call it the rugulfur, the wolf in the rye. We all know to scrape it off, dry it out, not eat it. But it is hard to get rid of it completely. It brings visions, brings madness in large doses. I think our friend is especially subject to it, as some are. His visions come on after eating rye bread or rye porridge. What have we been eating since we have been here, since we finished our own stores? Wheat bread from well-dried grain. But I have decoction of the ergot fungus in my stores. I can bring on his visions at any time." "But if you say that," said Hogbarth, "you are agreeing with Skaldfin and Sfandis. The visions are just a disorder of the belly, not a message from the gods. So there are no gods." Hund looked round bleakly, without excitement or urge to make a point. "No. I have considered all this. You are all victims of a kind of thinking, I know. Either this or that. Either inside or outside, either truth or falsehood. It works with simple things, not with the gods. I am a leech. I have learned to look at the whole of my patients before I decide what may be wrong with them. Sometimes it is not just one thing. So I look at the whole of our beliefs about the gods. If we priests of the way, were to put our beliefs into words, we would say that the gods are somewhere outside us, somewhere in the sky, it may be, and that they were there before us. They made us. As for the gods of other people, like the Christians who brought me up, or the Jews we have met here, they are just mistakes. They do not exist at all. But they say the same of ours. Why should we be right and they wrong? Or they right and we wrong? Maybe we are all right, and all wrong. Right to think the gods exist, wrong to think they made us. Maybe we made them. What I think is that our minds are strange, beyond our understanding. They work in ways we do not know and cannot reach. Maybe they work in places we cannot reach, places that are beyond our space and our time. For the visions of Vigleg, and Chef too, they reach where their bodies could not go. In those strange places I think the gods are made, from mind stuff, from belief. They grow strong on belief, wither on disbelief or oblivion. So you see, Thorvin, Skaldfin, Chef's visions could be a true guide to the gods, but sprung from Rye Wolf, or from my potions, just the same. They need not be either or. Hogbarth licked his lips, spoke hesitantly, in face of the little man's certainty and composure. "Hund, I do not see how that can be true. If it were true that the gods spring from belief, think. How many way-folk are there? How many Christians are there? If the Christ God draws on the belief of thousands, our gods only on the belief of a tenth that number, surely our gods would be crushed like a nut under a war-hammer." Hund laughed mirthlessly. "I was a Christian once. How much do you think I believed? I believed that if I did not pay tithes to the church, my father's hut would be burned down. There are Christians in the world, I know. King Alfred is one of them. Chef told me once of the old woman he and Alfred met, grieving for her man. She was another. But church folk are not Christians. Nor do all those who say the Shahada believe in Allah. They believe in nothing, or they believe in the Sharia, as your people, Solomon, believe in their books. I do not think that kind of belief will do. For if the gods are our creation, then they cannot be deceived as we deceive ourselves." "And if the one king has ceased to believe in his gods?" asked Thorvin. "That need not mean they have ceased to believe in him, for they come from other minds besides his. Let me try my potion. But one thing first. The woman. Keep her out of the way. It comes to me that she too has power on the other side, like her father, the boneless one, the were-dragon." The priests looked at each other, looked at the dying fire, nodded in wordless agreement. Chef took the cup that Hund handed to him, looked not at its contents but into the eyes of his friend, his childhood friend, now perhaps his rival or his enemy. "This will make me dream of my father. It will make you dream the way you used to. What if my father has no message for me? Then you will know that at least." Chef hesitated, drained the cup. It tasted musty, old. "Now I am not sure I want to sleep." "Stay awake, then. The visions will come either way." Hunt took the cup, walked away without another word. Chef felt deserted, alone. Smondis had vanished, no one knew where. Braun and the others were avoiding him. He sat in a small room by the dockside, hearing dim whoops and cheering as the catapult crews celebrated their victory over the Greeks, and over the war-wolf. He wished he could join them. After a while the room faded from his eyes, began to be overlaid with strange sweeps and spirals of color. He found himself examining them with manic attention, as if by doing so he could prevent himself from being pulled on to what he knew was waiting. As if his eyes had cleared, Chef found himself staring into an enormous face. The nose alone was bigger than he was. The eyes were like black pools. The lips curled back to reveal monstrous teeth. The face was laughing at him. With the crash, sound came to his ears, and he staggered beneath the gale of laughter that blew towards him. He was like a mouse, Chef felt. Like a mouse caught on a tabletop when the owner of the kitchen returned. He span round, crouched, looked for a point of hiding, began to move. A slam and something was over him. A hand. Light gleamed at the bottom of it, and as he moved towards the opening, 2 fingers came through, a thumb and finger, and picked him off the tabletop as if he had been a cherry. The thumb and finger closed round him, not forcefully, not yet. They only had to squeeze, he knew, and his guts would force their way out of his mouth and anus like a man crushed between a launched longship and its rollers. The face was looking at him, still with manic glee. Chef could see, even from this terrible vantage, that the face was mad. Not mad, but crazy. It was the face of the man he had seen staked out for the serpent to spit its venom on. The man his father had loosed, and whom he had avoided on the giant stairway by the god's Ormgarth. It was the face of Loki. Loki unbound. Loki as the gods had made him. "My brother's little favorite," teased the voice in a bass rumble so low he could barely hear it. "He loosed me, but I do not think he meant me to catch you. Shall I squeeze you now and end his plans? You do not believe in me, I know, but you will die in your sleep just the same, and some part of you will stay here with me forever." Chef could make no reply, kept looking round. His father Rig? The other gods? Surely Loki had many enemies. "Or I could throw you to my pets," the voice went on. The hand tipped Chef so he could see down to what lay beneath the table. A crawling mass of serpents that twined round the mad god's legs. From time to time they struck at him. He could see the fangs bared, smell the poison. "I have swallowed so much venom I feel it no more," laughed the voice. "And there are my other pets. You have seen some of them before." A tilt, and Chef could see out into the open sea, where backs rose and fell. Some of them were the orcas, the killer whales who had nearly taken Cuthred and himself, had destroyed Valgrim the Wise and all his men at Hrafnsey. But they were warm-blooded beasts, almost human in their cunning and their converse. Chef could see others, mere cold eyes above monstrous teeth, and worse things below. The fear of being dragged down, of ending his life in the jaws of a thing that did not even know what it was doing, came over him. He could feel the cold sweat break out on his body. "Good, very good. Now you are afraid. But you need be less so than some. Because I can use you, mannequin. You have brought me much service already. The Greeks burn men alive. The Arabs thrust poles up them till they die. But you have brought them fear from a distance. You have brought them fear from the sky. And you can bring them more yet. You with your strange salts and your strange machines. There is more there than you will ever learn. But you could set men on the right path. my path. And if you do, you can have my favor. I could not help my favorite whom you killed in the water, Ivar, bane of women, for I was bound. But now I am free. Is there no revenge you wish for, like Ivar, like me?" "No," said Chef, his voice like a thin bird's piping, a mouse's squeak in the cat's paw. He was not conscious of any courage. Loki had asked him a question. He knew the answer. It would do no good to lie. The crazy face stared down at him. Chef found himself trying to imagine what it would have been like without the scars and pits of poison, the bitter marks of resentment. Like looking at a scarred and defeated old warrior, and wondering what he might have been like if his life had gone aright. The finger and thumb were pressing tight around him, but they had not squeezed yet. "See there." Chef found himself staring up an immense bridge, a bridge that was at the same time a rainbow, and at the end of it a cold glitter of blades. "The gods, my father and my brothers, they have gone back over Bifrost Bridge, and Odin has called out his Einherjar to man it. They expect me to storm it with my allies the giants, and my children the monster brood. Why should I not?" "It was your home once, Lord, before you slew Balder." This time the thumb and finger were tightening. He could feel his ribs groan, ready to snap and send splinters through his heart. "I did not mean to slay Balder. I meant them to see themselves for what they were." "I know that, Lord. So does my father Rig. It was why he loosed you." The face had gone quiet, and a kind of reason was coming back into it. "Are you trying to bargain with me, mannequin?" "Yes, Lord." "Then what is your offer?" "I do not know yet, Lord. To give you a footing again in Asgard?" "You cannot give me that," said the voice of Loki. "But maybe you can give me something. Listen then to my offer. Do my wishes. Make more fire, make more machines. Be my follower and not Rig's. Turn your back on the way and bring terror to the world. And in exchange I will give you more than my father Odin ever offered. He gives his favorites success till he chooses different, like Sigurd Snake-Eye, whom you gave to death when his shoelace tripped him. I would give you success till you died, old and terrible. Think of the men at your command. Think of the women you can take. All that can be yours. Now here is my token. Above all else, you want the fire. I will send it to you, and with it a hope beyond your hope. When it comes to you, say to the Greek, it is best on a winter morning. See him grovel. Go now. But do not think you can escape me now I am loose, or that your father can protect you, locked at the end of Bifrost Bridge." Chef found himself suddenly tossed in the air, going up and further up like a stone from a catapult. He turned in the air, trying to get his feet under him, possessed with fear of where he might land, in the sea with the cold eyes and the teeth, on the land where the serpents crawled and struck. There was a bed beneath his back. He was struggling to his feet, trying to draw his legs up from the fangs. Arms were pressing him down. He felt a soft breast on his naked skin. Svandis. For long moments he clung to her, shaking. "Do you know what you were saying?" she said to him at last. "No." "You called it out again and again in Norse. Skal ek tat eigi, skal ek tat eigi, tat skal ek eigi gera." Chef translated automatically. "I shall not that, I shall not that, that shall I not do." "What is that?" asked Svandis. Chef realized he was clutching his pendant protectively. "Give up this," he said, looking down at it. "Give up this and worship Loki in exchange for his favor. What is that noise outside?" Chapter 25. The sun was already above the horizon. A night had passed by while Chef struggled in his dream with the god of chaos, and the noise was the noise of frenzied cheering. Ship after ship was nosing its way into the harbor, the first one challenged from a distance and then covered by alarmed and wary mule crews. But as the ship's build became obvious even to the naked eye, and as shouts were exchanged backwards and forwards between the oncoming armada and the catapult crews, the tension vanished. The hastily repaired boom was cast off. The covering artillery ceased to swing its trails round. Tight-wound ropes were slacked off. As the news spread through the town, all those who could be released from sentry go ran down to the dockside, waving and shouting with the relief of tension. The fleet that Alfred had fitted out and sent to the rescue, warned by Farman's vision, had gathered slowly from its various stations in the northern seas, and then probed its way cautiously south. Fishermen had often seen Chef's smaller fleet making its way down across Biscay and along the coast of Spain. No seaman who had seen them ever forgot the strange two-master design, and it was easy in any language to ask, "Have you seen ships like ours?" Information became harder to gather or to understand once they had rounded the narrow straits of Jebel Tariq and made their way into the inland sea, urged on by the steady current from the Atlantic. The ships of the Magus had gone to Cordova. No, they had sailed against the Nazarenes. They were in alliance with the Caliph. No, the Caliph had denounced them as treacherous dogs. All ships fled from the spirits of the Magus, who threw great stones at the order of their sorcerer king. On the contrary, it was the Nazarenes who ruled the inland sea, with their tame dragons which burned the very sea with fire. Hardred, the English fleet commander appointed by Alfred, did his best to pick sense out of all he was told, assisted by Farman Priest of Frey, the visionary who had brought them all on this expedition, and by Gold Gudmund, once Chef's comrade, now king, under the one king of Sveriki, land of the Swedes. One thing all three had grasped. The Greek galleys were everywhere feared, for reasons no one was sure of. "Proves no one's lived to report," remarked Gudmund. As they probed up the coast, opinion also hardened on the fact that the northerners were in harbor and unable to escape. Hardred had at bottom little fear of an encounter with any fleet. 20 catapult-armed two-masters of the hero class, every ship named for a hero of northern legend, followed his flag, and round them skimmed a score and a half of conventional Viking longships, manned by the best that Gudmund's Swedes and the mercenary market of London could provide. Yet the rumors gave him a little caution. He had spent the night his king had passed in dream lying well offshore, all lights doused, the two masters grapnelled together, the longships rowing cautious, quiet patrol. With the sudden Mediterranean dawn he had come in on the harbor of Septimania, on a long slanting tack against the dawn breeze, all catapults wound and loaded, scouting ships out well ahead. The first thing Gudmund had seen had been the floating fort, a formidable obstacle if attacked from the direction of the harbor it was meant to block. Attacked from the opposite direction, it could offer no resistance. The first 50 Vikings scrambling onto it, axes in hand, met only raised hands and scared faces. Even the 20 Lanzenbruder there to keep an eye on the Frankish levies, caught without warning in the midst of a peaceful breakfast, could do no more than eye their stacked armor and join the surrender. The Greek commander of the galley on standing patrol, who had done no more for many days than incinerate careless fishing boats, tried a little harder. He saw the strange vessels approaching, manned his oars, and screamed at his siphonistoi to make ready. It took time, the flax to be lit, the bellows manned, the pump to be shipped, the safety checks of oil vessel and connecting pipes scrambled through. As the siphonistoi scrambled to their places, the commander manned his oars and tried to outrun pursuit. 2 longships were already ahead of him, curving round under oars alone to take him from either side. As he shrieked at his fire crew to make ready to shoot, regardless of their preparations, a mulestone from the leading two-master knocked away his sternpost. The galley sank back in the water, the oarsmen immediately quitting their posts. As the siphonistoi gave up their impossible task, the commander, remembering his prime directive, not to let the secret of the Greek fire fall to any enemy, ran towards the pressure tank with an axe, determined to hold it and let the oil run on to the blazing flax. One of the oarsmen, highly paid and valued as he was, had nevertheless seen too many fishermen screaming in agony in blazing water to accept the same fate for himself, regardless of the fate of Constantinople and the Empire. He tripped his commander, brained him with his own axe, and swept the uncertain siphonistoi aside. The longships closed, crews scrambling aboard and eyeing the copper dome and nozzles nervously. Hurriedly the Greek oarsmen and marines were thrust overboard to cling to ropes and planking in the warm sea. Grapnelled between her 2 capturers, the Greek galley wallowed half-sinking in the water. As the 2 masters came up, Hardred sent his most skilled men aboard to rope the shattered stern together, cover the gaping hole with tarred sailcloth, and drag the water-filled wreck to beach on the shore a bare half-mile away. Fort and galleys seized, the 30-odd ships remaining sailed for the harbor wall, behind which they could see already the distinctive masts of their fellow Northerners. Doubt and suspicion. Were they in enemy hands? Was there some trap laid behind the stone walls of the city? Dissolved as both sides saw identical catapults training round, as men recognized comrades and relatives, as hails of greeting began to echo back and forth. By the time Chef, rubbing his eyes, still gaping from his dream, had been forced into his clothes by Svandes, the relieving fleet was already squeezing into the crammed harbor in a storm of shouting in English, Norse, and both together. Quicka met him at the door of his lodging, gap-teeth grinning broadly. "It's that Hardred," he announced. "Fellow who left you stuck on the Ditmarsh. I never trusted him. But he's come at the right time this time. Cleared them right off that old fort before they even saw him coming. And he's taken a galley, too, they say, fire machine and all." He waited, face alive with cheer, to see his gloomy king brighten at the news. Chef stared at the thronging harbor, and slowly Quicka realized that yet again his expectations would be disappointed. "Above all else you want the fire," he remembered the voice saying. "I will send it to you. Tell the Greek." What was it he said to tell the Greek? "Did Hardred capture the Greek operators too?" Chef asked almost absently. "I don't know," Quicka replied. "I don't see why not." Chef turned to Svandes at his side. "You will have trouble explaining this last dream of mine," he said, "for already I can see it has come true." The Emperor of the Romans had very little fear for the outcome of the battle he had provoked against the army of the Caliph. It was true that he was heavily outnumbered. True also that the Arabs had a centuries-long record of success against the Christians of the peninsula and the border mountains. Sure proof, in the Emperor's view, of the heresy that had taken deep roots among them, for otherwise how would God allow his believers to be worsted? But against that Bruno was well aware of the rotten state of morale among the enemy, if even a tenth of what the deserters said was true, and the fact that there were so many deserters was a proof in itself. His own troops, whether the reliable Lanzenbruder on whom he depended, or the Frankish and German knights he had called from all over his empire, or even the normally fickle and evasive local levies from the borderlands, were by contrast in good heart and accustomed to success, gained in the many small sieges and skirmishes he had fought to clear the Moslem bandits from his dominions. Some of the gloss had been taken off them by the failed siege of Septimania, but even that was not entirely a bad thing. He had noticed a definite lift in spirits as they had marched away, and broodingly put it down to the superstitious fear that some of them had gained of the man they called, if no superior officer was in hearing, the one king. They would have to be reassured when he turned back to deal with his real enemy. But fighting the Caliph seemed to some of them a virtual holiday by comparison, less resistance and a great deal more loot. In any case, there were two other factors the Emperor relied on. One was his faith in God. From time to time he still touched the tender but healing bridge of his nose and smiled inwardly. A penance he had not inflicted on himself, he welcomed it. In his heart was a growing determination to set his trusty deacon, in minor orders alone though he might be, on the throne of St. Peter. He was a little man and a foreigner. But if he had had a confidant, the Emperor would have confessed that the little man's heart was bigger than his own. And if he was not a German, he was the next best thing. Not for the first time he had given the Emperor back his faith. And faith or no faith, as the Emperor made a final survey of his dispositions, there was something he could count on even if there had been a mere devil-worshipper like the Wayman Norse, and their apostate English fellows. Constant warfare among the descendants of Pippin the Great and Charles Martel had made all Christian European armies, apart from the backward Anglo-Saxons, into modern fighting forces. On his flanks were planted the siege implements and catapults, both his own design and those copied from their Wayman enemies. Behind him waited the main striking force of 500 heavy-armed and armored lancers, dismounted and in the shade. Platoons of the Lanzenbruder dotted the hill slopes, ready to be bugled forward to form their irresistible infantry line. Really, the Emperor could see only one problem, and that was the penance Erkenbert had imposed on him. Not to fight in the front. He would have done that anyway. But to do so in the company of the most unreliable people in his army, the Christian or pseudo-Christian deserters. And even that could be turned to account. The emperor strolled up and down the nervous-looking ranks, still wearing no more than cotton or linen, equipped like the army from which they had deserted with only spears, scimitars, and wicker shields. They could not understand a word he said, but they understood that he was there among them. Interpreters had pointed out to them the rewards of success, the impossibility of deserting back now that they had renounced Allah. The penalty of failure was vividly present in the memory of all of them, in bastinado and impaling post. They would fight all right, and he had taken steps to see that they fought in good heart and even good humor. As the priests passed among them, extending the cups of wine and the wafers of the communion, Bruno set an example by kneeling himself and taking bread and wine humbly. Then he turned his attention to the fires set up in front of his position along the valley bottom. "Take communion fasting, then time to feast," he called. "Translate that," he added in an undertone. He stepped forward to the nearest fire, drew his belt knife, cut away a long rasher, chewed it with exaggerated relish, waved the doubtful deserters forward to join in, to take meat, bread, and watered wine from the barrels. Make a party of it, he thought. Cheer them up. Half of them look as if they outran their supplies a week ago, or their officers steal it from them. Further up the valley, Muatia looked through his own farseer across the advancing cloud of Arab infantry. Proud though he was of his master, he had rejected the use of the sliding tube. What Allah had sent him, that he would retain. "What are the infidels doing?" asked the caliph behind him. He stood still in the shade of the awning of his great pavilion, which he had had erected on the very verge of battle to show his confidence. Muatia turned to him, allowing the indignation he felt to show in his face. Rage was the safest emotion to have in the vicinity of the caliph, as long as it was directed outwards. "Caliph, successor of the Quraysh, the infidels are mocking God. They have set up fires in front of their line, and on each they have roasted a pig. Now those who deserted from our army, those who turned their back on the Shahada, they are eating the unclean in the face of you and of the faithful." From inside the pavilion, unseen, there came a chorus of horror. Then female cries of encouragement. "Smite them, master! Let them feel your wrath!" Greatly daring, a voice called out the caliph's own favorite saying. "You believers, fight those of the unbelievers who are nearest to you. Now they are near enough. Smite them! Oh, that I were a man!" The caliph nodded slowly, pulled from his belt the jewel-hilted scimitar that could slice drifting silk, threw aside its scabbard. He walked ceremoniously forward while his guards closed in around him, and the trumpets blew for the advance. On the scrub-covered hillside, the dozens of cavalry skirmishes going on between the Islamic cavalry and the goad-wielding bachelier of the Camargue halted, while both sides weighed the situation. Then the commander of the caliph's cavalry, Bin Maimun, cousin of Bin Firnas, waved his men on while edging in the direction of the pavilion itself. The bachelier began their practiced custom of feigning flight while remaining ready to turn it into real flight at a moment's notice. Bruno cut himself a last chop with a steaming kidney attached, used it to wave his men with elaborate unconcern into their rough and barely disciplined line. The Arab infantry, looking over their shoulders for encouragement, found it in the spears of the caliph's bodyguard, and broke into the chaotic charge that was their only tactic. At the front ran the Ghazis among them, calling on Allah to witness their martyrdom and their faith. Their martyrdom came quickly. As they ran forward over the quarter-mile between them and the deserters who faced them, the forgotten of God, the stones and arrows began to rain down. Bruno had a dozen traction catapults placed to either side of the valley, in which he made his stand, inaccurate weapons, but capable of doing great execution against a crowd. The breastbows, which made no impact on mailed men, sent their arrows sleeting through cotton and wicker. Standing unafraid in the center of his own line, Bruno reflected that only ultimate belief and a religion which exalted suicide would have driven men on through the storm they faced. It did not drive them all on, he noticed. His experienced and professional eye saw men slowing to a walk, men drawing to one side, men who did not seem to have been touched, throwing themselves to the ground and remaining there. There was a disciplined body following up, he observed, but too few and in too short a line. The disaffected could leak away to one flank or the other. 100 breaths, he reflected, the time it would take a slovenly clerk to gabble a mass. Then his penance would be over. He hoped God would grant it to him to shed his blood for the faith in expiation of his fault. He would not shed it needlessly. As a knot of Ghazis drove for the mail-clad Ferengi beneath the eagle banner of Rome, Bruno kissed once more the lance, which he held secure behind his shield, ducked under the first sweep of a scimitar, and neatly thrust his man through the breastbone. 4 inches, no more, twist and recover, and ready to parry the next slash with his blade. For 50 of his 100 breaths, Bruno stood firm amid the whirling single combats between desperate Ghazi and confident deserters, Yop, Tasso, and the rest of his bodyguard protecting his back. Like a machine, he parried high, cut low, twisted his shield to deflect a point or curled it to take a blade flat across its face. Every few seconds, the snake-tongue blade licked out and another enemy fell back. Then, as one man desperate for glory swung a clumsy blow directly downwards, Bruno parried it automatically, thick edge against blade tip. The scimitar snapped, the point flew on, its razor edge gashing open the Emperor's left eyebrow. As he saw the blood flow down and felt it half-blind him, Bruno relaxed. He thrust the man off with his shield, split his skull with a backhand twist, and took his first pace backwards, into the protecting line behind him. "Sound the trumpet," he remarked. The platoons of Lanzenbrüder on foot were moving even before they heard the signal, clumping down the hillside, forming into 2 lines that converged from either side of the confused battle in front of them. As they met resistance, they started their harsh mechanical shouting, trying to keep in step on the stony hillside, always thrusting to the right and guarding to the left. There were no Ghazis left, only the demoralized. As he saw the battle clear, the commander of the mounted knights eased his men forward in a careful trot, trying to work his way round his own infantry and get space for the one climactic charge which would carry all before it. The Caliph, striding forward at the head of his personal guard, saw the shredding away of his attack with incredulity. Never before had his wishes been ignored. But all over the valley men were slinking to the flank or rear, getting up from the ground and retreating, ignoring the battle as if they were so many secret Christians. He looked round not so much to find space for flight, as to see if there were further supports he could call up. Behind him there was only his pavilion. Between it and him the figure of his commander of cavalry mounted on his famous mare. Uraman cleared a throat to call to him, to wave him indignantly to the battle. Ben Maimun saw him first. Across the battlefield he too waved an insolent gesture of farewell. And then he too was off, accompanied by a cloud of his men withdrawn from their pointless skirmishing with the Christian light horse. The Caliph saw suddenly the eagle banner of the Rumi in front of him, with beneath it the one who must be the Caliph of the Christians. He raised his scimitar and ran forward, bounding over the rocks with the cry, "Cursed be those who add gods to God!" Yop, who had made his way into the front rank to shield his emperor while they patched his eye, took the scimitar slash on the flat of his shield. The matchless blade cut through wood and leather till the shield hung only by its iron rim, and stabbed the unarmored man neatly through ribs and heart, the triangular blade driving on till it snapped the spine. As he dropped his point, the Caliph, falcon of the Quraysh, rolled off it to lie on the hillside. The delicate blade of Cordova snapped beneath a hobnailed boot. With the fall of the Caliph and the precipitate retreat, even of his bodyguard, the battle focused suddenly on the Caliph's pavilion of green silk, most obvious piece of loot on the hillside. The bacheliers of the Camargue reached it first, on their half-wild ponies. Eunuch guards were speared on 10-foot goads. The wild cowherds sprang from their bare-backed ponies, ran screeching inside. "Tell them that," snarled Alfred, crouched behind the inner curtain. "They must be Franks." "On est Français," began Berthe uncertainly, her Frankish rusty after 10 years of captivity. The cowboys spoke only their native Occitan, saw in front of them only half a score of veiled but bare-legged women, the trolls and whores of the prophet-worshippers who had oppressed them so long. Calling to each other, they strode greasily forward. Alfred elbowed her fool of a comrade aside, dropped on her knees, tore away her veil, and made the sign of the cross. The cowboys checked, uncertain. As they did so, bigger shapes blocked the light. Armored men, the Ritters of the Lanzenorden. "We beard Christine," tried Alfred, fear edging her voice. "Bjorn on Ellerland." "Ellerland," repeated the leading Ritter, himself a man of Alsace, and his Germanic tongue Ellersetz. "Good. Guard the women well. Let the Emperor decide their guilt, and guard the loot, too," he added, looking round at silk and finery with a professional eye. Go on, kick those cowboys out of here." 100 paces behind him, the Emperor, still on foot, his eye roughly stitched together, strode across the battlefield, noting the small number of corpses. Few had stayed to fight, he noted. He hoped no army he commanded would ever shred away like that. What it showed was how few people had faith, true faith, in their cause and in their God. But faith that was only mouth-deep could have no value. He must put the matter to the wise and learned Erkenbert. The mouth of Richer, the junior prefectus, was completely dry, as the soldiers marched him up to the long black shed in which, only days before, Tartarin, the wool merchant, had stored his fells and fleeces. No longer was it just a part of the local economy. In less than half a month it had become part of the local mythology. Those who went in did not come out unless they were servants of the Emperor. Even the servants of the Emperor, however much wine was poured into them, said nothing of what had become of the others. The most that any of them would say was, "Ask the deacon." But no one dared even to approach the small black-robed man who pored over his papers, called man after man and woman after woman, and child after child, to answer his questions. There had never been any doubt that he was in league with the devil, since he proclaimed himself the servant of God, whom all the heretic believers knew was the devil. But if there had been any doubt, it would have vanished, as the little man, who knew nothing of the country, spoke not a word of their language, nevertheless detected falsehood after falsehood, punishing each one immediately and mercilessly with whip or brand, block or rope, according to the sex and age of the offender. Richer still did not know what answer had condemned him to the final walk, the walk that none returned from. He could not even guess what kind of lie would serve. And the black deacon had not even bothered to accompany him to the shed, as it was now pronounced. In his dreams he had often been permitted to endure martyrdom for his faith. But the martyrdom had been gallant, public, a profession of faith, or done in company like the deaths of the suicides of Puigpunyent. This seemed more like the sheep trooping into the slaughterhouse, with as little concern. He tried again to moisten his lips with a cracked tongue as the two soldier monks jerked on the rope that held him, and guided him to the very door of the windowless building. In his search for the Holy Graduale, Erkenbert was following the principle that had led him in the end to the Holy Lands, or at least to its human owner. Somebody knew. The number of those somebodies could be narrowed down. It was somebody within, say, 20 miles from southeast to southwest of Puigpunyent. True, the inhabitants of the mountain villages were hard to catch. The least hard, though, were the most senior and most important, and most likely to know. Begin with them. But before beginning the actual questioning of the major targets, build up the background, write the lists. Erkenbert began to list the villages. Then the people in them, their trades, spouses, children, and relations. Proven heresy was of interest, but not the major matter. Erkenbert assumed that all were heretics, including the village priests, if there were any. What was important was to determine the truth, so that any deviation from it, any lie, stood out and proved the speaker a liar. So, one with something to lie about. It had taken time, but Erkenbert had noticed before too long that his answers corroborated each other and came freely from some areas, contradicted each other in others. Then the business was to find someone from a reliable area who could give reliable information about the unreliable areas. Then find out the core, the center of the unreliability. Even the names of the villages had helped him. Once he knew the name of every village in the area, furnished where possible by outsiders, such as wandering peddlers and muleteers, it was striking how often 3 of them were omitted by people who must have known them well. The hidden villages, he called them privately. Then, within the villages, when he called the roll of their inhabitants, how often were prominent men strangely forgotten, sometimes by their close kin. They were the men he could not find or hunt down. But the attempts to deny their existence by the amateur liars of their kin, they told him whom he should hunt down. Even when their lies were unimportant, liars were punished to deter further lying. Those who came under Erkenbert's suspicion, they went in the end to the shed. Erkenbert did not believe in torture except where, as with the boy Maurice, you knew the victim knew something and you knew what he knew. It was too time-consuming, and the tortured invented too much that might be true but could not be checked. The shed was a better answer. Richer's self-control broke as the 2 soldiers heaved the door open. What is inside? He croaked. Come see, replied de Lancenbruder. The secret was very simple, and Richier took it in a glance. Along the whole length of the building ran a central timber. Over the timber ran a line of 12 thin cords. From every cord dangled one of the men who had been taken inside, noose round the neck, hands tied, toes sometimes almost brushing the floor. Some of the corpses in the stifling heat of the closed room were swollen and unrecognizable. Others, there only a day or two, showed the terror and pain of their deaths on their faces. There were 2 perfecti among them that Richier could recognize. The last and most recent man on the line was one whom Richier knew to be a fierce enemy of the heretics, a devout Catholic, though of a heretic family. He, too, dangled from the strangling cord. The monks had produced a 3-legged stool, lifted Richier, hands tied onto it. Seconds later the thin rope was round his neck. Richier could feel it cutting already into his flesh, could imagine all too vividly how it would cut further. And there would be no neck break. He would die slowly and alone. One of the monks had turned to him, the face of the big man almost on a level with Richier's, even though he stood on the stool. "Listen," he said. "Listen good." The German could hardly be understood, his accent was so thick. There was something terrifying in the fact that the Christians had not even sent an interpreter, as if they did not really mind whether anyone spoke or not. The German did not care whether Richier lived or died. He was following his orders and would turn the key on the shed and walk into the sunshine without a thought. "You know where this Grail is, you tell me. I bring Deacon. You don't tell me, I kick the stool away. You don't know, I kick the stool away. Someone tell me in the end. We got plenty rope, plenty space on timber." The man grinned. "Only need 1 stool." His mate guffawed, said something incomprehensible in their own language. They both laughed again. Deciding that he had spent enough time on this chore, the first one drew back his foot for the kick, as the second began to walk already towards the door. He did not mean even to wait while his victim strangled. "I know," gasped Richier. The German paused in mid-kick. "You know." He called something over his shoulder. His mate returned. A brief colloquy. "You know where Grail is?" "I know where Grail is. I tell." The 2 executioners for the first time seemed uncertain, as if they had not been briefed for this eventuality, as if they had forgotten the briefing. "We get Deacon," said the first eventually. You stay here." The humor of the remark struck him as he turned away, and he repeated it to his mate with a second roar of laughter. Richier stood on the stool, trying to keep his legs from fainting under him, in the dark, in the stinking shed. By the time the light came back and he saw the implacable face of the little Deacon staring up into his own, even the Deacon could see that his nerve had cracked forever. "Lift him down," ordered Erkenbert. "Give him water. Now you. Tell me at once what you know." The story babbled out. Location. Need for a guide himself. If he were dead, they would never find it. How he had rescued the precious thing. The one-eyed man, they thought, a new Messiah. His falsity, his treachery. Erkenbert let it all pour out, confident that a man so broken would never try to go back on his ignoble bargain. At the end, Richier asked a word that was not relevant. "The men you killed here," he husked. "Some were of us, some were not. Will you not answer to your God, to the true God, for the Catholics you have killed?" Erkenbert looked at him strangely. "What can it matter?" he asked. "God granted it to them to die in his service, and their reward is sure. Do you think God will not know his own?" Chapter 26. Erkenbert looked with doubt and suspicion at the aged wood held out to him. He had seen many relics, the bones of St. Wilfrid and St. Guthlac, of St. Cuthbert and of the Venerable Bede, even once a fragment of the true cross itself, when it was exposed for adoration. He had never seen one entirely unadorned. This looked like something a peasant had left behind his wood stack for 20 years, and never got round to burning. It was old, he conceded. It looked exactly like the device the one-eyed pagan wore round his neck. "Are you sure this is it?" he demanded. Richier the traitor began to babble pleas of assurance. Not you. You, Sieghard. Is this the holy thing itself that the Emperor seeks? It was well hidden, said Sieghard stolidly. Deep inside the mountain. Traps all the way. Ambushes, too. Lost a few men. But I kept the rat here on his leash and had plenty of torches burning. We found it in the end. Strange place. Lot of burnt bones. Answer my question. Sieghard screwed his face up with the effort of decision. Yes, I think it is. I think they think it is anyway. We found a lot of other stuff with it. He jerked a thumb, and 4 men came forward. At another gesture they opened their sacks, tipped the contents onto the mud floor of the hovel Erkenbert had made his base. He drew in his breath at the sight of the gold plate, the cups, the incense burners. Objects that he could see were there for divine service. No service of idols, he corrected himself. But it was no secular hoard, not even a king's hoard. An idea began to stir. As it did so, his eye caught unexpected objects amid the loot. Books. 2 of them. He picked one up, opened it. "What is this?" he demanded of the despairing Richier. "They are the holy books of the heretic faith. There are only 2 copies of them." Richier had meant to say 2 copies left, but some mistaken instinct of self-preservation warned him. "And what is holy about them?" "They tell the story. They claim to tell the story of what happened after Christ was taken down from the cross. But that story is in the Gospel of Nicodemus. Not a work that the Church has admitted into the canon of the Bible, but a work worthy of reverence. There are many copies of it in the libraries of Christendom." "This tells a different story," whispered Richier. He did not dare even to hint at what the story might be. His face set. Erkenbert began to skim the book's pages. The Latin it was written in caused him no difficulty, though for an instant or two his lip curled in contempt of its barbaric style. Then his face seemed to set even harder and grimmer. He had come to the claim that Christ survived, did not die, did not rise again, fled, married, raised children, abjured his faith. Abjured his faith. "Have you read this book?" asked Erkenbert quietly. "No, never." "You are lying. You knew it told a different story. Sieghard, what have you done with the men who were hanged in the shed?" "Dug a grave, waiting for a priest to say the burial service over them. Some might have been good Catholics." "There will be no burial service. Some were assuredly heretics. Heretics so vile they deserve no burial, if it were not for the stench they leave in the nostrils. But the stench of these books is greater. Before you fill in the grave, Sieghard, throw these in. Let them not go to clean flame, but lie and corrupt with the corruption of their authors. And Sieghard." The 2 men's eyes met, a faint nod. Sieghard freed his dagger noiselessly, mouthed the word, "Now?" Another nod. Catching some hint of what was meant, Richier struggled forward to the knees of the deacon, babbling still. "I brought you the Grail. I deserve a reward." The dagger sank from behind into the base of his skull. "You have your reward," said Erkenbert to the face-down, sprawling figure. "I released you from fear. You did not deserve shrift and salvation. Worse than Pelagius, worse than Arius. They brought false belief, but you would have left Christians with no belief at all. Do not open that book, Sieghard, on your soul's salvation." "That's all right, Magister," said Sieghard amiably. "I can't read." "Reading is for the wise alone," confirmed Erkenbert. 2 days later, and 30 miles to the south, across the mountain passes, Erkenbert timed his entry to the Emperor's banquet with precision. For 3 successive nights the Emperor had remained on the field of battle, resting his men, burying the dead, dividing the loot of the Caliph's baggage train, and hearing the priests of his army sing the Te Deum Laudamus from behind an altar built of captured weapons. Now, inside the great pavilion, its inner hangings torn away so that all could banquet where once the Caliph's harem had been kept, he sat at the head of the high table. Erkenbert walked slowly in to face him, 6 Lanzenritter pacing gravely behind him, their armor polished to an unearthly gleam. The Emperor's minstrels ceased their playing. The servers and wine-pourers, recognizing the gravity of the scene, stood back against the silken walls. The Emperor, too, caught the signs of ceremonial, of vital portent. His face paled as hope seized his heart. He rose to his feet, and all speech stopped instantly. Erkenbert said nothing, continued walking forward. Then he stopped, turned away as if self-effacingly, an icon of Christian humility with his slight frame and dull black robe. He raised a hand to Sieghart. Swelling with pride, the Ritter drew aside the elaborate altar cloth with which he had hidden the Graduale, passed it to his second-in-command. Silently he held the wooden pole ladder at arm's length above his head, like a battle standard. "Is that it? Is that the Emperor began. "It is the ladder of Joseph of Arimathea, on which our Lord's body was carried to the Holy Sepulchre," cried out Erkenbert at the full force of his lungs, "from which he rose again the third day, according to the Scriptures, according to the Apostles' Creed. Let all see it and know their faith confirmed." The Emperor dropped instantly to one knee, followed in moments by every other man and woman in the pavilion except for Sieghart, standing like a resplendent statue. Finally Sieghart lowered the Graduale gently to the earth, and as if by compensating machinery the Emperor and his following rose. Bruno held out a hand. Sieghart stepped forward and placed the Grail in it. With his other hand Bruno brought Grail and lance together. "Death and life," he muttered, tears running from his eyes. "Life in death. But Erkenbert, it is bare wood." Erkenbert waved to the four other Ritters, and as they had done before, they spilled the contents of their sacks onto the pavilion floor. "The holy vessels of the heretics," said Erkenbert, "captured to the glory of God." "And God shall have them all," said Bruno. "I swear that no man shall receive a pennyweight of what you have taken. I will compensate the army and the Lanzenorden from my own private purse. But every ounce of what you have taken shall be made into the greatest reliquarium of the West, to enshrine this relic for ever and ever. And I swear this too," shouted Bruno, drawing his sword and holding it up like a cross in front of him. "In gratitude for the favor that God has sent me, I swear to conquer the whole of Spain for the Catholic Church, or die in the attempt. More, I will leave no one alive within the old empire who does not accept the sole authority of St. Peter, whether in Hispania or Mauritania or Dacia." "Or Anglia," said Erkenbert. "Or Anglia," repeated Bruno. "And I further swear this, in gratitude for the faith that the Deacon Erkenbert has brought me, the faith that I weakly doubted. Not only will I bring his country back to the Church from its apostates, but I will make him the heir of St. Peter and set him on the papal throne, and he and I will rule Church and Empire together, from Rome." The audience stirred slightly, did not dare to mutter. They had no doubt the Emperor had power to make a pope. Had he the right? Some at least had no objections. Better an Englishman that they saw campaigning with them than some unknown Italian who never left the city walls. "Now, Erkenbert," Bruno's voice sank to its normal pitch, "put the Grail in a place of honor, and tell me the story of how you won it. And I need your advice. I captured one of your countrywomen amid a batch of others. There she is, acting as a wine-bearer. Whores of the Caliph, God wrought their faithless, marriageless ways. Not her fault, though. What am I to do with her, with all of them?" Erkenbert shot a glance at the beautiful woman listening intently to the conversation in the half-familiar Low German. A disapproving glance. "Let her expiate her sin," he rasped. "Her and the others. Found an order of the Grail, an order of nuns, a strict order for penitence." He thought of the evil wickedness in the books he had had destroyed, their accursed fable of Christ's marriage to the Magdalene. "Call it the Order of the St. Mary Magdalene. God knows there are enough whores in the world to fill it." Alfled's hands did not shake as she filled the cup. She had had long training in self-control. Chef had spent long days in trying to make his entire fleet once more fit for sea, transferring supplies from the new arrivals to the old, reprovisioning all the ships with water and such preserved food as could be had in Septimania, organizing squads to find and ship replacement mule-stones from the shore, remounting those machines that had been taken from ships to battlements. The work had got easier as time passed. Indeed, it seemed to him sometimes as if some kind of watershed had been crossed with the unexpected arrival of reinforcements. Either that or, and this was what he feared in his heart, some new favor had been granted him by the gods, by a freed god. The Emperor's forces, much weakened as soon as the Emperor himself had left to fight the Caliph, raised even their token siege one night and disappeared. Soon food and news began to trickle in as the mountaineers of the interior realized the roads were once more open. The kites flew gaily as Tolman and his fellows delightedly displayed their prowess to the new arrivals. In exchange, Farman had produced a dozen farseers made by glass-blowers in Stamford, the lenses inferior in clarity and scratched by grinding even with the finest sand and chalk, but proof that Arab skills could be matched in time. Quicka and his gang had carefully and leisurely built a replacement giant catapult with proper side bracing, and shot it in till they were confident of dismantling, storing, and re-erecting it at any time. Steffi's flares illuminated day and night as he too practiced unhurried and unhindered. Solomon had found in the marketplace a device of wires and beads which much improved on Chef's lines and columns in the sand. Chef himself had closely examined every part of the Greek fire contrivance in the captured galley, noted its tank of fuel, sniffed and tried to taste the strange stuff inside it, examined slow match, brazier, and bellows, worked the handle of the strange pressure pump that seemed to be vital for its operation. He had not ventured to test the device. "I will send you fire," Loki had said, and he had. That did not mean Chef had to use it, or to pay Loki's price. One day perhaps he would bend his energies to the task of forcing the skilled Greeks to break their oath of silence. Just now he was content to know that he had the strongest naval force on the inner sea, capable of driving off the Greek fleet even in a flat calm, and of bringing it to battle and sinking it at any other time. Besides, he reflected, the very sight of the copper dome on one of his ships, and the Greeks would hesitate to close. He had once more the technological lead which for a while had been threatened. In short, while the Emperor ruled the land, he ruled the sea. His escape route was clear, should he choose to take it. It was other matters now which occupied him, matters which seemed without urgency, mere questions for philosophers, but which his instinct told him must now be settled before he found himself taking the bait of Loki. He had thought long about the scene Rig had showed him of Loki and Loki, of Loki the giant and Loki the god. In the priest conclaves of the Way, the bale fire always burned inside the circle. Should the fire god not be inside the circle too? He had called then a conclave in the shaded court where he had had translated the heretic's book. To it were bidden the priests of the Way, the four who had sailed with him, Thorvin, Skaldfin, Hogbarth, and Hund, and with them Farman the visionary who had seen the need for the new fleet and brought it with him. His executive officers, Bronn and Hardred, Gudmund and Ordloff, 2 English and 2 Norse. And in addition Solomon the Jew, and Svandis, once again in the provocative display of Way Priest White. Of the 11 men and 1 woman present, all but 2 wore the pendants of the Way, Solomon the Jew and Hardred, who, like his master Alfred, had never given up the Christianity in which he had been raised. With deliberate purpose, then, Chef had made the table at which they sat an oval one, like the oval in which Way priests held their conclave. He had not ringed it round with the holy cords and the rowan berries of life, nor had he lit the bale fire by which the priests timed their meetings, but behind him in the sand he had planted a 7-foot battle spear, in conscious appeal to the Odinic symbol of the Way. He saw the priests looking at each other as they caught the imitation. Was it mockery or challenge of their own ceremonial? He rapped the table with a knuckle. "I have called you here to consider our future plans. But before we do that, we must draw some lessons from what has happened already." He looked round the table, fixed his eye on Svandis. "One thing we know now is that Svandis was wrong. She told us all, that there were no gods, that they were created by men out of the wickedness of their hearts, or their own weakness, and that the visions they have sent me were mere dreams, created by my own brain as a hungry man dreams of food, or a frightened one of what he fears. Now we know that the last, at least, is not true. Farman, thousands of miles away, saw our trouble and came to help us. His vision was true, but it was a frightening one. For what he saw was what I have seen now 3 times. Loki loose, Loki unbound from his chains, ready to loose Fenris Wolf from the bond of Greipnir and bring Ragnarok on the world. So we must think again about the gods. They do exist. And yet Svandis may not be wholly wrong. For the gods and their worshippers do have something to do with each other. I turned to Hund. Tell us all, Hund, not only those you have told already. What is your view of the gods? I would say that Svandis is part right, said Hund. He did not look up, did not look at her. The gods are created by men. But once they are created, they become real. They are mind creatures, born of our belief, but once they are born, they have power even over those who do not believe. I too think they are evil, created from wickedness. Even Idun, said Thorvin harshly, staring at Hund's apple pendant, sign of the healer goddess. Hund did not reply. But if Hund is right, Chef went on, then we have to accept another thing, that there are gods besides those of the Way, the Christian God, the God of the Jews, the Allah of the Arabs. So why have they not blasted us? Asked Hogbarth. Their worshippers hate us enough to wish it, to believe in it. Hund has given a good answer to that. He reminds us how many of us there were, he and I among them, who were brought up as cradle Christians and had no faith at all, only habit. It may be that the mind stuff of which the gods are made is delicate and tricky, like the Greek fire. Perhaps some minds, most minds, do not produce it. And remember, the Christians have their saints and visionaries too. Besides, if the gods come from us, then they have our strengths, our weaknesses, just as Svandis said. The Christian God does not act in this world. He takes his followers to another. Chef remembered the awful vision he had seen once of King Edmund, martyred by the heathen, passing beyond him to some fate he could not even glimpse. Our gods, the gods of the Way, work in the world, as do their priests and their worshippers. They believe in things made with hands. Bronn laughed as he saw the strained faces round the table. I am a man of the Way, he called out. I bearded the damned Ragnarssons for the Way, did I not? But the more I see and the more I hear, the less I believe in anything except three things. My ship, my gold, and battle-troll here. He lifted his silver-inlaid axe from where it lay beside him, flourished it, and drank again from the quart pitcher of beer that the new fleet had brought with it. So far we can follow you, said Thorvin. I do not like what you say about the Christian God, but I can accept it. After all, we have always said, you have always said, and you have proved it by your deeds, see Hardred here, that our quarrel is not with Christ nor with Christians, but with the church that comes from Rome. Because while we listen to what you say and consider it, if you said it to the Emperor and you were in his power, you would be lucky to earn death alone. The Christian church brooks no rivals, will not share power or the claim to truth. That is what our founder, Duke Radbod, saw and foresaw. That is why we preach the Way, so that everyone may choose their own way. Everyone may choose their own way, Chef repeated. That is why we are here. He drew a deep breath, for this was the moment of decision. I think it is time for new ways. New ways? New pendants, new knowledge. Svandis has made a start with her quill pendant. It stands for the study of our minds, the writing down of all that has seemed to us most fleeting. Mind study and mind stuff. Who is the god that you have taken as your patron, Svandis? No god, Ivar's daughter replied. No goddess either. A name in our myths. I wear the quill for Edda, that is to say great-grandmother, for old tales and traditions. Edo means I write in the Latin tongue, observed Skaldfinn. Svandis did not know that. It is the kind of accident the gods send. I think this is new knowledge we should accept. Another pendant we need, said Chef. The Sifar sign of the Arabs, the round hole that means nothing, the powerful nothing. If I did not have my own sign, I would take that one. It should be the sign for those who can reckon, and its god should be Forseti, who settles disputes and brings certainty. A third, the wings of Volund, for Tolman and the flyers. Chef looked round with his one eye, gauging support, trying to bend the uncertain to his will. So far they were with him. Volund priests, priests of Forseti, they would be new but welcome. Way priests like new trades, whether flying or lens grinding or calculation. Now for the hard one. I say we need a fourth, for the likes of Steffi, who burned his hands to bring us light. We need men to wear a fire sign, for Loki. Thorvin was on his feet immediately, hammer sliding from belt to hand, and there were looks of horror on the faces of Skaldfin and Hogbarth, and Farman too. "No man can take that sign. We let his fire burn to remind us of what we face. We do not worship it or him. Even if all that you said is true about man creating gods, why should we create a god like him? The trickster, the father of monsters, the bane of Baldur. Why should we? We already have." Chef looked round the room to see his words sink in. If Hunt is right, and he exists, then we made him out of fear and hatred, made him kill the good and beautiful because we are jealous of it, chained him so we did not need to blame ourselves, drove him mad. He is loose now. I fear him more than you do. But what I am saying is this: freedom for Loki as well as for Thor, for the bad as well as the good. If he attacks us, we will destroy him, but fire can be for us as well as against us. Thorvin looked round as if expecting thunder and a lightning bolt for the cloudless sky. "Freedom for Loki as well as for Thor," he repeated. "But he is the father of the monster brood. You have seen them. You have met them." His eye rested uncertainly on Svandus, as if unsure how far he could continue. Thorvin was convinced Chef knew that Ivar the Boneless, Svandus's father, had been a creature of Loki with a non-human shape in the other world of the gods. If it came to that, Chef believed it too. But then Loki was bound and crazed with pain. "Freedom is not the same as lawlessness," he said. "If a follower of Loki were to come here and say that his worship forced him to sacrifice slaves at his barrow, or to cut women to pieces for his pleasure, we would tell him the penalty for Morth deeds is death. Under Wayman law that is already true. It is what makes us different from the pagans. Now I do not know what made Loki kill Baldur, what made men imagine a Loki and a Baldur and imagine the one killing the other. But I do know that if we are to cure the maim of the world and bring back Baldur, then we must believe in something other than eternal enmity." Farman stirred in his seat and spoke in his quiet voice. He was an unimpressive man. The first time Chef had seen him, it had been in a Volund vision, and there Chef had been the lame but mighty smith of the gods. Farman no more than a mouse shape peeping up from the wainscoting. Chef still saw and heard him sometimes as a mouse, squeaking and peeping. Yet he was greatly respected. His visions, all agreed, were true ones. He and Viglake were the far-seers of the way. "Tell us the story of the weeping for Baldur," he said, his eyes on Thorvin. Thorvin looked uncertain, suspicious, sure that in some way his narrative would be challenged. Yet by the conventions of the way, he could not refuse to speak. "You know," he began, "that after the death of Baldur, through the machinations of Loki Laufeyarson, Odin built a pyre for his son and laid him on it. But before the fire was lit, Odin sent his servant Hermoth, greatest hero of the Einherjar, into hell, to ask if there was any way by which Baldur could be released. And Hermoth rode down over the Yalar bridge, and came to the gates of hell, and leapt his horse over them." Chef, too, stirred in his seat, for though this was a story he had heard, it was not the one he had seen. "He went on, and begged the goddess Hel to release Baldur, but she refused, saying that Baldur could only leave Hel if everything in the world, alive or dead, would weep for him. If any creature refused, then he must stay. So Hermoth rode back, and the gods instructed every creature in the world to weep for what had been lost. And so they did, people and animals and earth and stone and trees. But in the end the gods' messengers came upon a giantess sitting in a cave, and she said—" Thorvin's voice turned to the deep chant he reserved for holy song. "No tears will Thuk trail on her cheeks for Baldur's burial. Bane alone got she from the one-eyed one, wise though he be. Let Hel hold what she has." And so the demand of Hel was not fulfilled, and Baldur was not released. Instead he was burnt on the pyre, and with him his wife Nanna, who died of sorrow. Most men think that the giantess was Loki Laufeyarson in another shape. "Well and truly told, Thorvin," said Farman softly. "But there are questions to ask. You know that the spittle that runs from the mouth of Fenris Wolf is called Vun. which is to say hope, and that is to show us that to trust in hope as the Christians do, and cease to struggle when there is no hope, is below the dignity of a warrior. But what then is the meaning of the giantess's name, Thuk, which means thanks, just as Vun means hope? Thorvin shook his head. Could it not mean that the price of Balderback is no more than thanks? Thanks for what? Rumbled Thorvin. Thanks for whatever Loki may have done in time past. The stories say that he was a good comrade when Thor went to Utgarth Loki, to wrestle with old age and try to lift the Midgard serpent. Hogbarth corroborated. Loki was a good comrade against Loki, then, said Farman. But when that comradeship was not recognized and thanks given for it, he became what we have made him. Is the king's proposal not to thank and recognize the good Loki? To enlist him against the mad one? Hermod did not get into hell, Chef added with the crushing certainty that came from vision. He was stopped by the gates. He cut a cock's head off and threw it over the Grin Gate and rode back. But before he rode back, he heard the cock crowing on the other side. So there is life even in the place of death, concluded Farman, even where Balder is. So there is a chance of curing the world's maim and bringing back beauty to it. He looked at Chef, aiming his words at him alone. And that is how the old become young. Not like dragons, by clinging on to what is theirs, like adders, by shedding their skin, the skin of worn-out belief, old knowledge gone dead. He has shared more than one of my visions, Chef thought, even if I did not know it. Thorvin looked round the table, conscious that the argument was slipping away from him, seeing faces that ranged from Hardred's stupor to Skaldfin's dawning interest, angry conviction from Svandis. It would have to go to the full council of priests, he temporized. In the end, Farman agreed. But how does this affect our plans for here and now? I will tell you that, said Chef. It seems to me that there are many things we could do. We could go home, brushing the Greeks out of our way. Perhaps making a little profit as we go, suggested Gudmund. We could sail our ships to the Guadalquivir and march on Cordova. It has no caliph now, if what we hear is true. Our support might make a difference to the next one. It is in my mind that we might demand the right to preach the way. It would have been denied by the last caliph, by any caliph securely in power. Just now, well, who knows? We could make quite a big profit out of Cordova, Bronn said to Gudmund. You haven't seen the place, but I'm telling you, that raid by the Ragnarssons 15 years ago can't have scratched the surface. But if what we have been saying is true, Chef went on, I think we should do something else. For what we have been saying, what Hund and Svandis and even Farman have been saying, is that strength in this world comes from belief. So we must strengthen ours and that of those who are friendly to us or at least tolerant of us. And we must destroy the faith of those who give no space to others, who allow freedom neither to Loki nor to Thor, nor to any other than their own one god. And how is that to be done? Asked Solomon the Jew with deliberate politeness. With paper on the one hand, and with emissaries on the other. I will explain. Chapter 27. From Hlidskjalf, the vantage point of the gods, the Aesir deities looked down on earth. Far below they could see points of flame like spear points on fire, could see the wolves and ravens gathering. Heimdall, who can hear the grass growing and the thoughts inside a man's head or a god's, cocked his head and lifted an eyebrow towards his brother Rig. The thought inside the head of Odin was, "This is getting out of hand." But Allfather would not speak his thought, and Heimdall kept silent. "I wish I knew who broke his bonds," said Odin finally. Not even Heimdall knew that Rig had done so, for Rig could keep even his thoughts secret when he chose. "All things weaken in time," observed Rig. It was not a tactful thought to express to one who admitted no limits to his power, though in truth those limits were clear enough. Rig tried the other half of the observation. "But seeds can grow in time as well." "What are you talking about?" snarled Odin. "Loki is loose. Heimdall is ready to blow his horn. The last battle of gods and men may begin at any moment, with weapons of fire and creatures in the air. And now our own followers are turning to Loki. Your follower is." "He has not changed his pendant yet," said Rig. "I ask you all, Father, think back a few lifetimes. What were we then? Weak. The creatures of a few wood-runners and sea-thieves, dwindling to being mere kobolds or nixa. Now we have grown strong, not from the sacrifices at Uppsala that terrified thousands for the belief of a score, from belief and devotion. How is that helped by Loki loose, and men prepared to worship him? Loki was not always bad." Odin turned on Rig a terrible eye. "He killed my son. He took the light out of the world and left it pale." Rig was not afraid, but the eye of Odin is hard to face. He turned his own eyes down, but spoke on. "He was a comrade once. If that had been recognized, he would not have felt the jealousy, the envy that made him use the mistletoe and betray Hod." "He said many ill things to us in our own hall," said Heimdall. "Me he called Mudback, said I was the slave of the gods, never allowed to sleep." "You never do sleep," replied Rig. "This has to do with your own son," said Odin. "Your own son and follower, whom you have made me spare once, twice. He is the one who has loosed Loki, is calling him back to the world, though he does not seem to want what Loki wants. Say now, though, why I should spare him the third time." He raised his spear Gungnir, pointed it down to the far blue inner sea. "I do not ask for him to be spared," said Rig. All the gods, the dozen assembled, looked at their brother doubtfully. "Take him if you wish. He will be an uneasy recruit for your Einherjar, Odin. Before Heidrun's mead vat has been emptied 10 times, the heroes will be smithing new weapons to fight each other from a distance, and the weakest will be the strongest. But take him if you will. I say only this: wait and see. It may be that if he has his way, gods that are strong will grow weak, gods that once were weak, as we were a few lifetimes ago, as I was, almost forgotten. They may grow strong." It was true, Heimdall reflected, that barely a lifetime ago, less than a lifetime ago as men count, Rig had been a mere shadow on the fringe of the gods' feasting, not important enough to be taunted by Loki or consulted by Odin. Now many wore his pendant, and his brothers made way for him. And how had that come about? "Who do you think will grow weak?" asked Heimdall in the end. "Those gods who cannot share power or win the hearts of men without compulsion." "Do you mean me?" asked Odin threateningly. "No, father. Say what Loki will about you, he cannot say some things with any truth. No one has ever called you a jealous god." The Aesir reflected on the meaning of their brother's words. Some looked again at the scene below, at the broad middle earth on which their worshippers were a mere scattered fringe. Their faces set immobile like the faces of horse-copers who have seen an unnoticed bargain. "But your son will not bring my son back." "The prophecy is that after Ragnarok, those who are spared will see a new age and the rebirth of Balder in a fairer world. But you will not be spared, father. Fenris Wolf waits for you, as Surt for Frey. But if there is no Ragnarok, can we say that Balder cannot just the same be reborn? Once even Loki is prepared to weep for him. If you wish to see your son again outside the halls of hell, then you must take another turning." This time it was the face of Odin that changed to that of a man who sees advantage far off. "How did you get away?" asked Svandis. Facing her sat the woman she had met and wept with in the fountain court of the Caliph, Alfled the Fair, once her enemy, now her colleague. Alfled shrugged disdainfully, swept the hair back from a face that was reddened with sun. "The little black bastard told the bastard with the wide shoulders to turn us into nuns. Bert, the Frankish girl you met, you remember. She was happy with the idea. She has never had much use for men. But Oled has no mind to be a Christian. And I have no mind to be a nun." I saw little enough of men, or of any man, while I was in the harem of the Caliph. I have time to make up. So how? Oh, men are easy to handle, you know. In the convoy that was taking us to some Allah-forsaken spot, I talked to one of the guards, told him how unfair it was to be locked up half your life, and then taken away to be locked up again. Looked at him till he looked at me, and then looked a second more before I dropped my eyes. Made him think I admired him. They are so vain, so weak. When he came to me in the night, I let him loose the door chain and sweep me into the bushes. He did not see Oled behind him with the hairpin. She laughed suddenly. He was a brisk lover, I will say that for him. It may be that he died happy. Then Oled and I made our way from one village to another, exchanging this and that for what we needed. You told me you had done it too. Svandis nodded. And now what do you want? They say the king here is an Englishman and a freer of slaves. Even the men here say they are freed slaves, those that speak English. Surely he will free me too, give me passage home. Your kin will not be pleased to see you, observed Svandis. A dishonored woman. You have no husband, but you have not the right to wear your hair loose like a virgin. I am a widow, said Alfred firmly. Widows have the right to remarry, and no husband can blame them if they know more about some things than a virgin. Oled and I know a lot more than any virgin or any wife in Christendom. I think I can find myself a man here or in London or in Winchester. As for Oled, she wants only passage to Cordova, for she thinks the same of herself as I do. What do you think of the men here? Asked Svandis. Not much. The ones who speak English are the sons of slaves. When I was captured by the raiders, no Thane would speak to such without a whip in his hand. I cannot understand why they should have been freed. There is not one who looks like an atheling. That one does, said Svandis, pointing out of the window at Styr, walking by, sucking an orange with his great horse teeth. He looks like a warrior at least, but those are the Norse folk, like you. Your people captured me, sold me down here. I could not live easily with one of you. There are still plenty of Thanes and Thanes' sons in England, said Svandis, and I dare say you could capture one of them easily enough. You are your own dowry, and after a wedding night with one of your experience, I expect you could ask whatever morning gift you wished. Oled the Circassian, sitting listening to a conversation in a language she could not follow, shifted and looked up at the unmistakable sound of two women beginning to scorn each other. In one of the private signs of the harem, she spread her fingers, looked at the nails. Don't fight, it said. Sheathe your claws. Alfred choked down a scornful answer, tried to look amused. I think you could do the one king a service, said Svandis. The one king who has said he will make me his queen. Men say all sorts of things to get what they want, reflected Alfred, but did not say the words, only lifting her eyebrows in polite enquiry. He needs information about the state of things in Cordova, now the Caliph is dead. He may need an emissary, too, one who speaks better Arabic than we do. One thing you can be sure of, he is a generous payer, a true ring-giver to those who serve him. And you are right. He has a soft spot in his heart for those who have been slaves like you. I will see if he has not a hard spot for me somewhere else, reflected Alfred grimly. Copper hair, blue eyes, complexion like a Moorish labourer's. In the harem you would have been called once, out of curiosity, and never again. I am at your mercy, she replied, eyes prudently downcast. What is the king's particular interest? At the moment, Svandis replied, he is interested in the making of holy books and how they come to be. Whips, poetry, little boys, scented oils, now holy books, thought Alfred. God or Allah or Jesus, send me a man one day with simple interests. In a room deep within the prince's private palace, Chef confronted a quadruple row of benches. In front of each bench ran a long table. On each bench sat 6 scribes. Their quills were in hand, pots of ink stood by each one. Each one had a fresh sheet of the strange oriental paper in front of him. The scratching of pen-knives had died away. The 24 faces looked expectantly at the barbarian king who had driven off the emperor of the Nazarenes. Solomon addressed the scribes. The king here, he said, has discovered a document. It is one which casts great doubt on the faith of the Christians, would tell them if they knew of it, that their Messiah is, as we well know already, a false one, a foreshadower of one who is yet to come. He wishes to have many copies made, to spread the knowledge widely in the Christian world. So we have called you together. He will dictate a version of what he has read to me. I will translate it into the trade talk of Spain, the Arabic that we all know, and you will write it down. Later we will make more copies, and more both in this language and in the Roman tongue of the South, maybe also in Latin. But this is the beginning of it. A hand raised, a skeptical voice spoke. How long will this account be, Solomon? The king says it must cover no more than a single page. How long was the first document? As long as the book of Judith. It will take skill, then, to reduce it to one folium. The king knows his mind, said Solomon firmly. Chef listened without understanding to the interchange in Hebrew, waited for the rustling and gentle mirth to die down. Solomon nodded to show that the scribes were ready. Chef stepped forward, the heretic's book in its Anglo-Norse translation open in his hand. Not for him to read, for his grip on the runes was still shaky, but as a prompt. As he looked at the rows of faces, at the blank sheets in front of them, his mind seemed to douse itself, like a fire which has had a wet blanket dropped over it. There was nothing there. A few moments before he had been ready to speak, to tell the story of the rescue and escape of Jesus from the cross, in words that any man or woman might understand. Now there was nothing there. Stray phrases wandered through his mind. They call me Jesus. What you have been told is not true. Have you ever thought about death? None of them seemed to lead anywhere. He realized his mouth was hanging open in what must seem an idiot's gape, became aware of the slight sneers, the dawnings of contempt on the faces that looked up at him. He cast his eye down. He was trying, he told himself, to instruct these men at their own specialty, which was books and the making of books. How would they fare if they came into his camp and told Quicka how to wind a catapult? The thought of the furious bawdry with which a learned scribe would be received round the campfires amused him momentarily, seemed to break a hole in the barrier of silence. Remember, he told himself again, what you have to do is take a story, the story that was written down, and make it into an appeal. You have to change it from an I story into a you story. Start with that. If you do not know where to start with the beginning. He raised his head, and his one eye again stared at the room full of men, beginning to exchange glances and pass remarks at the immobility of the barbarian. As the glare passed over them, the glare of a man who had stood face to face with Ivar, champion of the North, and killed Chalak the Strong on the King's Stone of the Swedes, the scribes fell silent again. Chef began to speak in a tone of suppressed fury. As he spoke, phrase by phrase and sentence by sentence, Solomon's voice pattered out the quiet accompaniment, and the scratch of many quills on paper followed it. Followers of Christ, Chef declaimed, you have heard of the joys of heaven and the fires of hell. In hope of one and in fear of the other, you give your children to be baptized. You confess your sins. You pay the tithe. You wear the cross. On Easter Sunday, you crawl to the cross on your knees. The priest holds it in front of your dying eyes. Why? Because it is the sign of life after death. You hope to live in paradise after you are dead, because there was one who once came back and declared he had power over death and after death. On the cross and on the resurrection, all your hope rests. What if there was no resurrection? Where is your hope then? And what good are your tithes? What need have you then of a priest? Now, who has told you the story of the resurrection? Was it a priest? Would you buy a horse on the word of the man who took your money, if you never saw the horse? Listen to this story instead. There was a man called Jesus, and many years ago Pontius Pilate crucified him. But the hangman bungled in haste, and he did not die. He did not die. Instead, his friends came and took away the body on a ladder and brought it back to life. When he was strong again, he fled and made a new life, and in that new life he took back many of the things he had said. Heaven is in this world, he said, and men should make it for themselves, women too. Do you live in heaven or in hell? Ask your priest. Ask him how he knows what he knows. Ask him, where is the cross? Where is the ladder? Look in his eyes when you ask him, and think of selling the horse. If you do not believe him, think what you can do." "It was an interesting account," remarked Moishe the scribe to Solomon as they walked away together, for the moment on friendly terms again. "Inept, of course." Solomon raised an eyebrow, but did not challenge the view. "I had trouble," he agreed, "in translating some of it. His words for baptize and resurrection are very simple, and I had to do the best I could. In what lies its ineptitude? Oh, 7 rhetorical questions in a row, like a schoolboy who has not felt the rod. Constant repetition, horses and hangmen and ladders and tithes, all mixed in with life and death and the mysteries of faith. No grandeur, no idea of style. I would blush to have it known that I had written such a thing. But to your one king I am just a part of a machine for making many copies." "I will pass that on," reflected Solomon. "The thought of a machine for making many copies. And what does not please Moishe may nevertheless affect people of whom the learned Moishe knows nothing. The unlearned to begin with. There are many of them, and not all are stupid." "Where are you from?" asked Chef. "I was taken from Kent," the woman replied. She was dressed still in what remained of an all-enveloping Arab burqa, but she wore no veil, and the hood was thrown back to reveal fair hair and blue eyes. She spoke English. Old-fashioned English, Chef realized with a slight shock. Better English in a way than his own, used as he was now to studying his language with words and tricks of speech that he had picked up from the Wayman Norse. Twice already he had seen her frown as she struggled to follow him. "Kent. That is within the realm of my co-king, Alfred." "The king in my time was Ethelred. Before him Ethelbert. I think I had heard of Alfred as their younger brother. There have been many changes. Still I would like to go back. If I could. If I could find my kin and they would have me back, a disgraced woman." The woman sank her eyes, feigned to dab at them with the corner of her sleeve. She is playing for sympathy, Chef realized. Trying to look attractive while she does it, too. A long time since a woman has bothered to do that for me. But in her position, what else can she do? "There will be a place for you in Kent, if that is where you wish to go," said Chef. "King Alfred is a generous lord, and one of your beauty will never lack suitors. I can see to it that you have wealth enough to please your kin. England is a rich land now, you know, nor is it afflicted by pirates any more, so you will be safe." He reacts to weakness, Solomon reflected, watching them, by trying to take the weakness away, not by exploiting it, as the woman expects him to. It is a good quality in a king, but I wonder if the woman understands it. Chef patted Alfred's hand. His voice turned businesslike. "There is something, though, that you can do for us, I believe. For you are one who knew many or all the secrets of the caliph's court. Tell me, what is your belief in Allah?" "I have made the Shahada, the profession of faith," Alfred added. "It goes, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasul Allah, which is to say, there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. But what could I do? It was that or die, or be one of the lowest slaves in a laborer's brothel." "You do not believe it?" She shrugged. "As much as I believe anything. I was brought up to believe in God. He never helped me against the pagans who caught me, though I prayed to him many a time. The only difference between the Christians' God and the Arabs' Allah that I can see is that the Arabs believe in Muhammad and in their Quran." "Different books, different faiths. Tell me, are there any in Cordova who take an interest in how books are made?" Here it comes, thought Alfred. Perhaps he will ask me to whip him with a quill or drain him onto parchment. There must be something his woman will not do for him. There always is. "There are shops that sell books," she replied, "where copies are made to the order of the buyers. The love poetry of Ben Fernas, say, or the Book of 1,000 Pleasures, it might be." "That is not the kind of book the king meant," cut in Sfandis, observing watchfully. "He means, where do holy books, books of faith, come from? Where does the Koran come from? Or the Bible come from? Because some person must have made them at some time, holy though they are, made them with fingers and pen and ink. She tapped the quill pendant that hung now over her breast. "The Koran was dictated by God to Mohammed," said Alfred. "Or so they say. But there are some— yes, the Mutazilites, as they are called. Ishak, the keeper of the scrolls, was one such." "And what do they believe?" The king's one eye was trained on her with fierce interest. They believe that the Koran is not eternal, even if it is the word of Allah. They say that it is the word of Allah as heard by Muhammad, but that there may be other words. They say that it is not enough merely to collect hadith, that is to say tradition, but that one must also apply it to one's reason, which is the gift of Allah. Moshe would not like to hear that, Solomon thought again. He thinks it is the first duty of a scholar to preserve the Torah, and the last to collect commentary on it, to reason from it, not reason about it. Chef was nodding slowly. They do not want to destroy books. That is good. But they are ready to think about them. That is better. If I could see a Mutazilite caliph in Cordova and a pope in Rome without an army, then I think Ragnarok would be averted, and Loki put at rest. But at the root of it all is to have books in many hands. I do not suppose all the booksellers in Cordova, nor all the scribes in Septimania, could make as many books as we need. What was it you said, Solomon, that we need a machine to make many copies, faster than a man can write? I know no way to hitch up a mill wheel to a scribe's arm, alas, though it may do the work of a smith. The caliph often had more documents to sign than his arm could manage, ventured Alfred. What did he do? He had a block made of gold with a handle of ivory, but on the base of the block was a copper plate, with his name on it standing out the depth of a finger paring. The rest had been eaten away by cunning acids, I do not know how. He would put the plate on to cork with ink in it, and then stamp the block down on documents as fast as Ishak could present them. Some said Ishak would put documents in there that the caliph never read for a price. It was like putting a brand on cattle. Like a brand, Chef repeated. Like a brand. But no one can brand paper or parchment. And the end of it all is a false paper, said Svan, his face twisted with disgust. One that no one read and no one signed. That is one way books might be made, agreed Solomon. Chapter 28. The news of the disaster for Islam ran south faster, seemingly, than any horse could carry it. Than any single horse or horseman, certainly. As the first reports arrived in any town carried by the cavalrymen who had fled first from the battle, each man was helped from his horse, carried to drink sherbet in the cool, pressed for further information. Meanwhile, such information as could be gleaned was carried on by trusted messengers to those whom the local governor of a province or Cadi of a city regarded as most in need of it. By the time the survivors rode on, their stories growing more elaborate and self-justifying each time they were repeated, the news was often ahead of them. As the news was received, those in power under the caliph who had been thought carefully about their positions. Who was to succeed the caliph? It was known that he had many children, but none designated, and none old and strong enough to survive the civil war that threatened. He had had many brothers or half-brothers, most dead, gone to the leather carpet or the bowstring. Many unacceptable, children of the Mustaribs. Or were they now so unacceptable? Those who had been considered so, governors of the north for the most part, began to reflect on their own strength and on their alliances. Horsemen rode, troops were gathered, governors wondered how many of the levies they had sent north would return. As they trickled in, surprisingly, many of them for a battle that, according to the first runaways, had been fought with great valor, governors reckoned their strength again. Almost all of them came to the same conclusion. Too soon to strike or to give up hope. Do what is obviously right and you cannot come to harm. Protest loyalty to the faith. Surround one's own person with every armed man that can be raised. And meanwhile, since the men are there and must be paid, there are private squabbles that may as well be taken care of. Old enmities between Alcalá and Alicante, the coast and the mountains, disputes over water and land, flared into conflict. In Cordova itself, as the news arrived, there was shock and horror. No alarm, since clearly the unbelievers could offer no threat to the established civilization of the south and of Andalusia, but fear at the judgment of Allah. The question of succession struck every listener at once. Within days, the carts of market stuff and poultry, The herds of sheep and beef cattle had ceased to stream through the gates, the peasants of the Guadalquivir valley fearing to enter what might be bloody civil war. The few half-Berber, half-brothers of the Caliph vanished into their own strongholds, were known to be calling for men for help from the kinsfolk of North Africa. At any moment a fleet might arrive from Algiers or Morocco to sail up the river. Or, said the pessimists, the Tulunids of Egypt may take a hand, mere Turks from the steppe. At that thought the Christians of the city and the Jews of the Juderia, the ghetto established for them, also began to reckon their strength. The rule of the previous caliph had been cruel to those who renounced the Shahada, or who sought for martyrdom. It would be like a caress compared with the random and profitless cruelties of the Turks or the Berbers, anxious to show their loyalty to the faith because of their recent and doubtful conversion to it. Better any caliph than no caliph, said the wiser heads of the city to each other. Best of all, a caliph acceptable to all. But who? The young man Muatia, pupil of bin Firnas, had appeared from the wreck and ruin, ridden without ceasing all the way from the moment the caliph fell back in his arms, or so he said. He called for Ghaniya, the caliph's oldest half-brother and trusted emissary to the north, to succeed to the cushion. Ghaniya, he shouted in a score of marketplaces, Ghaniya could be trusted to take up the war. And not only the war against the Christians, against the mages also, the heathen fire-worshippers who had deluded the caliph into war and disaster. But most of all, the war against the faithless, the secret traitors. Had he not with his own eyes, and the invention of his master, seen men of the caliph's army arrayed against him, eating roast pig between the battle lines? How many more secret devourers of swine hid in the streets of Cordova, to be rooted out, along with the Christians who sheltered them, under the mistaken kindness of the former caliph? Enslave them, send them into exile, impale those who renounced their faith. Too much impaling already, remarked bin Maimun, once commander of the cavalry in the army of the Prophet, to his cousin bin Firnas, as they ate grapes in the cool of the latter's riverbank mansion. You can't expect men to fight if some of them are dragged off every day and heard screaming to their comrades every night. He is your pupil, of course, son of my mother's brother. But not a ready learner, his cousin replied. It seems to me, eager though I am for Sharia, that a little relaxation may be in order. Other learned men are with me on this, Ishak, keeper of the caliph's scrolls for one, without wishing to go as far as the sect of the Sufi. He remembers that a house of wisdom was once established in Baghdad, and flourished under the rule of Mutazilites. Why should Baghdad have had what Cordova cannot? There are other reports, too, of what happened after the battle, after I and my men had been driven from the field, his cousin replied. Some of the caliph's women escaped from the Christians who seized them and found their way by ship and horse to Cordova. One, a Christian by birth, so her loyalty cannot be doubted if she turned her back on her father's faith. I have taken another into my own harem, a delightful woman from Circassia. They, too, say that the caliph's rigor was too great, a compensation, they say, for certain inadequacies. They say also that he put too much faith in your pupil. Bin Maimun cast a glance sideways to see how his hint was taken. He is my pupil no longer, declared bin Firnas firmly. I withdraw my protection from him. As bin Maimun sank back, remembering threats and insults, and considering which of his men to send to put a stop to Muatia's babble, bin Firnas pressed on. And will you join Ishak and my learned friends later on, for song and poetry, and perhaps a little discussion? I will, said bin Maimun, paying the price for the freedom just granted to deal with Muatia. And I will bring my friend the Cadi with me, he added, to show he was throwing his full weight into the struggle. He is concerned about the state of the city. Your poetry will relax him. Within the walls, of course, only he has any great force of armed men. With perfect understanding, the two men listened to the song of a slave girl and considered, the one revenge and power, the other freedom for reason and learning from illiterates and zealots. In Rome, the news of the battle was received with joy, the ringing of bells and singing of Te Deum. The news a little after of the emperor's recovery of the holy relic of the Graduale, and his vow to elevate his personal adviser to the throne of St. Peter was taken differently. If all had gone well, the current Pope, John VIII, weak child of a powerful Tuscan family, would never have heard the news at all, his own fate outrunning it. But somewhere between the Emperor's camp and the Vatican Hill, word spread to someone still loyal. The Pope was informed, hurried immediately to gather his entourage and retire from the dangerous city to the estates of his family. When Gunther, once Archbishop of Cologne and now Cardinal in Rome, heard the news, and moved instantly with his one-time chaplain Arno, and a dozen German swordsmen of his own guard to reassure the Pope, and hold him incommunicado till the Emperor's wish became clearer, he found himself facing more than his own number of Italian nobles, relatives, and adherents of John. The two sides exchanged polite greetings and arguments, while the guard commanders weighed each other up. Stilettos and perfumed hair, thought the German. Backstair backstabbers. But we have no mail nor shields. Great blunt chopping swords and onion-stinking breath, thought the Italian, but ready to use them. The two sides backed off from each other, protesting friendship and concern. Despite the pleas not to desert his flock, the Pope made his way determinedly from Minster and Hill, from Rome itself. Despite the assurances of joy and congratulations at the Emperor's victory, Gunther seized control of the Curia, evicted cardinals not of his own nation or faction, prepared for a disputed election. He would have gone further, but the news that the Emperor had fixed on the English deacon Erkenbert dismayed him even in his loyalty to Emperor and Lanzenorden, his own creation. Erkenbert had been a good comrade, he knew, but Pope? Gunther had had another and a more suitable candidate in mind for that office next time it should fall vacant, one who was already a prince of the church and no deacon. Yet a vacancy was definitely desirable, so much at least could be agreed. It would take an army now to create one, though the army of the Emperor was at least approaching, marching across the borderlands of southern France and northern Italy, hot foot for Rome. Or so they said. In the cool underground cave which had once been an olive press, Chef examined carefully the rows and rows of tiny lead blocks wedged tightly into their steel frame. He made no attempt to read them. Still, a poor reader of any script, the complexity of reading mirror-image letters in blocks facing different ways, which were in any case in a language he did not understand, would have been far beyond him. Anything like that was entrusted to Solomon. All Chef was looking for was technical perfection. Letters fixed tight, none of uneven size, all letters of the same height. Chef finally nodded with satisfaction, passed them over. With Alfred's image of a brand in their minds, the idea of branding onto paper had been fairly clear. But all a brand needs to convey is ownership. One sign is enough. It was soon evident that something like a brand with 200 words on it would take years to make, and be invalidated by a single change. Make a stamp or a brand, or whatever it was to be called, for each word, suggested Solomon, as the Caliph Eraman used to do. That, too, was seen to be a false trail, as the amount of work needed to make individual words, some of them in large numbers, became apparent. It was Chef who suggested making tiny dies for each letter, and once that was seen, the job became easy. Deft jewelers had carved the individual letters from brass, pressed these into clay to make a mold, baked the clay molds, then filled them with molten lead, over and over again until there were filled trays of the leaden letters. Short trials pointed out the necessity of making the marks mirror image instead of right way round. Then came the problem of fitting them together, of making the ink adhesive enough to stick to the lead and not run once pressed onto the paper. The easiest thing of all was finding a device that would fit the letters now locked into a chase, something that would hold the entire page-sized mass of type, rather than the mere signature which Eraman had used. Presses were familiar objects to the whole Mediterranean seaboard, with their diet heavily dependent on wine and on olive oil, both of them needing to be pressed out. Chef had simply taken over an olive press, inserted a flat steel bed for the letters to rest on. Now for the full-scale trial. The carefully set blocks of lead letters rested on the bed of the press. A cloth pad soaked in ink was pattered over their surface, a sheet of white paper placed gently on top of them. Chef nodded to Solomon, who had claimed the honor of first trial. Solomon put the block on top of the paper, then pulled on the arm that exerted pressure on the block. Chef held up a warning hand. Too much weight pressed the blanks down onto the paper as well, smearing the result. He cut his hand through the air. Solomon released the pressure and removed the pressure block, and Svante slid the printed sheet out. Chef ignored the cries of wonder, thrust another sheet in, signed to Solomon again, and again, and again, and again. Only after 10 trials did he stop and turn to Svandes. "We don't need to know, does it work," he said. "We need to know, does it work faster? If it isn't faster than a team of scribes, then there's no point to all this. It isn't faster so far when you think of all the time we've wasted." Svandes passed him the sheet. He looked at it, passed it to Solomon, who examined it carefully. "It seems correct," said the Jew thoughtfully. "As for speed, we have just printed 10 pages in 100 heartbeats. A practiced scribe can write maybe 40 pages in a day. 100 heartbeats and 3 people, and we have 2 hours' work from a skilled scribe. I cannot say." "I can," said Chef, turning to the apparatus of beads and wire which stood not far away. He flicked beads this way and that with the skill of continuous practice. 3,000 heartbeats in an hour, he muttered. Say 25,000 in a day's work. 25,000 divided by 100 multiplied by 10. He straightened. 3 people can do the work of 60 scribes, once the blocks have been set up. The blocks, is that the word? "Call it the press," said Svandes. 60 scribes, repeated Solomon, marveling. "It will mean, at the very least, that every child can have his own Talmud. Who would have believed it?" More Talmuds may not mean more faith, thought Chef, but he did not say it. As he walked through the streets of Septimania later that day, a mule laden with printed paper following him, Solomon met Moishe the Learned. Anything like a book could not escape Moishe's eye. He pulled one copy out, scanned it suspiciously. "This is not Hebrew writing," he said, "and whoever wrote it was a bungler. The letters are ill-formed and straggle from each other like a schoolboy's." He sniffed the paper. "It smells of lampblack, too." Needed for adhesion, thought Solomon, but he made no reply. "It is in the Romance tongue," added Moishe accusingly. "I can make out the Roman script, but this is not even Latin." Ingrained respect for the written word prevented him from throwing the offending object to the ground, but he waved it contemptuously. "What does it say?" "It is a longer version of what the one king dictated to you and the others some weeks ago. The attack on the Nazarenes' faith. I have 500 of them here. Tomorrow I shall have 500 more, in Latin, for the more educated believers." Moishe snorted, torn between agreeing with attacks on Christianity and disapproving of attacks on faith. In his heart he believed that all should stay in the faith of their births, those who held the correct one reaping their destined reward, those who held false ones taking the punishment due to them and to their ancestors. 500, he replied. "There are not scribes enough in Septimania to write all those." "Nevertheless it shall be done," said Solomon. "The one king will take many of them, to spread them round the Christian islands on which he means to cruise. His men are pirates by trade, I fear, and anxious to earn their living now the Christian army has withdrawn. And the rest? Those fall to me, to give where I think they will do most good. Or most harm, he did not say. For these are books, but they are also anti-books, books to turn people of the book from their Bible, which is their word for book. I do not think I had better tell Moishe the Learned that. It is a use of learning he will not learn to accept." The one king at sea already and heading for the island of Majorca, his entire fleet spread out around him in cruising formation, was watching the kite men struggle with the immensely unwieldy contraption he had designed. Tolman stood to one side with an expression of deep disapproval on his face. "Tell me again," said Chef to the child. "What are the things to remember?" "To begin with, keep the open end, the larger open end, pointed into the wind. Feel the wind in your eyes. If it shifts, you must shift with it." The boy took the king's hands with an air of authority. "If the wind is above you, roll the hands this way. If it is below, that way. The tail flap moves like a rudder, that you will understand. The first thing is, if you think anything is going wrong, it is already too late. You have to move all the time, never stay still, like a bird. It takes time to learn." The boy added condescendingly, "I crashed into the sea time after time." Quicka, listening, reflected to himself that a 60-pound child crashed much lighter than a 190-pound warrior. Long experience had taught him that the One King paid no attention to probabilities. At least he was a strong swimmer. Quicka himself had sharpened the One King's belt knife to more than a razor edge, in case he needed to cut himself free in the water. Bronn had selected a dozen of the strongest swimmers in the fleet, himself included, and put them in pairs round the rescue boats. The experiment still seemed impossible. Guided by his abacus, Chef had ordered a new kite with 4 times the surface area of Tolman's. So enormous was it that it overhung the deck of the Favnisbane on all sides and over the stern as well. A first difficulty had been that the weight of the One King himself would snap the fragile struts suspended between the gunwales. Chef had ordered up trestles for him to lie on till he hoped the wind should take him. At least there was plenty of wind. All the ships in the fleet, more than 60 of them now, were tearing along as fast as a man could run, or a horse canter, the wind on their port beam. The familiar cloudless blue of the sky was as cloudless as ever, but with a darker tinge. Ordloff predicted a storm, though all agreed that a storm in this mill-pond of a sea could hardly be compared with a North Sea widowmaker. The One King had figured the strength of the wind into his calculations as well. "Ready," he said. He climbed up the short step-ladder, a proper ladder this, not a wretched graduale or crochy, slid feet first into the holding leather sling. Wood creaked and flexed. Handlers looked anxiously at the stitching, linesmen tested their holds. The kite, which had strained at its ropes, took on an ominous immobility, lay there as if made of lead. Chef gripped the controls, turned them this way and that. He, too, felt the kite's lack of motion, wondered for a moment what would happen. Would he just lie there like bacon on a slab? Would they cast him over the side and see him simply go down like the fool who had leapt from the tower of the Wisdom House in his Vullen suit months before? Chef looked round at the anxious faces surrounding him. One thing he could be sure of. Success or failure, the idea that men could fly had at least been firmly planted. Round half of the necks of the kite crews, half at least, dangled the new wing pendants of Volund, or Wayland as the English called him. Men who were proud to call themselves flyers. They would not forget. He had created a new trade. More than one new trade. "Ready," he said. The 8 tallest men in the ship stepped to their places, each of them crouched on a block, gripping a part of the frame in 2 hands. Now Quicka took over as launchmaster. "Lift!" he shouted. The 8 men simultaneously straightened and thrust their arms high over their heads. No great weight, indeed 2 strong men might have done it, or Bronn or Stur on their own. But it was important to have even balance. Quicka glanced at his linesmen standing by the windward rail, almost crowded overboard by the immense spread of canvas facing into the wind, but each maintaining tension and ready to pay out line. He waited with the skill of much practice till he could see the wind beginning to catch the canvas, belly it out from underneath. "Launch!" The 8 men swayed backwards like a catapult arm bending, and then threw the kite forward and up into the wind. Chef felt the shock, immediately felt the kite sweeping backwards as if from under him. The wind had caught him, but it was taking him down, down under the side of the Favnisbane, to be trampled deep into the sea and drowned there in a mess of broken cordage. He twirled a hand control at random, felt the kite dip alarmingly, faces on the leeward rail staring at him open-mouthed. Turned the other. The side vanes turned. The wind caught the great expanse of waxed cotton more fully, began to blow across the top. Struggling against the dead weight of its rider, the huge contrivance began to lift. The linesmen felt the tug, paid out line gently, carefully, each man striving to keep resistance without drag. They had had much practice. Above, Chef tried to remember what Tolman had said, tried even more to put it into effect. The wind was below his eyes, turn that way. No, above, turn back. And all the time he was skidding sideways, worked the tail flap between his knees. No, other way. For a brief instant all seemed to be in balance, and Chef could glance down. Below him the ships were strung out like children's toys on a pond, all of them lined with faces staring up. He could make the faces out clearly, could recognize Bronn there in one of the rescue boats out to windward. Could he wave, shout to him? The moment's loss of concentration was all that the wind needed. The kite began to turn up, the 2 linesmen controlling that began to try to edge the top frame down. At the same instant, Chef worked his own correction. The watchers saw the kite tip nose down, bank suddenly to the right, seem to lose the wind and the lift altogether, and drop into the sea like a loose bundle of rags. The Favnesbane slanted gently across, linesmen reeling in as she did so. Bronze Narwhal was already in front of them, swimmers diving over the side and threshing towards the bobbing contraption. Chef met them in the water. "I didn't need to cut myself free," he said. "Just slid out. Haul her out," he shouted to Ordloff and the approaching Favnesbane, "and check her over for brakes." "Then what?" asked Quicka as the dripping king scrambled over the side. "Then we'll try again, of course. How long did it take Tolman to learn the trick of it?" "If Tolman has learnt the trick of it," protested Quicka, "why do you need to? Is this just for fun?" Chef looked down at him. "Oh, no," he said. "We have to do the very best we can to get better at everything, because there are people over there who are also doing their very best, and not to make life easy for us, either." The Emperor looked carefully at the paper which Erkenbert had produced for him. It meant nothing to him. Skilled in the instant evaluation of land, river lines, armor, the good and bad points of a horse or its harness, Bruno had never learned to translate lines on paper into reality. "What does it do?" he asked. "It cuts the reloading time of our new catapults by more than half. You see," Erkenbert tapped the paper, "the difficulty was always dragging down the short arm, the arm which holds the counterweight. If we had been quicker—" He did not complete the sentence. If he had been quicker outside the wall of Septimania, he might have shot 3 times and smashed the gate down before the enemy could reply. Then the greatest of their troubles would have been over. "Well," he went on, "we tried different ways, and in the end I tried dragging the arm down by ropes over a roller. Now, what I have designed are 2 wheels, one each side of the frame. Men stand inside each one. They tread down with their feet, and the wheel turns so that there is always another tread under their feet. The wheel that they turn operates a cogwheel, and the 2 cogs drag down an iron chain. That chain pulls down the counterweight." "Does it work?" "I cannot tell while we march every day. I need time to find smiths and make the wheels, both the cogs and the tread wheels. But it will work. There is a picture in Vegetius to give us authority." Though they were speaking German, he used the Latin word auctoritatem, that which comes from an author, a written book, a book accredited. Bruno nodded. "The march will stop one day. Then I will need your new device. Not just 1 next time, 6, a dozen. I have to beat some sense into these Italian heads. Maybe some others, too. Come now and see what Agilulf has devised for us." The 2 men left the tent and went out into the sprawling camp, tents pitched for the night but not yet at rest. Outside, the Marshal Agilulf waited. Erkenbert looked again with professional interest at the crusted blisters and dead skin that ran like the mark of a broad belt across his neck and the side of his face, the track of the Greek fire. Agilulf had lain in pain and fever for weeks after they had pulled him from the sea. A surprise that he had lived. No surprise that he had become even more taciturn than ever before. "What is our strength now?" asked Bruno. "Much the same. 4,000 rabble." By rabble, Agilulf meant the levies called up from the districts Bruno was marching through. First the Spanish borderlands, then the coastline of southern France, then the plains of northern Italy. As the army moved towards Rome and the seat of St. Peter, there was a constant stream of desertions, replaced by new levies. Few of them had any military value in a serious clash, and some Bruno had dismissed, like the half-Arab deserters, sent back to loot and cause dissension in their own countries. About 500 of the cowboys. They stick around as long as they're allowed to loot and rape away from home. "Hang some of the rapists," said Bruno without heat. "I'll hang them all when their use is over. 500 Frankish knights with 100 Lanzenritter as stiffening, 700 Lanzenbruder on foot, a dozen onagers in the battering train, with a Lanzenbruder attached to each one to stop the crews running away. More to come when the Holy Father has time to make the designs." The Holy Father was Agilulf's only joke. He was one of those who most wholeheartedly approved the coming elevation of Erkenbert to the throne of St. Peter. The little deacon had dressed his wound, given him feverfew for the fever. He was never far from the fighting, never showed fear. In the tight world of the Emperor's army, it was coming about that no one outside it, German, Italian, or Frank, had any weight. Nationality was less important than comradeship. "Are they good enough to beat the heathen this time?" asked Bruno. "I do not think anyone can stand against the charge of the Lanzenritter, but they can be shot down by machines from a distance. For close work, the Lanzenbrüder are stout curls, but those damned Danes, they are stout curls too, better equipped. Our shield and spear tactic does not work against them. They are too strong, they learn too quickly. No shield can keep out their axes if they use them. All we can do is keep a steady line, hope to use our horsemen." "And our machines," said Erkenbert. "Everything," said Bruno, "all at once, to put down our enemies, to make Christendom one, without rival." Chapter 29. The parish priest of Aube, a small village of southern France not far from Carcassonne, looked nervously out of the window of his tiny cottage, and then back at the coarsely written pamphlet he held in his hand. It was made of paper, but the priest did not know that. It was printed rather than written, but the priest did not know that either. The priest only owned one book, and that was his missal for conducting services. He knew the services by heart in any case. Besides his services, the priest knew the Lord's Prayer, the Apostles' Creed, the 10 Commandments, and the 7 deadly sins. On these he preached to his parishioners. And now this had come brought to him by Gaston, the mule driver who came and went between Aube and Carcassonne with loads of oil and wine, charcoal and cloth, trinkets and fripperies, such few things as the village could not produce for itself and had the few coins to buy. He had brought it back and said it had been given to him, given, not sold, by a man in the market. Gaston could not read. He had thought the priest might like it. It was the priest's duty to denounce Gaston, for though he could not read, it was unlikely that he had taken something and not asked what it contained. Then the tormentors of the bishop would come and torment Gaston, and draw from him the name or the description of the man he met in the market. And if that did not satisfy them, of some other man. And if that did not satisfy them, who knew what tale they would put in Gaston's mouth? Maybe that his parish priest had sent him for the book, the heretic book. Merely holding it put the priest in deadly peril. Do not denounce him, then. Throw it away. The priest hesitated to throw away any piece of writing. They were too scarce, too precious. And besides, the tale this one told had about it a strange charm, a seduction. Maybe that seduction came from the devil, as the priest was continually telling his parishioners about the wiles of temptation. But then this book said that the devil was actually the one that the church called God, the Father who had sent his Son to death. What kind of a father was that? There was another reason the priest did not want to destroy this book. If he had read it correctly, and another strange thing about it was that it was written, if not in his own dialect, in a dialect very similar to his own, and very different from the church Latin, of which the priest had learnt some fragments in his ineffectual schooling years ago. If he had read it correctly, this book said that it was a part of heaven to live happily on earth, man and woman together. The priest had been in trouble more than once with his bishop and his archdeacon, because of Marie, the housekeeper who lived with him and who consoled his middle age. Priests must be celibate, he had been told again and again, or they bring bastard children into the world and spend the church's good on them. But Marie was a widow and past childbearing. What harm did it do, what she and he did between them when the nights were cold? The bishop was wrong, thought the priest with the first flare of independence his life had ever known. He would keep the book. He would read it again. It might be a work of heresy, or so they might say. But it was not the heresy of the heretics beyond the mountains, with their evil denial of the flesh, and their insistence that men and women became perfect only by not breeding children. Though this book did say that men and women were not condemned to breed children forever and ever, that there were ways of taking pleasure in each other, going to the paradise on earth, as the book called it, without running the risk of childbirth. Guiltily but determinedly the priest opened the little 8-page booklet again, started once more to spell his way through the passage which described, in terms as plain as Chef had been able to make them, with the assistance of Svandis and Alfled, the technique of the carezza, the prolongation of pleasure for woman and for man. The parish priest of Pontiac, not far away, did his duty and reported both book and the parishioner who had given it to him. Days later, as the bishop's agents attempted once again to force him to admit that he was part of the heretic conspiracy, he made a silent vow never to admit anything again. When he was released, bent and walking like an aged man, to return to his village under the strictest supervision, he said nothing. When his parishioners who had been called to the emperor's army returned, however, and spread their stories of demons in the sky and the might of the pagan or heretic sorcerers, their priest made no attempt to contradict them. The Bishop of Carcassonne, who had made great efforts to collect all such material entering his diocese and root out all transmitters of it, finally sent all he could find together to his archbishop in Lyon, and asked for help against the spread of heresy in writing. He was condemned severely for allowing such material to exist. No other bishopric had recorded so much, and most none at all, he was told. His see must be rotten with loss of faith. And if the sheep are poxed and scabby, railed the archbishop, who shall we blame but their shepherd? Look to Besançon. You will find no heresy there. The Bishop of Besançon, indeed, had obtained not only the Occitan, but also the Latin version of the pamphlet, and had read both through with care several times. The bishop was poor by now, having had to pay a year's revenues into the emperor's coffers for a brawl with the Baron of Béziers. Besides that, his back still smarted from the days of scourging he had had to endure from a grinning German prior, till the money arrived, money acquired at a ruinous rate of interest to put an end to the scourgings. In any case, the bishop had not one widow mistress, but a small stable of young women. Their constant pregnancies were almost a despair to him, so many children to be provided for, left for adoption in the church if the mother would agree, but so often she did not, found in food and clothing while they were young and furnished with dowries or apprentice payments as they grew up. The thought that pleasure might not lead to children, even with young women, and that young women might be pleasured satisfactorily even by a man past the flush of youth, if that man knew the secrets of the carezza, this fascinated the bishop to a degree that no fear of heresy might quash. The fate of his brother of Carcassonne only rubbed the point home. The truth was that in the whole of the Languedoc, as in their kindred realm of Catalonia beyond the mountains, Christianity had shallow roots. At the first coming of the faith in Roman times, the church had taken hold in the towns, where the urban classes followed the fashions of Rome and of the empire, and where bishops could be appointed from noble families who saw the church as another way of consolidating power over land, through its written leases, its acceptance of donations which paid no tax to the secular authorities, but still might be kept within the family. Outside the towns were the pagani, in Latin, those who dwelt on the pagus, the land. In Italian the word became paesano, in French, paysan. The peasant, the one who dwelt on the land, the one outside the church. The three meanings were at bottom the same meaning. The church meant little to the country people except as a force from the towns that from time to time disrupted their lives. In northern France, in Germany, one might meet the enthusiasm of the convert or the crusader. In the south, Mary was hard to tell from Minerva of ancient Rome or the three nameless ladies the Celts had worshipped generations before the pagani were made to learn their poor and garbled Latin. Nor was the Easter procession easy to tell from the age-old weeping for Adonis, the legionary cult of sacrificing the ram or lamb to Mithras. In a land where written books were rare and what they said was taken literally as gospel, there was little inherited resistance to the seeds that Sheph and Solomon and Svandes had sown. But there was fertile soil in abundance. In Andalusia, a different situation, but no more stable. Islam had not set foot in the Iberian Peninsula till the year 711, when the Umayyads landed at Gibraltar, or Jebel Tariq in their tongue, burned their boats, and were told by their leader, "The sea is behind you and the unbelievers in front of you. Truly you shall conquer or die." And conquer they did, overthrowing the short-lived rule of the Germanic Vandals who gave Andalusia its name, and taking their place as rulers. Beneath the veneer of Vandal or Arab aristocracy, however, the mass of the Iberian population remained the same. Most of them were converted from the Christianity of the late Roman Empire without great difficulty, attracted by the benign rule of Islam, which remained free of the desperate and deadly theological squabbles of Rome and Byzantium, and demanded no more than the Shahada, the 5 daily prayers, abstention from wine and from pork. Yet while there might be little to disagree with or provoke rebellion in the rule of the caliphs, there was at the same time little charm, little mystery. Under Uraman, less and less inquiry permitted. The surgery of Cordova would have been the wonder of the world if the world had known it, as would the discoveries of Ben Firnas, or the great work of Al-Khwarizmi, the mathematician, his Hisab al-Jabr wal-Mugabala, or Book of the Bringing of Unknowns to Knowns. But few did know of it, eagerly though its practical aspects might be seized by traders and bankers. The Wisdom House of Baghdad had been closed 30 years before, by those who asserted there was no wisdom outside the Koran, and the Koran was to be memorized, not considered. To some, the intellectuals, the ceasing of inquiry was a pain. To others, the unpersecuted but taxed remnant of the Christians, every call from the muezzin was an offense. To most, religion mattered little. But if by any chance some restrictions might be eased, decision in the court of the Qadis might relax from the strict interpretation of the Koran, and of the desert asceticism that had created it. Well, let the learned dispute over whether Allah or the Koran were more or equally eternal if they would. Peace, good governance, and a fair distribution of water through the irrigation channels were what they most demanded. "I do not think Aniya will do," said Ben Firnas one day to his cousin Ben Maimun. "He is half a Berber, after all." "I do not think there is a purebred child of the Quraysh left to us," replied his cousin. "My pupil Mu'attiyah might have done," ventured the philosopher. "He was of high birth, and easily guided by me, if by no other." "Too late," replied the cavalryman. "We of the army of the caliph that was accused him before the Qadi of bearing false witness. The fathers of many of those he sent to the impaling poles brought their voices to the court. He was fortunate. Because he had been your pupil, the Qadi adjudged him only to the leather carpet and the sword, not to the pole or the stoning ground. He fought with the guards and died raging, without dignity." Ben Firnas sighed, less at the young man's death than at the failure of what had been promised. "Who, then?" he asked after a decent pause. "We cannot just pick one of the provincial governors. All the others would rebel immediately." Ishak, keeper of the scrolls, drank from the cool water which was the greatest of refreshments in this, the tail end of the scorching Spanish summer, and spoke into the thoughtful silence. "It seems to me that there is no great need for a hasty decision. The Roman emperor has turned away from our borders, having found his foolish relic of the Nazarenes, or so I hear. We do not need a single ruler. Why do we not send to Baghdad and ask the descendant of Abdullah to send us a viceroy?" "It would take forever," said Ben Maimun. "Forever to send the message, and longer for them to come to a decision. Nor would the governors accept whoever the Abbasid caliph sent to us." "But during that time provisional arrangements might be put in place," suggested Ishak. "Ruled by a council of the wise, strictly temporary, of course. Still, during that temporary state, institutions could be set up whose value would be so great that no later caliph could overthrow them. A house of surgeons, a house of mathematics, a tower of astronomers," proposed Ben Firnas, "equipped with farseers, with larger and better lenses for study of the stars. A new system of waterworks, running down from the mountain springs to the coast," put in Ben Maimun. "The landowners would pay for that, if they were certain that all would pay and all would share." "A library," said Ishak, "one which contained the works of the Greeks as well as of the Hadith, translated into Arabic for all to read, or into Latin as well. If any doubted our aim, we could say that we wish to convert the Rumi to our faith with sound arguments as well as by the sword, and our cousins the Jews as well." "I have heard," noted Ben Firnas, "that this business of the relic contained some terrible blow to the Christian faith. There is rumor of it among the traders from the north in the souk." Ishak shrugged indifferently. "Such a faith hardly needs a blow. But let us agree that our faith shall be confirmed by reason, and that a council of the wise may be the way to do it." "We will speak to our friends in the morning," agreed Ben Maimun. "Let Ghaniya the Berber follow Mu'attiyah the fool, and the matter can be arranged." The Wayfleet lay at anchor in the Bay of Palma off the island of Majorca, exactly where the Arab fleet had lain earlier the same year, before the Greek fire came to destroy it. Fishermen had already given a graphic account of what had happened then, and Chef had been concerned enough to order a standing kite to be raised, with Tolman and 3 or 4 of the others taking turns to spend an hour in the sky, not flying free, No one had attempted that since the deaths of Uba and Helmi, but strung out peacefully on their lines in the moderate breeze. Shortly after Chef had tried his own flights, the Mediterranean had indeed proved that it could generate a storm, and the back eddies of it were still with them. It had been a blessing in disguise, however, in that it had covered the approach of the Wayman fleet till they were almost at anchor. The raiding party, swarming eagerly ashore, led by Gudmund and full of experienced pirates, had immediately seized the Christian cathedral and found in it an accumulation of plunder. It had been first stored there by the Christian lords of the island, continued during the brief Islamic conquest, and stepped up to a higher power, it seemed, by the following conquest by the Emperor and his Greek allies working in tandem. The troops left behind by the Emperor had fled into the interior. The Waymen, operating under strict orders of gentle conduct and supervised closely by their priests, reported that there was little chance of them acquiring allies from the natives, nominally Christian though they were. Solomon reported further that the booklets he carried in Occitan and in Latin were accepted readily, with great curiosity, by the Christian priests. The natives of the island, trapped in their own dialect of Majorcan, had never seen a book that they could begin to read in their own language before, and the Occitan was close enough for them at least to try to make it out. Solomon had not remained at hand, though, to watch the trials that Chef was now preparing. Thorvin, too, intensely disapproving, had disappeared on his own errands, as had Hund and Hogbarth. For interpreting, Chef was now dependent on Skaldfin. Farman, too, the visionary priest, was prepared to observe. The Greek fire apparatus had been unshipped bodily from the half-sunk galley, with immense care not to crack or bend any of its pipes, and had been carried carefully stowed in the hold of the Fafnisbane, a man watching it on Ordloff's orders day and night to warn of any leak or scrap of fire. When it came to a trial, though, Ordloff had mutinied. Chef had in the end taken a small Majorcan fishing boat, stowed the apparatus in it, and taken it a decent quarter-mile out to sea. For hours he and Steffi had brooded over it, examining every part of it, theorizing about their apparent functions, reminding each other of what they knew for certain. They were now at least of one mind. The big tank found separate from the rest was a fuel reserve, they agreed. Its connecting hose clearly matched the smaller copper dome, but the only function of that connection was to transfer fuel once the operating tank was emptied. In operation, the pipe at the upper end of the dome was connected not to the reserve tank, but to the apparatus actually found in place. Careful removal of this had persuaded them that it was a sort of bellows, a piston forced down a cylinder which, however, did nothing but force air into the operating tank. "It seems," muttered Steffi, "that air has weight." Remembering the strength of the wind under his kite, Chef nodded. The thought was ridiculous, for how could anyone weigh air? But the fact that one could not weigh it clearly did not mean that it had no weight. A thought for the future. Another mystery was the valve attached to a short length of pipe on top of the dome. The pipe was plugged at the end, but had an opening cut in one side. It made no sense. What, then, was the function of the brazier and the conventional bellows below the dome? Obviously to heat the fuel in the dome to operating temperature. But why? Neither Chef nor Steffi had any word to express the concept volatile, but they had seen water boil, had seen kettles boil dry. Chef, too, remembered the experiments of his former shipmate Ud with distilling a kind of winter ale. "Some things boil with less heat than water," he explained to Steffi. "It may be that this stuff in the tank is one of them. What comes out of the nozzle when you turn the valve, then, is the lighter stuff, like the drink that Ud makes out of the steam from ale." "Isn't steam just water?" queried Steffi. "Not if you heat ale or wine," said Chef. "The stronger stuff comes off first, before the water, the opposite of winter wine. Water freezes first in the cold, boils last in the heat." As he said the words, he stiffened, the words of Loki coming back to him. What was it he had said, had offered him as a token? "It is best on a winter morning." He did not understand, but it had something to do with this problem. He would remember it. If it worked, then he would owe Loki something, put into practice the plan he had considered. It would be a fair test, a fair return. All their actions had been watched with tight-lipped scorn by the Greek Siphonistos, taken from the captured galley. "We're going to try it," said Chef to Skaldfin. "All those who aren't necessary had better leave the boat." The Greek turned immediately, reached for the painter of their dinghy. "He understands our language a bit, then," said Chef. "Ask him why he will not help us." "He says you are barbarians." "Tell him barbarians would lash him to the dome so that he would feel the fire first if anything went wrong. But we are not barbarians. He will see. He will stay with us, take the same chances that we do. The rest of you, over the side with you all, and lay off 10 strokes. Now." Chef turned back to Steffi and his 3-man gang with a confidence he did not feel. "Light the match. Bellowsman, stand by and start when the flame is alight." "It's this pump that worries me," muttered Steffi in an undertone. "I can see what it does, but I don't know what it's for." "Me neither. We still have to try it. Start pumping on the handle." The Greek edged away, watching the preparations with increasing fear. The very thought of the fire exploding made his bowels cringe within him. He had seen several demonstrations of what happened when an apparatus was overheated. They had turned the safety valve closed without realizing what it was for. He knew if the barbarians did not that they were not far enough off to be safe. Competing with the personal fear was fear for his faith and his country. The barbarians seemed strangely sure about what they were doing. They had spent a long time observing, making simple trials, doing very little and nothing roughly. Not like the barbarians of his imagination, but like skilled men. Could it be that they would solve the problem? Even if they did, the voice within him reminded him there was one thing no ingenuity could find. The strange seepages of Tmutorakan, far beyond the Black Sea, where the oil welled up out of the ground. The fire was burning, the pump was operating, the barbarian with the squint sweating as he worked. In his bones the Siphonistos could feel the pressure increasing, building up. It had to build up. It must not be allowed to grow too great. Heat and pressure had to be balanced just so. Observing carefully out of the corner of his one eye, Chef watched the signs of tension grow in the captive Greek. He feared the fire perhaps more than they did. And he knew as they did not when the likely moment of disaster would be. Had he the resolution to face death unmoved? Chef felt sure that he would make some sign of betrayal. If he did, he and Steffi and the others would be over the side and into the water in a moment. But the Greek did not know that. "Keep pumping," he ordered. Chef felt the warmth coming now not from the burning match beneath, but from the dome itself. As the heat increased, the Greek writhed in fear. The barbarians had no fear because they had no understanding. In the end, he could not control himself. He seized up a rag, leaped forward, and turned the valve on top of the tank. A shrill whistle sounded from the slotted length of pipe. "The valve! You must open the valve at once!" he called in suddenly discovered English, backing the words with a frantic gesture. Chef shouted, "Turn!" The last of Steffi's 3-man gang turned firmly on the valve that led from the bottom of the copper dome, the valve that led to the nozzle. Chef felt an instant wave of something jetting through the brass nozzle in his hand, a reek of something stinging and acrid. He drew the lit slow match from behind his back and at arm's length held it to the nozzle. The dragon's breath flared out, belching flame 50 feet out over the sea, landing on it and blazing with clouds of black smoke even on the water itself. For long moments the sea itself seemed to be ablaze. Chef and the valve hand stepped back, cringing automatically from the fierce heat. Chef collected himself, shouted, "Turn!" once again. The valve closed, the flame stopped. Instantly Steffi ceased to pump. The bellowsman pulled his bellows away. The brazier hand pulled the charcoal flame away from under the dome. All 5 men fell back from the dome to the very edge of the ship's tiny deck, and stared tensely at it. Had they pumped it too strongly? Would the flame come back from the sea and ignite some stray spill? After a while, Chef felt them all releasing their breath together. "It's a kind of oil," he said. "Not olive oil," said Steffi. "I've tried lighting that, and it doesn't work at all, hardly." "Might be whale oil," ventured Chef, remembering the way Queen Ragnhild's fire arrows had lit up the harvest of the Grin in far Halogalan. "Doesn't smell like it," said the valve hand, once a fisherman in Ordloff's village of Bridlington. "I don't know what in hell it is," said Steffi, "but I bet we can't get no more of it once this is used up. But at least we know now when to open the valve. That whistle on top, it sounds the warning." You may know how this work, the Greek shouted angrily, still in the broken English he had till then refused to admit. But there is one place on earth for naphtha, and you never find it. Nor, I tell you, no matter how you torture me. Chef looked down at him coldly. There is no need of torture, and now I have the machine, I know where to get the fuel. It is found best on a winter's morning, is that not so? The Greek's heart sank within him. They had mastered the siphon with ease. Now it seemed they had the oil as well. After all, in the barbarian West, who could say that there was no Tmutora Khan, as there was in the barbarian East? And if they had both halves of the secret, how might Byzantium stand? And he could be sure he would find no welcome in Byzantium once it was known the secret was out. Any Greek should know there was a time to change sides, and this was it. "Listen to me, One-Eye," he mumbled. "That for a price I correct your errors." Chef nodded calmly as though he had expected this response, and fumbled for a moment in the pocket of his breeches. He had had these things made by a silversmith in Septimania, made secretly and paid for from his own purse. "Steffi," he said, "I want you and your men here to wear these." He produced the silver pendants from his pocket. "What, and give up what we got already?" asked Steffi, putting a hand up to the Thor hammer round his neck. "Yes. You have Thor, and so does one of your mates, and the other two have a Frey phallus and a rig ladder like me. But they are just the signs that took your fancy, or that you copied from others. I must stay with my own kraki, for it is the mark of my father. But you should wear the signs of your trade, now you have a trade. It is a sign of honor, too, for your courage." "What is it?" said the valve hand, face glowing with pride. He had been a slave most of his life. Now the One King was speaking to him as if he were a great warrior. "It is a fire sign for the men who trade in fire, in flares, in the marks of war." The men took the pendants in silence, removed their own, put the new ones round their necks. "What god is the patron of us fire warriors?" asked the bellows hand. "It is Loki, the fire god, once chained, now free." Skaldfinn, coming back over the side, froze with horror as he heard the words, saw the fire sign displayed openly for the first time. He looked back at Farman just behind him for support, saw the visionary pause, and then nod slowly in acquiescence. Steffi and his gang, all English and all former Christians with the scantiest knowledge of the holy myths of the way, heard the name without alarm. "Loki," Steffi muttered, fixing the name in his mind. "Loki the fire god. Good to have a god of our own. We will be his faithful servants." Chapter 30. The Emperor gaped at the small book put into his hands. He could read himself, if slowly, but this time he had no need to. The substance of the booklet had already been explained to him in careful detail by his trusty comrade. "Where in hell did it come from?" he asked finally. The Emperor, never knowingly blasphemed, took the name of the Lord in vain, or used religious words in other than their literal meaning. This time, too, Erkenbert realized, he meant that the book in front of him was literally diabolic. That was good. Answering the question was not so good. Erkenbert had realized some time ago that the sniveling heretic who had betrayed the Grail, and earned death for it, had not told the truth when he said that there were only 2 copies. He should have kept him alive. No need to confess that mistake now. "A brother found it in a priest's house. Oh, yes." He held up a warning hand. "The priest has already been dealt with. But I have heard these things are everywhere, produced with diabolic speed. And they are being believed, too. Men say that the very Gradwale which you carry with you, and proclaim to be the true ladder on which our Lord was carried to the sepulchre, they say that its appearance after so many centuries is proof that what these doctrines say are true. The lance is death, men say. The Grail is life. It proves that Jesus came back to life in reality, never left this world rather than came back to it. So there is no resurrection, no afterlife, no succession of St. Peter, no church or need for a church. Some of those who say that are priests themselves." The Emperor's face was purpling rapidly, but he was no fool. He realized all this was being said to him for a purpose, not merely to enrage him. Or maybe enraging him was the purpose. Well, he said with sudden mildness, we can stop people saying these things out loud, I suppose. But we want to stop them even thinking about them. I am sure you have an idea how that might be done. Let me hear it. Erkenbert nodded. They were old allies now, working partners. It was still a relief to him to work for a clear-sighted ruler. 2 ideas, he said. One is easy. We need a body of reliable men with no duty other than that of seeking out heresy. They will have to be given powers greater than present law allows. Powers of rope and rack, stake and pit. I suggest we call them the Inquisitio Imperialis, the Imperial Inquisition. Agreed, said Bruno immediately. What's the hard idea? Do you know when Church and Empire first came together? For the Empire of the Romans was at first a pagan one, you know, which persecuted Christians. Bruno nodded. He remembered the stories of St. Paul, and how he went to Rome for trial before an emperor who must have been hostile. It had not struck him that somewhere down the line the Empire must have changed religions, but now that Erkenbert mentioned it, he saw it must be so. The first Christian emperor, you know, was Constantine, who was proclaimed emperor in my own city of Eboracum, York, as the vile pagans who hold it now call it. A good omen, said Bruno confidently. It is hoped to be so. What happened was that he was beset by rebels, like you, Emperor, and in the night before a battle he dreamt a dream. In that dream an angel came to him and showed him the holy sign of the cross, and told him, In hoc signo vinces, in this sign thou shalt conquer. He did not know the meaning of the sign, but the next day he ordered his men to put it on their shields, and fought and won the battle. Then the wise men explained to him the meaning of the sign. He accepted it and the Christian religion, and imposed it on all the empire. But he did one other thing, Emperor. He made the donation of Constantine. On this document both Church and Empire are built. From it the Church receives authority in this world. From it the Empire receives legitimacy from the world above. That is why emperors are the Lord's anointed, and popes should be the emperor's creation. It sounds a fine thing, said Bruno with a certain skepticism. But I make popes without need of a document, and my authority comes from the relics I have recovered. We have recovered. Why do we need this donation? I think that as well as the Imperial Inquisition, we need also a new donation. The Emperor's eyebrows rose warningly. He had already seen that this conversation was urging him to put down the troublesome John by force, and lock the College of Cardinals up until they voted in the correct way for his own candidate. Though Erkenbert did not know it, Bruno did not wish the new pope to have any hand in the disappearance of the old one. He had already sent a strong squadron to deal with Pope John, and firm messages to the wavering cardinals of Germany, that they had better see sense themselves, and bring their Italian colleagues to do the same. But he did not like the idea of donations. The Church was rich enough already. It will be a donation of Church to Empire, said Erkenbert firmly, not of Empire to Church. 1/10 of the Church's temporal possessions will be handed over for set purposes: the defeat of the heathen, the stamping out of heresy, war against the followers of the Prophet, war against the schismatics of Byzantium. New warrior orders to be founded in all the realms of Christendom, not Germany alone. The establishment of the Imperial Inquisition against rebels and heretics. We will call it the donation of Simon Peter. Simon Peter, said the Emperor, mind still racing at the implications of what had been said. I will take the papal name of Peter, said Erkenbert firmly. It has been forbidden to all popes throughout history since the first. But I will take it not in pride but in humility, as a sign that the Church needs to begin again, cleansed of its weakness and its surfeit. We will find a document in the vaults of the Vatican, in the catacombs, written by Simon Peter himself, and setting out his wish that the Church should be the loyal servant of a Christian empire. Find a document, repeated Bruno. But how can we find it if we don't know it's there? I found the Grail, did I not? Said Erkenbert. You can rely on me to find the donation of Peter. He means he's going to fake it, thought Bruno suddenly. That is against every law of God and man. But 1/10 of the Church's possessions. Fat monks and idle nuns evicted, their lands made over for the support of warriors. No more counting the Ritters and the Bruderschaft in hundreds, and surely a pious end may justify impious means. It's a fraud, and he knows it's a fraud, thought Erkenbert. But he's going to go through with it. What he doesn't know is that the donation of Constantine is a fraud, too. Any scholar can see it. The Latin is quite of the wrong period for what is claimed. It was written by a Frank, or I am an Italian. How many more documents, I wonder, are frauds? That is the true danger of things like this. He took the heretic booklet from the Emperor's hands, tore it across, and threw it carefully into the glowing brazier. They start people thinking about whether books are true. We must stamp that out. Few books, and all those holy ones, that must be our goal. Whether they are true or not, that shall be for me to decide. The plume of smoke leaking lazily into the air off the port bow held Chef's gaze like a fly struggling to escape the spider. The cruise had gone well, extraordinarily well. The islands of the Mediterranean had been much fought over, but did not seem to have been thoroughly plundered for many years. Perhaps the contestants had been eager only to change the religion of the islanders, not to leave with the profit. The ships in the fleet were low in the water now, not only with renewed food and water, but with church plate, brocades, and cloth of unknown dyes. Most important of all was the tribute exacted from Majorca and Minorca, Ibiza and Formentera, then Corsica and Sardinia, tribute in gold and silver coins of the Arabs, of the Greeks, of the Franks and the Romans, and countries of which Chef had never heard, and whose script neither Skaldfin nor Solomon could recognize. Sicily next, lying only a little to the south, below the island of Vulcan with its smoky mountain. A descent on the Italian mainland? Even Gudmund had been heard to talk of quitting while the going was good, and before the equinoctial gale set in on the long passage home. Meanwhile there was Steffi to satisfy. He had taken his conversion to the fire pendant and the Loki god with great conviction. His conversation was now about nothing but fire, and he had grasped a principle that Chef himself had often stated. There was more knowledge in the world than people realized. Steffi had set himself to find out everything that anyone at all knew about fire and about things that burnt or lit, or even glowed in the dark. Their Greek captive had been a disappointment. He knew his trade, it was true, and he had told them all he knew of the black oil fields beyond the Black Sea, of the process of draining and refining the stuff that oozed to the surface, fluid and light in the cold, sticky, and tar-like in the heat. But though he knew how the trade was carried out, he had little curiosity about substitutes, alternatives. They had concealed from him the fact that they had no oil field in the west as the Greeks had in the east. But without such an alternative, they had the half-tank of oil they had captured and no more. Steffi was not discouraged. He talked to the Greek, to Solomon, to Bronn, to Chef, to Solomon, to the fishing boat crews they intercepted, interrogated and released, to his own mates. His monologue continued as he stood in the bows watching the smoke like Chef, but watching it like a lover watching his mistress's window. "Funny, you know," he repeated. "Once I got asking them, you'd think half the fleet knew that if you lit a fire on Earth that had been cleaned out of a stable or a cave or whatever, then it burned real fierce. So I asked what else did that, and they come up with all sorts. Solomon says the Arabs have some stuff like what our Greek calls naphtha, but the Greek says it's different. Solomon says the Arabs used to make fire bundles out of their stuff like our flares, but they used to throw them, not launch them, from a catapult. I'd like to get some of that naphtha, but meanwhile we got fish oil, we got the saltpeter stuff, we got wax. And then one of the lads reminded me of what you get on rotten logs that glows in the dark though it doesn't burn. Solomon says that's called phosphor. And he says if you get the real stuff, it burns so hard water can't put it out. You have to scrape it off the skin. The Greek says he's heard of that, and they tried mixing it with the oil they use, but it's not safe. They sometimes mix in a kind of resin." "They put that into wine, too," put in Chef. "Only because it's what they caulk the barrels with. But resin burns, and so does amber, one of the boys was telling me." "We can't afford amber flares," said Chef. Steffi frowned at the levity. "No, but I had another idea. You know that winter ale and winter wine they make at Stamford, where they steam it off and catch the steam? Well, one of the lads had a bit left, and I bought it off him. That burns too, burns pretty well. Solomon came up and told me the Arabs did that too. They call it alkul. The Arabs can always do everything if you hear them talk. Fly, make lenses, invent algorithm, make fire devices, alkul, aljaber, alchemia, alkili. Thing is, they never seem to do anything with it. Chef, too, had listened to Solomon and grown rather tired of it. Well, I'd like to get all that stuff, whatever it is, the naphtha and the phosphor and the alkul and all, and the saltpeter, and start mixing it. See what happens. And charcoal, too. We all use it. Why does it burn better than wood? But most of all, I want to see what they've got up there. A fire mountain, they say, burning rock. And the smell. Everyone says there's a strange smell comes from the mountain. Sulfur, they call it. But you know something in the fens where I come from. Me, too, Chef reminded him. We got this thing they call the will-o'-the-wisp. Fires that light and lead you into the swamp. Comes from dead bodies, they say. Well, that smells, too. I'm sure we got this saltpeter at home in barns and piggeries and what-not. Maybe we got this sulfur, too. I want to see it. Start putting them together. A pillar of fire by night and a cloud of smoke by day. That was what he had been trying to think of. It was something to do with one of Father Andreas's lessons from the Bible. The children of Israel escaping from bondage. Father Andreas had said it was an image of the Christian soul seeking heaven. Chef did not think the pillar of smoke they were steering for was the promised land somehow, but Steffi did. Maybe Steffi was the one whose opinion would count. For some time the fleet had been steering for a fishing boat running easily under its light lateen sail. It had made no attempt to escape them. The word must have got round that the strangers did no harm to the poor, even paid for news. Indeed, the boat was heading towards them and had now rounded and lay easily to leeward. Skaldfin and Solomon were shouting back and forth, calling one of the fishermen on board. Chef waited for a translation to emerge in good time. It seemed as if he had said something important. Skaldfin was coming over with a strange expression on his face. He says there's a new pope in Rome, though the old pope is not dead. More than that, he says the new pope is a stranger, an alien, a foreigner. He calls him an Anglus. That's when he spat on the deck and Ordloff hit him. An English pope? The word had been heard and was spreading through the crew with general laughter and derision. A little man, not even a priest. The fisherman says he has proclaimed a state of holy war throughout the empire, against all heathen and heretics and unbelievers. Soon, the fisherman says, the emperor will come with his fleet of fire ships and his army of iron men and destroy all those who do not bend the knee to St. Peter. Then Rome will rule the world. Fire ships, thought Chef. Maybe they are not so far off after all. Nor is Rome now. He remembered unbidden the map his divine patron had shown him months before, the map that centered on Rome. Rig had told him that at Rome his troubles would cease. He had no wish to go there. Like Gudmund, his thoughts were for home. My grandfather Ragnar tried to sack Rome once, said Svandis. He sacked the wrong city by mistake, but believed it was Rome because the plunder was so great. If Erkenbert is at Rome preaching holy war and another crusade, it can only be against us, said Thorvin slowly. Better to fight in another man's country than in your own. We have not quite 3,000 men in the fleet, thought Chef. The Emperor will have many more. But mine are all picked men, crossbows and catapults and flares, and even the Greek fire. They want me to fight again. But I have made my peace with Loki, or so I thought. I want to avert Ragnarok, not bring it about. Let's hear what Bronn has to say, said Skaldfin diplomatically. All right, Chef replied. But keep heading for the Fire Mountain, for the Vulcan Isle. We'll anchor off it tonight. Chef lay that night in his hammock in the gently heaving cabin of the Fafnisbane. He felt as he had felt when the decision was taken to come on this journey to the center of the world. That opinion was against him, was pressing on him. He was being manipulated. They wanted him to find and fight the Emperor. He was not going to do it. He was going to go home, set his land in order, wait for fate and death to come to him in their proper season. Svandis, who lay in a hammock touching his, was pregnant with his child, he felt sure. The glow on her face and in her eyes was not merely that of sun and sea air. It was the glow of new birth. He had seen it on Godive years before. This time he would see the child born and know it was his. They would try to persuade him otherwise, he knew. Not just men, but gods. He was braced for the dream that would come, and whether it came from the gods or his own mind, or from the wolf that grew amid the rye, he did not care. The night was his enemy, and he would face it. The dream began abruptly, directly. A man hurrying through city streets in the dark. The man was afraid, bitter afraid, and ashamed at the same time. He was afraid of something he had seen done before. He was ashamed not just because he was afraid, but because he had been afraid before, and given in before, and vowed never to do so again. And yet here he was, scuttling through the streets to get into the open country, to lose himself, to change his name. His name was Peter. Peter who had once been Simon. As he came to the walls of the city, tension increased. There was a gate, and inset in the gate a little door, one that could be slipped open without the ponderous process of lifting the great bars and thrusting back the gates on their rollers. The little door was ajar, but where was the sentry? There, asleep, head thrown back. His spear, the Roman infantry weapon that Chef had held in his hands as the holy lance, was propped between his thighs. No one else around, the guard hut shut and lightless. Creeping forward like a shadow, Peter, who had been Simon, and longed to be Simon again, set hands on the door, inched it open, waiting for the betraying creak. None came. He was through, the walls behind him, life and safety ahead of him. Just like me, thought the chef mind. There was a shape in front of him. He had known there would be. A human shape, but round its head a crown of thorns. It moved forward, shedding a pale corpse light around it. Its eyes looked down on the cringing disciple. "Petre, quo vadis?" it said. "Peter, where are you going?" "Tell him," the chef mind urged. "Tell him you're escaping. Tell him he isn't even dead. The whole thing's a mistake. He's alive and well and living with Mary Magdalene in the mountains, writing a book." The Peter figure had fallen back, was returning to the door, shoulders drooped. Going back to the city, to Rome, to arrest and death and crucifixion. He would ask to be crucified upside down, Chef recalled, as unworthy of the same death as the Savior he had betrayed. That won't work, Chef thought. You can say quo vadis, to me as long as you like. Another picture, flicked into shape like a screen being thrust in front of the eyes. Another man set on flight, but asleep this time. In his dream he saw not the Christ figure of the previous vision, but the Peter figure, but not shamefaced and drooping this time, rather stern, majestic, a grim look in his eyes. He was shouting, though Chef could not hear what he said. In his hand he held a scourge, the monastic disciplina, a whip with many cords and knots tied into every one. He stepped forward, knocked the sleeping man's eidolon down with one bony fist, tore his robe from his back, began to strike again and again with the disciplina, blood springing out as the man rebuked, struggled, and cried out. The scene vanished, and Chef found himself once more looking into the eyes of his patron. Clever, foxy eyes. "I don't do that kind of thing," remarked Rigg. "If you want to shirk your duty, go ahead. I will not deceive you into obedience or beat you into it. I just want you to see what shirking will mean. So show me. You're going to anyway." Chef was braced for immediate horror, but it did not come. He saw his own city, his own foundation of Stamford. There was the Wisdom House, there its accumulation of workshops and forges and storehouses, bigger than he remembered them, older, lichen encrusted on the grey stones. Silently, without explanation, the Wisdom House sprang apart. A flash, a crack that he knew would have been ear-splitting if there had not been some barrier between him and the substance of the dream. A cloud of smoke rising, and in the smoke stones arcing up into the sky. As they came down, Chef saw what was going on in the ruins. Soldiers everywhere, wearing white surcoat and red cross. Crusaders, such as King Charles and Pope Nicholas had once brought against him. But these soldiers were not wearing the heavy mail and horsemen's boots of the Frankish knights, or the Emperor's Lanzenritter. They were lightly dressed, moved quickly, carried only long tubes in their hands. "Freedom for Loki as well as for Thor," said Rigg. "Well and good. But whose side will Loki be on, or stay on? Naphtha and phosphor, sulfur and saltpeter, alcohol and charcoal. Others besides Steffi can put 2 and 2 together, or 1 and 1 and 1. In the end, Church and Empire united will win, not in your time, but you will live your life knowing it will happen, and that you could have averted it. I will see to that. Chef lay dumb and defiant. Let me show you some more, the clever voice continued. Here is the new city. A marvel slowly opened before Chef's closed eyes. A white city with shining walls, and in the heart of it a cluster of spires reaching towards heaven. On every spire a banner, on every banner a device of holiness. Crossed keys, closed book, Saint Sebastian and his arrows, Saint Lawrence and his gridiron. Beneath the spires, Chef knew, lay a multitude of men whose duty it was to praise the Lord and study the Bible. It was not his Bible, but the yearning for such a life of contemplation and study, of peace and tranquility, swept over him like hunger. Tears began to spill from his shut eyelids at what he did not have. Look closer, said the voice. In the lecture rooms stood men reading from their books. The students listened. They wrote nothing. Their duty was to remember. As the lectures finished, the lecturers went to a central room, handed over their books. They were counted, checked against a list, placed in an iron chest, the key turned. Safely stored till next time. In the whole city no man owned a book for himself alone. No man wrote a new word or thought a new thought. The smiths beat out what they were told to, as their ancestors had done before them. The itch Chef so often felt to hold a hammer, to beat out an answer for a question in his brain. That itch would remain unappeased forever. It is the Skuld world, said Rig, where Loki is freed at last to serve the Church, and then cast into ever stricter bonds, till he too withers away from starvation. And the world remains the same from one eon to the next, ever holy, never changing. Every book become a Bible, your monument, your legacy. And if I fight? Asked Chef. Will Loki be with me instead? Will he weep for Balder and release his brother from hell? What will that look like? In an instant the limited sight of a single city faded, expanded to become an image of the 9 worlds of which Middle-earth is only one. Chef could see the dark elves below the earth and the light elves above it, could see Bifrost Bridge that leads to Asgard and the Yalar Bridge that takes the souls down to hell. All was not dark, but weathered, stained somehow, as if all seen through a dusty glass. Somewhere deep down Chef could hear a massive creaking, a noise of rusty machinery forced open, forced into life. It was the Grin opening, the Grin gate that separates the dead from the living, the metal lattice through which Chef had once seen the shapes of the child and the women whose bane he had been, through which the slave woman Edthio had urged him to go on. The Grin was opening for Balder, and not just Balder. Once it was open, Chef knew the souls might come back, be born again in their descendants, live the happy lives that had been robbed from them. The slave girls he had found in the old king's mound, buried alive with their backs broken. The old woman whose death he had once shared, as she strove above all to die unnoticed. Edthio who had died in the wolf waste, and the poor slave dying of cancer in the Norse village far from her home. Cuthred, Carly, the child Harald. As the gate opened, something leaked from it, not light, not color, but something that seemed to wipe the dust away, to restore to the world the light and the color that it should have had. There was a noise inside, a noise of laughter and a great clear voice calling others to share new life with him. Balder the Beautiful, coming to make the new world that should always have been. Chef was aware from the corner of one eye that all the Asgarth gods were staring at him. Thor with his red beard and fierce face, Odin with the face like a calving glacier, and standing next to Odin, Loki the traitor god, the exile god, now standing once again next to his father, waiting for his brother to be released from hell, released by a victory, and by a sacrifice. Chef was awake once more and lying in his hammock, tears still wet on his face. He did not come round with the familiar heart-wrenching shock and outcry, rather with one deep indrawn breath. I'll have to do it, he thought. There are too many lives on my soul already. To have them out, to give them another chance. Not much chance for me, though. Will I be released as well? Or am I the sacrifice for the others? He put a hand out, rested it on Svandis's warm hip. That is what I am giving up. In the dark night he knew with complete certainty that no one would make the sacrifice for him, remembered with wry fellow feeling the cry he had once heard from Christ on his cross. Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Chapter 31. Tolman was signaling frantically from the end of his 500-foot line. Closing warily on Ostia, the port of Rome, in double line abreast, the Wayman fleet had developed the habit of keeping a kite always aloft and floating out to leeward. The 100 yards of extra height that Tolman had at the end of his line increased his horizon by miles, gave them needed reassurance. No one had managed, however, to work out a way by which Tolman could pass on what he saw, other than by waving colored cloth. White for any sail, blue for land, red for danger. Specifically for the red galleys and the Greek fire. It was red this time. The winchmen were hauling him in already, with no need for the order. No need to bring him all the way in. He would go aloft again as soon as he had spoken. Barely 50 feet above the Favnesbane, the kite boy hung in the wind, a stiff one-reef breeze with a hint of oncoming chill about it. "The galleys!" he shouted. "Where?" "In the harbor. In a long line, other side of the right-hand harbor wall. Moored." "How many of them?" "All of them." Chef waved a hand. The kitemen reeled out, sent Tolman slanting back to his position. Chef looked round, calculated the distance to the wall that marked the entrance to the harbor of Ostia. 2 miles, he thought. They were making 7 knots by Ordloff's log line. Would that give the galleys time to man the oars, light their braziers, steer to meet him? If every man was ready in place already, and they had seen him at the same time as Tolman saw them? He thought not. Chef looked at Hogbarth and Ordloff waiting for orders in his own ship, looked across at Hardred in the Vada, leading the parallel column 50 yards to windward, and pointed firmly to the harbor mouth. The galleys had caught him by surprise once, in the open sea. Now he would reverse the roles. As they raced in under sail, the ships shook into their attack formation. The mule carriers in the lead, in a single file as close as seamanship could make it. The long ships to the left of the line and to windward. If Chef had misjudged and the enemy met them with streams of fire, then the Vikings at least ought to be able to turn and escape. But the mules should have done the business before that was necessary. "Wind Tolman in," Chef ordered as the harbor mouth opened up in front of them. Tolman was still pointing firmly to the right, relieving Chef of the fear of sudden attack from an unexpected quarter. Quicka in the forward mule emplacement was behind the sights, training his weapon round with every heave of the bows, keeping it fixed on the very lip of the harbor wall. What was on the other side? A galley already heading for them? If there were, she would be sunk in moments. Her fire could be launched in less than moments. As the wall came up close enough now to be reached by a stone throw, Chef left his place by the steering oar and walked forward to the mule platform in the prow. If the fire was there, the king must face it first. As the Favnesbane's bow nudged through the 50-yard gap, Chef saw Quicka drop his hand. The release man jerked the lanyard, the mule arm smashed up, as always too fast to see, the sling on its end whirling round like a demented bowler. Chef heard a crash of timber, waited for agonizing moments as the Favnesbane cruised on, and brought the inner wall of the harbor into his vision. Then relief like cold water. The nearest galley was 30 yards away, still moored bow and stern. There were men aboard her, and arrows flicked from her as he watched, zipping into planking, one into a shield hastily thrust in front of him. But no smoke, no roaring of bellows. They had been taken by surprise. The first galley was already settling by the head, moored as she was, prow and keel broken by the first mulestone. Chef ran back hastily to the stern platform, pointed out the second ship, ordered Osmond to hold his release till the widening angle gave him a clean shot. As ship after ship of the Wayman fleet poured through the harbor entrance, they swung into a long curving line, headed by Favnesbane and Vada, and poured a rain of mulestones onto the galleys, lined up as if for target practice against the wall, just beyond weak arrow shot. Chef let them shoot on and on till his enemies were all but kindling wood, prows and sterns dangling from the mooring ropes, but between them more smashed planking, with here and there a glint of copper. There was no resistance from the galleys. Chef saw men running from them, astonishingly few, he judged. Such opposition as there was came from Shippey, who seized his king's arm again and again, begging for the stones to stop, for permission to take a party ashore and seize the siphons and fuel tanks of the enemy. Chef shook him off absently each time like a heifer shrugging off a horsefly. It was beginning to look as if the enemy fleet had simply not been manned, but he would take no risks for Steffi's curiosity. He raised both hands finally in the cease shooting order, turned to Ordloff. "We'll moor over there by the wall where it's clear. 4 ships abreast. Then we can start getting the men and the supplies off. Well, Steffi?" Steffi's eyes were genuinely full of tears. He was begging now, imploring. "Only 20 men, Lord King. 20 men for the time it'll take to moor and unload. That's all I ask. They're sunk now, but there may be something we can salvage. 1 tank of oil full and not split by those stones. That would do for me." A memory came back to Chef of himself on the walls of York, begging Bronn in similar style for 20 men to retrieve a catapult, to see how it worked. Bronn had refused him, ordered him to join in the sack of the city instead. There had been no sack, but now he was the incurious one, fixed on his own purposes. 20 men, he agreed, but have them ready to march as soon as the others. Farman was by his side, eyes wide and unblinking, as if he saw something far off. "Will you take every man with you?" he asked. "I will leave a guard on the ships, naturally." "I will stay with them, then," said the seer. "You have men of war enough." No time to argue or inquire. Chef nodded agreement, turned his attention to the problem of getting his army ashore and his fleet secured. There seemed to be almost no one at Ostia, certainly no hint of resistance. The few Greeks that had been with the fleet had fled. Chef removed the gold bracelets from one arm, held them temptingly in his hand, called Quicka and 3 crossbows up as bodyguards, and walked towards the nearest huddle of huts by the dockside. Surely greed would bring him news. Not that he needed to know much about his goal. This was Ostia, and 15 miles off was Rome. Reach it, sack it, kill the English Pope. Even trying to do that would bring down on him the Emperor, and then their long dispute would be settled. The strange thing was that Chef could not bring his imagination to think of the charismatic Bruno losing. Perhaps he was already fey, as the English said, already gripped by the paralysis of approaching death. He walked towards the huts, waving the gold and a plucked-up weed in sign of peace. The Emperor of the Romans received the news of his allies' fleet's destruction in Rome bearing the marks of his own heavy hand. Smoke rose in a plume into the sky behind the Capitoline Hill, was blown away on the rising wind. Bodies lay unburied in the streets. The loafers and gutter rats of Rome had been able to put up little resistance to his heavy-armed troopers. They had their bludgeons and cobblestones and cart barricades, and they had tried defending their pope against an alien interloper, and they had paid the price. Neither the city nor the Church of Rome had gained anything so far from the Emperor of Rome sworn to their protection. Just for the time being, thought Bruno. "Cheer up, man," he added to the Greek Admiral Georgios as he saw the latter's stunned expression. "Time to rebuild your fleet this winter. Your Emperor will not lose by it, you have my word." "Cheer up," thought Georgios. "All my galleys sunk in one morning, destroyed like so many Arab fleets. My marines committed to street fighting against gutter snipes for an alien emperor. And the secret of the Greek fire, surely that is not lost. Yet it might be. The man is mad." The best of his advisers looked thoughtful, Bruno realized. For Georgios there might be reason enough, but Agilulf too. His spirits rose in perverse opposition to their mood. "All right," he said. "They caught us unawares down at Ostia. We are still having a little trouble with the city scum. Pope John keeps escaping my hand. Now listen. None of that matters. Does it, Erkenbert, your holiness? Remember what Arno the chaplain used to say. You have to find the Schwerpunkt in any campaign, the bit that is important. There is only one thing important here, the only thing that has ever been important now that we have the Grail. That is to defeat my enemy, the One King, once and for all. If we do that, everything becomes easy. The city will be under control in a week. John will be brought in by some traitor. The fleet can be rebuilt. But if we don't do it, All the others will be on our backs, summed up Agilulf, and we will fall apart too. He said the last words with a sideways squint at Georgios. Agilulf had not forgotten who had lashed him and his men with fire, nor believed Georgios's explanation of an unfortunate accident. "But we will do it," said Erkenbert. Pope Peter II, as he now styled himself. He had not yet shed his faded black robe, traded it for papal robes. The true regalia had not been recovered, nor had his accession to the apostolic throne been anything but a rushed and irregular affair, attended by a bare third of the College of Cardinals. Yet the emperor was right. The cardinals could be convened again, the regalia recovered or remade, given victory. "I am ready to put the papacy aside and return to my duties as comrade in the army of the emperor," Erkenbert went on. "Warwolf's successors are ready. They will take the field as soon as ordered." "How can we use a siege train against a marching army?" asked Agilulf. "Who knows?" replied the emperor. "We are not facing an ordinary man. Never forget that, any of you. He has tricked every enemy he has faced. Tricked me, even. But he did not trick me out of the Grail in the end. We must be as tricky as he is. Thank you, your holiness. If every man in my army had your heart, victory would be assured." "Victory is assured," said Erkenbert. "In hoc signa vinces. In this sign you will conquer." Through the broken window of the plundered villa he pointed to the banner with its device of the Graduale worked on it, planted above the golden reliquary that now housed the Grail itself. 4 ritters stood forever around it, fully armed, swords drawn, emblems of the new church militant and the donation of Peter. "That is the enemy's sign too," thought Agilulf. 2 sides with the same sign, 2 clever leaders. 2, maybe 3,000 real men on each side, and God knows how many dross as well on ours. This is a battle it will take very little to decide. The Wayman army tramped steadily along the great stone road that led from the port to the city of Rome itself, center of the world. The men's cries of mirth and astonishment had died as the march continued, their spirits dashed by the immense size of the stone blocks that lined the road, the stone houses on every hillside, the air that the country wore of great age and strength long gone by. They had seen Stamford, and it was a mere village in comparison. They had seen Cordova, too, and it was no village but a metropolis that dwarfed even Rome for numbers and trade and wealth. Cordova, though, had been a village while Rome ruled the world. There was a sense that every spade turned in this land would bring up the dust of greatness. The men were bunching in their nervousness, Chef thought. He had sent 100 Vikings forward under Gudmund, always eager to be first to any chance of loot. He had meant to keep them off the road, investigate the sideways for ambush. There were too many hedges, too many walls. In the strong sunlight they had reverted to the middle of the road, were walking along in an armed gaggle a mere 100 yards before the crossbows escorting his catapult train. When the sun had moved another hand's breadth, he would call a rest halt, change the formation. On the hill to his right, trumpets blew. Others answered from the left. An ambush on the long winding trail of men and machines? He hoped so. Any ambush from the flanks would have to cross furlongs of rough ground under 500 ready crossbows. The light horsemen burst instead from an olive grove a bare 50 yards in front of the Viking advance guard. Chef had barely time to see them, to note the wide-brimmed hats, the long 10-foot goads of the Camargue cowboys, dragged from home by the emperor's edict, when the goads dropped from the vertical to the charge and all vanished in an instant pall of dust. The Vikings were surprised but not dismayed. In instants, swords were drawn, axes shifted to the striking hand. Automatically the loose straggle of the march shifted to a narrow front of raised shields and poised javelins. The cowboys made no effort to charge home, but swerved and pounded down each flank. From the column of bare-backed horses the goads darted, flicking at face or throat. Men screamed, reeled back into their messmates. The 2 columns of horses swerved round behind the footmen in a bewildering crisscross, darted back, goads stabbing again at the weak points in the shaken line, at men still facing the wrong way, shaking their weapons and crying their war cries to defy an enemy to stand foot to foot. Crossbowmen had cocked their weapons, were running forward to find a place to shoot, running forward further in the hope of getting through the dust. Chef saw one kneel, take careful aim at a horseman curvetting 20 yards in front of him. The horseman slipped from his seat. He had no saddle, hung the other side of his horse by mane and ankle. As the crossbowman shifted aim to bring down horse if not rider, another screaming centaur burst from the dust, speared him between the shoulders, dipped the goad to clear the point, and swept away, clearing a wall like a hunted stag and disappearing among the trees. The trumpets blared again from either side, and men faced hastily in all directions. Nothing happened. Through the silence, Chef could hear the wheezing noise of a man speared through the lungs. The dust settled on bodies lying in the road. Not many, a dozen, and as many more with their mates bending over them assessing the depth of a thrust. No sign of the enemy. Not a man or a horse left behind, and hardly a bolt shot at them or a blow struck. They could do it again any time. Chef began to shout orders to rally and reorganize his formations. A long, hot delay on the dusty road while the wounded were loaded onto mules or carts, and the column began to move forward again. Chef had thought a little harder about the ambush problem. He had 800 crossbows mixed in with another 300 English halberdiers as close support, more trusted by the crossbowmen than their Viking allies. There were perhaps 1,000 of the Vikings, heavy infantry of the sort that had decided so many battlefields before the coming of the way to England. All the mules had been left aboard ship their 1.25 ton weight, making Chef reluctant to move them unknown distances. Instead, a dozen of the torsion dart-throwers, the weapons the waymen called twist-shooters, trundled along behind their mule pairs, crews marching alongside. And then there was Steffi's gang. Chef was no longer sure what they had with them, for they seemed to have become more and more secretive with the establishment of their own pendant and trade. They certainly had 6 catapults of the old lobbing traction type, knocked down into beams and rope for easy transport. No use on the march, but they had to be protected just the same. The column moved forward now with a solid body of crossbowmen at the front, interspersed with halberdiers. More crossbows moved to the flanks, causing continual halts as they negotiated the walls of the private villas and the gullies that occasionally ran in culverts under the stone road. In the center of the column, marching rather sullenly under the unwanted slur of needing protection, the Viking sword and axemen straggled along either side of the mule train. If the cowboys came again, Chef reckoned, the crossbows would empty a few saddles as they charged, and many more as they retreated. The halberds would hold off light horse, at least. The cowboys did not come again. The column breasted a slight slope, began to move down at a quicker pace, and there in the middle distance, Chef saw the shining walls of the Eternal City, a cluster of hills seemingly covered with stone buildings, spires and domes catching the sun. As he gaped into the distance, his eye caught the sudden, familiar, rising and falling streak of an onager stone. No time to guess where it was going. Chef threw himself instantly sideways off the road, rolling painfully on stone, straightening up on bleeding knees to see where the stone had gone. A puff of dust still hanging in the air 30 yards ahead of him, stone chips flying where the rock had broken up on the stone surface of the road. But in front of it a lane beaten through to marching crossbows, 5 deep, men lying to either side of it, one struggling to look down at a caved-in chest which would kill him in moments. As the survivors stared in shock at the men smashed down, Chef saw another lane open, and another, men going down like stalks before the sickle. And still they were staring around, some of them cocking crossbows uncertainly against an unseen foe. Chef ran towards them, shrieking at them to spread out, move off the road, lie down, get behind walls. As they did so, another flying 20-pound rock shattered the road surface, sending splinters flying. 20, 30 men down already, and still no one had seen the enemy. But there they were. Chef could see the battery set up 1/2 mile off on the side of the hill. The men moving unconcernedly round their machines, winding ropes and training round. They would shoot again in a moment. Chef ducked as another boulder hummed by, pitched well up this time. Behind him the mule teams were scattering off the road. Vikings were crouched in undignified positions behind trees and walls. There they were, all right. Chef focused his far-seer, caught a clear image of the men round the machines. He could not see Erkenbert, as he had half expected. But he must have trained many men by now to take his place. How to get to them? His only weapons with the range to reach them were the twist-shooters. They would do, better against men than against machines. Chef shouted back, saw the catapult teams unharness the mules, run their weapons, round, start the slow business of winding and aiming. And while they were doing that, as stones hummed over his head, the onagers concentrating now on the dart-throwers, Chef ran forward to his shaken crossbows, shouting. For long moments they would not move, obeying the instinctive fear of missiles flying from a distance. "Get down! Don't move! Crawl away!" Chef shouted, kicked a man to his feet, appealed to their honor and their pride. The sight of one man on his feet without being instantly knocked down restored some sense, reminded them of the mule's doubtful accuracy against single-person targets. In a shambling run, the crossbows began to move forward. Chef shouted at them not to keep running. Run 10 steps, 20. Get down while another ran. When he took cover, run forward again. Don't run straight. Make it impossible for anyone to take a steady aim. From the hillside to one side of the onagers, Erkenbert and his emperor watched the hastily organized attack. To them it looked as if the slope facing them was covered with swarming ants, no one of them moving steadily onward, but the whole mass continually edging closer. Meanwhile, the missiles of the catapults flew backward and forward. One of Erkenbert's crew was hurled backwards, spine shattered by the 5-foot flying dart. A twist thrower hit square on by a mule stone flew to pieces, its overwound ropes lashing at arms and faces. "I saw him there for a moment or two," commented Bruno. "Pity he didn't stand long enough for your men to get a shot at him. That would settle this immediately." "As would your death," replied Erkenbert. "He hasn't even seen me yet." Crossbow bolts at extreme range were beginning to clatter among the rocks round the onager battery. The winders were flinching, looking behind them. No way to hitch up a ton-weight onager and drive it out of trouble, Chef thought, not in a hurry. If he pressed on, he could capture the whole battery. Maybe they had not expected instant attack. Or maybe they had. They had determined everything else about this battle so far. With a fear so deep it was like a spasm in his breast, Chef remembered King Charles the Bald and how he had pressed on and on in an attempt to capture machines temptingly waved in front of him. Now he was doing the same. But it was his enemy this time who knew the ground and had a plan. He who was thrusting forward confident in superior weaponry. "Hold it!" he shouted. "Steady! Close up and shoot! Stop running!" His voice reached only those nearest to him. The rest saw their enemies wavering, rushed on to close with them and take revenge for their fear. "That'll do," remarked Bruno, and nodded to his trumpeter. Out of the dead ground between crossbows and onagers, from behind olive groves and villa walls, came the heavy horse, which were the glory of the imperial army, mail gleaming, steel hooves striking sparks from the stone, lance points lowered. Each group drove straight for their enemies, making no attempt to form a concerted line. Their charge came home from no more than 50 yards, 5 terrified heartbeats to an unarmored man charged by war stallions. Chef, a little behind the rashest of the crossbows, saw them stop, hesitate, and then almost to a man turn and run, leaping from side to side on the stony hillside to avoid the lances behind them. One man dropped to one knee, swung up his crossbow. As he pulled trigger, a lance struck him, lifted him off the ground, the bolt flying straight up in the sky. The lancers came on with the skill of men in the saddle from childhood, lances driving. Then, as they broke or remained fixed in sprawling bodies, whirling broadswords from the scabbards on their saddles, Chef realized suddenly that one rider had singled him out as a target. Their eyes met, and then the horse was leaping towards him, foam flecking its muzzle as the rider drove home the long spiked spurs. Chef groped for a crossbow, reached towards his belt, realized that he was once again unarmed except for a belt knife. Running was a disgrace. He would be hacked down from behind, a laughingstock to the future. Try to dodge the blow? An arm thrust him stumbling aside. A broad metal-clad back filled his view. It was Stur, run gasping up in the heat from the Viking column behind. The Frank. He did not wear the lance of a Lanzenritter on his shield. Swerved his charger with knee pressure alone to pass Stur on his right, sword high for the downstroke. As he did so, Stur's own right arm swung with terrible force, the axe blow with all a man's weight concentrated, and flung with hatred behind the iron head. Aimed at the horse, not the rider. The chunk of cleaver on butcher's block, and the lancer was falling forwards over his horse's head, rolling in a ball and coming up at Chef's very feet. Without thought, Chef hit him with clenched fist on the side of the jaw, as the long-dead Carly had shown him in the swamps of the Ditmarsh. As the lancer staggered back, Stur freed a blade, stabbed him in the back of the neck, turned instantly to face any new foe. The hillside was clear again. Horsemen vanished as if they had been sorcerer's illusions, back into cover. As Chef looked around to see what had happened, an onager stone passed his head so close the displaced air snapped his neck back. All too fast, he thought dazedly. Before one thing settled, another started. Stir grunted as he tried to free his axe from where it was buried deep in the warhorse's skull. Grunted again, worked a corner free and dragged it loose. He looked at the blade with concern, then grinned. "Never done that before," he said. "What's next?" The Vikings, Chef remembered, could be beaten but never panicked. He looked round, began once more to call out orders. One thing was clear. He would advance no further into a maze of traps. The question was, could he now disengage? Chapter 32. "The well is poisoned," said Hunt. Chef stared at him, stared down into the bucket Hunt had just examined. Green slime caked the bucket. The water was filthy. That did not matter. He could drink it. He had thought he was about to die of thirst when he reached the village of the heretics, had refused to drink. This was worse. There was no pride involved. It was water. It looked all right. Hunt dashed the bucket from his hands, looked at him with bitter enmity. "Poisoned, I said! And if it is bad for you, what about my wounded?" Chef passed a tongue over dry lips. It was night already. The whole long afternoon and short evening had been a struggle over baking dust and stone. They had rallied round a hilltop villa which must have its own well. As had happened every time that day, the enemy had thought quicker. He did not know if it was a dead man down the well or something more certain, poison berries maybe. He had to take Hunt's word. He had to have water. There was a train of wounded lying ominously quiet. Stir, who had saved his life, was looking at him in silence. Stir could resist heat and thirst less well than most men. Outside, the night was filled with a deafening chorus of crickets from the olive trees, sound enough to cover any ambush. That was what the enemy wanted. Bron was propelling someone forward, an old man, a graybeard. There was always someone, Chef remembered Bron telling him, who decided to stay put no matter what threat was coming. "Ask him where the nearest water is," he ordered. "Skaldfin, translate." The chatter that followed sounded like church Latin to Chef. These were, he supposed, the degenerate descendants of the ancient Romans, still speaking their language, but badly, if not as badly as the French. "He says, in the aqueduct at the bottom of the hill. It comes from Rome, which is fed by its own aqueducts." "What's an aqueduct?" "Like a canal, only made of brick or stone." Did the graybeard stay behind out of folly or weakness, Chef wondered. Or was he left to tell me just that? He will lie. I need to know the truth. Ragnar, Ivar's father, Svandis's grandfather. He knew how to deal with people like this, Cuthred once told me. I wonder if I can do it myself. He stepped over to the old man, jerked him to his knees, shoved a thumb firmly into the corner of one eye. Ragnar used to grow his right thumbnail long for just this purpose, he remembered dully. Must have made the job easier. He used to gouge one out before he asked a question, just to show he meant it. I can't quite do that. "Tell him I will have his eyes unless he can tell me why I should trust him," he said, voice flat. "How can he make you believe that?" answered Skaldfin. "I don't know. That's for him to work out." The old man was weeping now. He could feel the tears under his thumb, tightened his grip a fraction to compensate as the gabble went on. Hunt was staring at him, face twisted with hatred, hand ready for a grab to save the old man, but unable to do it without risking a slip. Svandis was there too, looking uncertain. She boasted often enough about her grandfather. Let her see what it was really like. Bron's eyebrows were raised. Stur was grinning. "He says there is no better place, but the Emperor's soldiers will be waiting. He heard them talking. Not all are Germans." "I think he's telling the truth," Skaldfin added. "He's not trying to lay a trap. He's telling us the trap's there." Chef let the old man drop to the floor. Today he had done everything wrong. Time to make up for it. "We'll get the water," he said. "Find Steffi and Quicka and Osmond." "Nothing for us Norsemen to do?" asked Stur huskily. "Business for Loki," Chef replied. "What have you got that we can use?" Chef demanded. No one spoke more words than they had to now. Their throats were too dry. "Plenty of flares," replied Steffi. "We improved them. The last lot I had to light them and then hold them, you remember. Now we know that rope soaked in a solution of that saltpeter stuff burns well and doesn't go out in flight. What else? I've been trying to make kind of Greek fireballs that we can throw, not squirt. Do they work? I can't get them to spray out when they land. But they'll set anything on fire, and water doesn't put them out, just spreads the flame. They're made of bark with sulfur and saltpeter and soaked in the Greek oil, all sewn into waxed cotton. Fuses to set them off. That'll do. Chef coughed again as the dust settled on his throat. Outside the slope leading down to the aqueduct was pitch dark, no moon as yet. Trees and walls and the shacks of the poor gave cover. He had no doubt the enemy were waiting there for their breakout. Chef started to husk out his instructions. As the wounded were assembled, walking or on stretchers, the sentries watching the other sides of the camp called back, quick as catapult teams set to work. No need for silence, but little wish to talk. The twist shooters were set up in a rough arc facing downslope and angled right, towards the sea. Behind them Steffi had set up his pull-throwers. On the word, his men began to lob the prepared fireballs down the hill and to the right. On Chef's instructions, only every third missile was a fireball, the other two rocks from the supply train or from the villa's rock garden. We won't hit anyone except by accident, Steffi protested. They don't know that. We'll have none left to throw later. We're leaving them behind in any case. Steffi protested no longer. His teams hurled the stones out into the blackness to crash and clatter away down the hill. Amongst them the fireballs made no noise, emitting just the faint red streak of the glowing fuse as they flew away. As the barrage continued and nothing happened, no response from the dark, no cries or orders or counter-missiles, the watching crossbowman began to mutter nervously. Behind a wall, Agilolf listened to the stones whistling down around him. None had so far come within 20 yards of where he stood. He did not understand what was happening. That he knew now was the dangerous time. What were those glints of light through the air? Fireflies? He could face steel, but not flame again. The Emperor should have remembered that. Steffi nudged Chef and indicated a sudden crackle of fire 100 yards off. The first fuse had reached the fireball core. In the light of the flames, a tree sprang out, looking as if it were leaning over to the blaze. A branch caught fire, beginning to run back from its twigs to the main trunk. There were more sparkles of fire here and there in the dark now, and they were springing up faster than they could be counted. Such wind as there was blowing up the valley. Anyone between the fire and the waymen would have to retreat in their direction. Suddenly a black shape moved, the first time they had seen a sign of life out there. His Ritter helmet showed up clearly in silhouette. Then it was gone, and Chef shouted angrily at the twist shooter teams for missing a target. But just as the flames had appeared out of nothing, so all at once the hillside was beginning to crawl with movement. Men forced out of their ambush places, men trying to duck through the gaps in the fire, to reach the other side. Even men Chef saw stepping forward to try to beat out the blazes before they got established. Beating them and scattering them, not putting them out. To the crackle of flame and the noise of the crickets were added the sharp snap of crossbow releases, the heavier twang of the torsion dart throwers shooting off their heavy missiles at what was for them point-blank range. Chef could see men falling now or writhing, but some trick of the air kept him from hearing any human noise above the increasing roar of flame. The men dying and twisting were like a shadow play on the walls of a hut. Chef tapped Braun sharply on the shoulder, jerked a thumb. Move now. Braun led his 60 men, 2 ships' crews, sharply and directly down the hill. A squad of crossbows followed immediately, then another body of Vikings, all the contingents told off to follow in set order. It was tempting to angle left, away from the flames. Chef had ordered them not to do it. Head into the flames as near as you can. The ones who should stop you will have moved or been shot or fled. Get downhill as fast as you can before you too are silhouetted against the fire. The men were pouring down slope now, even the stretcher-bearers moving at a jolting run over the uneven ground. It was the thought of water, Chef realized, more than any new obedience. Steffi's men had shot off their missiles, stood uncertainly by their catapults. "Take them apart and carry them?" Steffi pleaded. "Just 2 of them?" Chef shoved him on his way. "Leave the catapults. Carry your fire gear if you can. Move." The twist shooters were still keeping up good practice as the flames lit up a wider and wider area. The easy targets had gone, fallen to the crossbows, but there were still men moving. Did they think they were out of range? They were trying to help their own wounded, Chef realized, running to them to drag them out of the path of the spreading fires. Chef stepped to a machine, pointed to a man trying to crawl out of a tangle of scrub already alight. Sure enough, 2 men ran in to help him. He could see white faces turning towards him. They were not losing many men down there, Chef thought, but they were being hit out of the dark by men they could not see. A slight movement of the trail, another thick twang. One of the rescuers was hurled aside as if by a giant's finger. The other stumbled grotesquely and turned sideways for an instant. The watchers could see the giant dart driven clean through both thighs. The would-be rescuer fell back into the blaze just as it reached the man he had been trying to rescue. Chef felt a fierce joy. He slapped Quicka on the back, jerked a thumb to say, "Move." No time to harness up the mules, but the wheeled twist shooters were easier to handle than Steffi's machines. Without orders, Quicka's gangs seized them by the trails, ran them jolting and bouncing down the hill. With them ran the last squad of crossbows and halberdiers assigned as rear guard, all of them running at full pelt down the slope, Chef in their midst, weapons ready for someone to try to spring the ambush that had already been sprung. A clash of blows in the dark as a few Lanzenbrüder closed with their enemies instead of falling back behind the flame. They were coming out of the light into the dark, never saw the bolts or blades that cut them down. And then there was the aqueduct, a long line of stone 4 feet high, with behind it the blessed smell of water. Chef's men poured over the wall, their chief among them, and ignored pursuit as they buried their faces in the cold and gently running stream. As he pulled his face up at long last, Chef saw Braun looming over him. "Which way?" he said curtly. Chef looked for the first time at the aqueduct. The stream itself, built to supply the rich merchants' villas along the Ostia road with purer water than the polluted Tiber, was no more than 6 feet broad, much of it roofed over with slabs of stone to cut evaporation in the heat. Not all of it, though. He could not take the wheeled machines along it. There was a walkway either side, but barely wide enough for 2 men, no room again for carts or machines. What Chef wanted above all was to get back to his ships, abandon this failed attack. Something told him that would not work. The same fighting instinct that had made him keep them shooting down wounded men. This fight would be to a finish now. If he fell back, they would pursue him and destroy him. One end of the aqueduct led to Rome. About the other he had no idea. The god had told him. What was it? He would find his peace in Rome. Peace in death, maybe. So be it. That way, he said, pointing left. Get them moving fast. Quicka, ditch those machines. Quicka had nursed his machines over 1,000 miles of travel. The machines were what had raised him from slavery. He began automatically to argue with his master, as he had done to the astonishment of King Alfred so many times before. This time Chef was past the point of tolerance. As the gap-toothed man began to expostulate, Chef, afraid and overstrained, stepped forward and hit him squarely in the mouth. "Move!" he shouted, "or I'll have you back in a collar like you were before." His old comrade spat blood, pulled loose another tooth, gaped at it incredulously, turned to obey the order. "All masters are the same in the end," remarked one of his mates, hacking at the ropes to make the dart-thrower at least temporarily useless. Quicka did not reply. In the darkness, Tolman and the 3 boys with him hesitated over their bundles of cloth and canes and rope. Light enough for boys to carry, but a burden just the same. Quicka seized 2 bundles from them, slung one over each shoulder. "I'll carry those," he said, lisping badly. Tolman eyed the tears rolling down his face, said nothing. Hours later, the weary column struggled up the aqueduct to the walls of the Eternal City itself. They had run through the night like travelers chased by wolves. Their long, thin column had been attacked again and again by men coming in from either side, men who had ridden ahead of them and then swerved into a line which could not be missed. The crossbows had taken heavy toll of the attackers, but several times the column had been cut in 2, and there had been fierce work with blades in the dark before it could be reunited. Every time men had been left behind, lost or crippled or unconscious. Their comrades threw the dead into the running water, and as time went on, threw in those they were not sure of as well. Few of the wounded were being carried now. In the hot night, death by drowning seemed a delight to the sweating and exhausted men who were left. Chef was aware several times of Hunt raging and struggling in the darkness, as his charges were abandoned or given the warrior's death. He had no time or strength to intervene. The light was beginning to show in the east as Chef led the rear guard up the final gentle slope to the lodgment that the advance guard had made on the walls of Rome itself, on the very slopes of the Aventine Hill. Light, he thought, and shelter. A chance to see what was happening, to seize the initiative, control the battle instead of reacting to it. He yearned for time more than for food or rest or water. He needed it as an outmatched wrestler needs a foothold. As he reached the wall, saw the remains of his command spread out along the inner, undefended battlements. He turned and looked out, stepped onto the parapet to feel the dawn wind on his sweat-soaked tunic. 200 yards away, Erkenbert said with vindictive relish to his catapult captain. "Launch!" The short arm dropped, the long arm shot up. The sling dragged along the ground and then whipped round in its vicious swing. Its load shot into the sky, not neatly, but in a confusion of twisted limbs. Chef on the parapet saw nothing except the momentary glimpse of movement coming towards him. He threw up an arm, felt a body-shaking thud, found himself sprawled on the ground, a weight on top of him. He tried to thrust it off, found his hands caught in something tough and sticky, clawed at it in desperation. It was off him, and men were lifting him to his feet. He realized his hands were caught in human entrails, from a burst-open body at his feet. It was Trimma the crossbowman, his dead face set in a rictus of torment. "They're shooting our own dead at us," explained Braun. "They must have known where we were headed and brought the big catapults round to meet us. These are men who were killed in the night." Ahead of us again, thought Chef. Ahead of us again. I do not know what to do next. "They're all round us," Braun added. "I doubt there's more than half of us left." "The worship of Loki has brought us little good, then," said Thorvin. His tone was bitter, his white clothing torn and blood-stained. He had fought with his hammer in the night. He had not been able to save Skaldfinn, cut down by the aqueduct. Solomon the Jew had vanished, no one knew how. Of Chef's immediate council, only 6 remained. He and Thorvin, Braun and Hogbarth. Hund was there, his face cast down. Svandis, too. He should have given her a thought at least during the night, Chef reflected, but he had not. The blood of Ragnar could usually look after itself. But she had within her now the blood of himself and of Rig. Why had he not stayed by her? He had had other duties. And he had them now. Every now and then the battlements beneath them shook as another boulder landed from the counterweight machines Erkenbert was using. He had improved them, Chef had seen, through the one remaining unbroken farseer. He had hardly needed to, for there was nothing to oppose them with. Chef's council appeared sunk in apathy or despair. Even Braun had his heart set, it seemed, on making a noble end, no more. Wrong, something said inside of Chef's heart. They knew what they were suffering. They did not know what the other side was suffering. They must have lost heavily in the night as well, from fire and shot, in the innumerable scrimmages in the dark. It was an axiom that heavy horsemen should not be used at close quarters and at night, where valuable and highly trained men could be brought down by mere kitchen boys. Yet that was what the Emperor had been doing. The Wayman army had lost its machines, that was all. It had once known how to fight without them. Nor had they lost everything. Chef's eye fell on the long bundles someone had stacked against the parapet. He had not known anyone had carried them, would have forbidden it if he had seen them. But now they were here. Yes, there was Tolman, lurking in the lee of a buttress, ducking his head incongruously every time the stonework shook to a new blow. Chef got to his feet, setting his face into a mask of good cheer and encouragement. He walked over towards the frightened boy. "Fancy a flight?" he remarked. "Safer up there than down here. Get aloft and let's see what the other side is planning. Quicka! Unpack the gear and assemble a kite. What happened to your tooth? Did you bite someone tough?" The freedmen eyed each other as they began to assemble canes and cloth. Their experience of slavery was longer than their years of freedom. The habits came back to them readily. "He's forgotten he hit you already," muttered one out of the corner of his mouth to Quicka. "And the bairn's terrified." "Shut up and fix that line," Quicka replied. Were all masters the same in the end, he wondered. He looked down at his wing pendant, now the mark of the flyer cast. Master or no master, he had done things that no other man ever had. Within minutes, Tolman was in his familiar harness, held by 6 men just inside the wall. The wind was strengthening, and they were a good 40 feet up on the battered ramparts of Rome. It would take him out over the semicircle of machines and men hemming them in from the outside. But Chef wanted him to use his eyes on what he could not see, the forces surely gathering for an assault within the walls. "We'll reel you out quickly. Pull you in as soon as you wave," he repeated. "Be as quick as you can." The scared face nodded. The launchers held him aloft to take the wind, waited an instant, threw him up and out altogether. For a moment he seemed to drop, and Chef noted that the wind eddied round the walls. Then he was reeling away backwards on the stout mooring line and the cluster of thinner control lines. Control lines the boy hardly needed now, so expert had he grown at working the vanes. Chef admired his skill as he swept upwards and outwards. His own best flight had lasted bare minutes. One day, when the world was at peace, he would do better. "They're still up to their tricks," said the Emperor Bruno to his new appointed pope, Peter that was once Erkenbert. The two stood in the cover of a sacristy outside the walls, wrecked years before by the Moors. The Holy Lance was still by Bruno's left hand, in its holder beside the shield grip. Behind him the 4 Knights of the Grail stood round their relic and its banner. All had been held back from the fighting, not from personal fear, but from the Emperor's fear that the precious relics might fall into enemy hands. He could not hold back much longer, the Emperor thought. Rage at the enemy's defiance was beginning to overcome him. They were defying not only him but their Savior, his church, and his relics on earth. The heathen had penetrated to Rome itself, were in catapult distance almost of the Leonine Wall and St. Peter's Basilica, heart of the faith. It must be finished today. "If they try it again, I will have a trick too," replied Erkenbert. "But they are reeling him in. Lucky for him." "What did you see?" asked Chef. The boy spoke from his harness, not bothering to climb out. "Inside the walls there are men on foot, in armor, on that side there." He pointed. "About 200 or 300. There were none in sight the other way." No more than that, Chef thought. There will be more out of sight, of course, but they have lost heavily. No horsemen anywhere? No. I saw the Emperor. Behind me, near that ruined building with a bit of white dome left. I think it was him. There was a man in black standing next to him, and a banner by his side. What emblem was on the banner? It was yours, Lord. Tolman jerked his chin at the ladder pendant dangling now outside Chef's torn tunic. If only we could shoot from the skies, Chef told himself, or rain down fire from Steffi's mixtures. Then the Emperor would be dead and the war over. All wars would be over. The trouble with machine wars, something within him replied, is that both sides end up with machines, the same machines. That is the true meaning of the Song of the Giantesses, which Farman once sang for me. "Go up again," he said. "See if there is a door in these walls anywhere near the Emperor, a door we might reach. We could try a sally out." The small, scared face nodded. The launchers moved back to their places. 200 yards away, Erkenbert exclaimed with satisfaction as he saw the kite appear again on the parapet. From the shade of the ruined sacristy, men came out, hammered a stout 5-foot post into the ground, set on it a device like an upturned iron stirrup, and on that a crossbow. A giant crossbow, 6 feet from tip to tip. "It is yew wood," said Erkenbert. "Vegetius does not explain the secret of the steel the heathen make their bows from. But nor does he explain this. I had it made when we saw the kites fly from the Jewish city. But this shall be its first trial in defense of St. Peter and St. Peter's city." Tolman had seen arrows curve up at him before, shot hopefully by the besiegers of Septimania. He knew that the range of an arrow shot straight up is far less than one shot along the ground. He had no fear of breast bows, even of the heavy crossbow quarrels of his own side. When the first yard-long shaft zipped past his side and tore through a side vein, he did not understand what it was. Then, almost directly underneath him, he saw the bow bent again, and his danger with it. "He's signaling to be hauled in," Chef said, watching through the far-seer. The man at the mooring line began to haul in, coiling the rope round his elbow for want of the winch. "Something's wrong." The second arrow had driven through the body of the kite. All the archers could see to aim at. It had caught Tolman through the knee. His first start and twist of agony had almost turned the kite away from the wind. Then he had recovered himself, was trying to spill the wind enough to help the hauler, but keep it under the top of the box-shaped kite to keep him aloft. As they hauled him in, the elevation fell, the range for the heavy U-bow shortened. It was slower to reload than a goat's foot crossbow as the two men operating it heaved the cord back by main strength and fitted it over the releasing ratchet. They still had time enough for the third shot. Tolman was barely 10 feet from the wall and safety when the men reaching out to seize him heard the whistle of the arrow, saw the small face contort and the small body jerk to the blow. They still could not see what had hit him. As they hauled him over the battlement, hands reached to pull him from his sling. He could not move, seemed wedged. Then Chef, reaching inside to cut the obstruction free, saw the great arrow driven through the sling and body and out the other side. With 4 ripping slashes he cut away the material and the cords, pulled the boy and the harness and the arrow together all free. It was impossible to lay him down. The arrow would have been driven further through. He stood clutching the boy as blood ran down over his tunic. "Where is Hund?" he called. The little leech was already there. He took the boy from Chef's arms, laid him down carefully on his side, cut quickly at the sling and the clothes inside. He sat back on his heels, patted the boy's face reassuringly. Chef had seen him do that before. It was a death sentence. "No need to talk," he murmured soothingly. But the boy's face showed worry now more than pain. He was trying to say something, face turned toward Chef. The king bent forward, trying to pick out the dying words. Something to do with the Emperor. What was that?" he said. The boy's head turned sideways and Hund let it fall, rolling down the eyelids with professional hand. He looked up at his lord and one-time friend with the disgust and hatred that had come upon him again and again on this voyage. Chef paid no attention. "He saw something. He tried to tell me something. Something vital. Have we another kite? Someone else to go aloft?" "They dragged your kite along, the big one," said one voice. "You could look for yourself," said another. "Unless you want to fend another bairn," said a third. It was Quicka, still lisping through his broken front teeth. Chef remembered suddenly that he had struck him in the night, threatened to send him back to slavery. But he could not remember why. All the faces turned towards him betrayed anger, even contempt. He had never seen that before, not from his own men, whom he had freed from their masters. No, he had seen such a look once, in the face of Godive. It was what had sent him on this expedition. "Rig my kite, then, and put me in it," he said, his voice sounding in his own ears as if it came from far away. Moments later, it seemed, he was in his harness, held up by a dozen men, lines attached. His face was a bare foot from Quicka's just below. "I'm sorry," he said. They launched him into the rising wind. As had happened with Tolman, he dropped instantly below the wall. For seconds he could see nothing but the great squared stones flashing past in front of him, while he thought of the man who had jumped from the tower of the Wisdom House, jumped and gone straight down. Then there was the feeling of lift again, and he felt the wind take him. They were reeling him out as fast as they could. He was beginning to climb. Already he could see over the wall. He could see Braun shouting and lashing out at the men who had launched him, could see crossbows lining the wall and starting to shoot down, to kill or distract the men who had shot Tolman. Time to look round and see what it was that Tolman had died for. There, yes, the troops of the enemy forming up for the attack. Not where Tolman had said the first time, but massing behind a villa from which 2 flights of steps led up to the city wall, where his remaining command was strung out. He leant forward as far as he could without tipping the whole flimsy contrivance into a downward swoop, shouted at the top of his voice, far stronger than Tolman's pipe. "There! There!" He struggled a hand free and pointed. Braun at least had caught his meaning, was off in the right direction. Steffi was on the wall, too, doing something with his gear and an armful of earthenware pots. "Burn the bastards alive," said Steffi gleefully as he poured his deadly mixture into the pots he had taken from the nearest guardhouse kitchen. "Let 'em get halfway up before you shoot," bellowed Braun, arranging his defenses. "Don't shoot to kill. Shoot 'em in the belly. Frightens the rest of 'em." Hans stood up from his crouch beside the dead boy, thought of his patients lost in the night, thought of the burned and scalded men he had treated all through, thought of the death and chaos and the worship of Loki. He twitched the heavy sax knife from Quicka's belt, stepped over and hacked through the mooring line. The kite on the end of it jerked, began to rise and drift away. One of the men on the handling lines tried to jerk it in, overcompensated, instantly let go before he pulled the kite into a dive. Hun slashed out at the other lines. Men ducked, tried to avoid him. In moments, only one line held at one corner. It was tugging the kite over with no pressure from other lines to resist it. The man let go. Trailing rope, the kite stood on its tail, banked clumsily, turned away from them, drifted off across the open country, losing height all the way as its unskilled operator tried to bring it under control. With a blare of trumpets, the Emperor's stormers surged forward towards the stairways held now by axe and sword alone. Chapter 33. As the lines jerked and parted to the struggle below, Chef felt the kite lurch unpredictably this way and that, felt the instinctive bowel-loosening fear of falling, of empty space beneath him. Then the last line went, and the air was under his canvas again, holding him up like the warm sea under a swimmer. At the same time, Chef realized that he was being blown backwards and upwards, the walls of Rome receding, already too far for him to see more than white dots of faces following him from the wall. To fly free, he remembered, you had to turn away from the wind, not into it. Tolman could do it. Tolman had been able to do it. His nerve quailed at the idea of trying it. Better just to sag backwards, let the wind take him, perhaps bring him down far from the war and the everlasting pain. It wouldn't happen like that. The wind would change, dash him on stone or drop him into some ravine to die with a broken back of thirst. He had to turn now. Tolman had said it was like a ship turning fast under oars. Raise one side vane, lower the other. Roll your body as the kite rolled and go round in a bank, just far enough to straighten up. Before his fear had a chance to stop him, Chef worked the controls, trying to do both smoothly and at once. The kite rolled immediately, his body automatically trying to tip the other way, to correct the sickening heave. Override it. Do what Tolman said. Chef tried to point with his back and belly muscles in the way he wanted to go. He was diving now, still tipped over to one side. Correct it. Work the side vanes, swing the tail with his ankles. For a few moments he was swooping down like a hawk over the villa-dotted slope, his shadow running ahead of him away from the city and the rising sun. Flight! He was the flying man, the Volund, escaped from his enemies, the smith who hung in the air while those who had tormented him lamented below. In a moment of ecstasy, Chef shouted out the lines from the Volund Gley that Thorvin had often sung, the despairing lines of the evil King Nivhed, unable to reach his crippled but escaping enemy. No man knows how to knock you from your horse, nor has wit so sharp as to shoot you down, there where you hang high in the sky, sporting like a salmon in spawning season. The ground was coming up fast, much too fast. His dive had given him speed. He knew no way to break it. Tipped the nose of the kite up like a skier in soft snow. He worked both vanes, felt the nose lift, cut off his view of the ground. Was he rising again? Or sliding along in the air, belly exposed to the rocks? The kite's tail kicked upwards as it hit the ground. Chef saw the rocky wall of a terraced field hurtling towards him, tried to... The crash smashed the breath out of his body. He felt himself sliding over something in a tangle of cloth and broken frames. Tried to jerk his hands free to protect his head. Something slammed him in the face. Then all movement stopped. For several moments he lay perfectly still, not unconscious, but dazed. He was down anyway, and alive. How badly hurt was he? Slowly Chef ran a tongue over his mouth, counting his teeth. Got his left hand free to feel if his nose was broken. All well so far. Both hands free now, and he groped for the razor-sharp belt knife. Cut the cords, cut through the leather harness. At least he knew now which way was up. He was lying on his face behind a wall over which he must have somersaulted. Now try to crawl free. Chef looked down at his left ankle, knew it was broken. The foot stuck out at an impossible angle. No pain there, no feeling at all. But he knew not to damage it further before the pain warnings came back. He rolled onto his right side, edged free of the jumble of canvas, careful not to knock the damaged foot on any projection. rolled onto his back. Now, he had seen Hun do this. Set a bone quickly and firmly before the patient had a chance to scream or set his muscles. It was easier if you did not have to bend forward. Legs straight out in front of him, Chef bent forward, feeling an immediate pain in his ribs that told of further fractures, seized the foot sticking out at right angles to one side and pulled foot and leg firmly straight. Still no pain, but he felt a terrible grinding deep inside the joint. If Hund were here, he would cut me open, set the bones straight with his fingers, cleanse the wound with Ud's spirit that the Arabs call alcohol. Maybe I would walk again. Now I have to crawl from this hillside. At least I am alive. Chef pushed himself up with his arms. He would reach the wall and hobble along beside it till he could tear down a branch from an olive tree, make a crutch, try to get back to the road, find a mount or a cart, and head back to the ships in the harbor where Farman waited with the rear guard. His fight was over. As Chef got his hands on the wall, faces appeared on the other side of it. Helmets, mail. 2 men vaulted the wall, came in on either side of him, swords drawn. There was no chance of resistance. He could not even let go of the wall to stand unaided. Perhaps they were Italians, friends of the deposed Pope. He could bribe them with his gold armlets. "Wir haben den Heidenkönig gefangen," said one of the men. "Den Einige." Close enough to Chef's own native English for him to follow. "We've caught the heathen king, the One-Eye. Low Germans. Lance brothers." They would take him to their emperor. If their emperor were still alive. Chef had been right to think that one side's weakness is rarely known to the other side. As the day dawned and the emperor counted his losses, he had realized that while his enemies were in a position that would soon be untenable, he himself had barely enough force left to make his advantage tell. He had begun the battle with 3,000 men as the core of his army. Now he had less than 2, not all the result of casualties, but also of secret desertion in the night. Yet he had been clear enough what to do. While the giant catapults of Erkenbert harassed his foe, he had spread out his lower-grade troops in a rough semicircle outside the wall, Greek Marines and French archers, the cowboys of the Camargue. If the waymen came out, they would be decimated again by ambush and charge in the broken ground. His high-grade troops he had sent inside the wall, some to form strong barricaded blocks either side of the enemy on the high walkways. He did not want them escaping to left or right. The rest massed out of sight and in cover, where there was best opportunity for what he meant to be a final escalade, up the broad steps to where the Wayman remnants clung to their parapets. There to finish them for good, and their apostate king with them. The Lanzenbruder and Lanzenritter were all there, except for the small guard set on the Holy Grail, and on His Holiness outside the walls. Such of the Frankish knights as were left alive and still prepared to fight, grouped behind them. Perhaps 600 men all told. The last reserve of the army of Christendom, Bruno thought. But he was prepared to use up his last reserve in what would be the last struggle. He walked through the ranks, dressed in his own fighting gear. The Holy Lance was still inside the cover of his shield, strapped next to the central grip. The Lance brothers and Lance knights reached out to touch its projecting head as he passed between them, and he granted them the favor smilingly. At the sound of a bell, his entire force fell to its knees. Each man took into his mouth a piece of grass or straw, or even dirt, and swallowed it as a last communion before death, while the priests pronounced a general absolution of their sins, gave them the penance of fighting bravely, promised the delights of paradise to those who fell in battle against the heathen. Then the army rose and split into its 2 columns, each one to assault a flight of stone steps, 8 feet wide, 30 feet high. Bruno's remaining archers formed line and began to shoot up at the walkways with their weak breastbows. Their duty was only to hinder the crossbowmen, prevent them from shooting down the armored men making the foot assault. For a few moments arrows and quarrels went to and fro. Then the answering shot died down. Most of the crossbowmen had used up their missiles in the night, could not fit the enemy's arrows into their specialized weapons. Bruno's trumpets blew for the charge. He did not take a front-rank place himself, had ordered Agilulf to hang back likewise in the second parallel column. The charge was spearheaded by the youngest of his Ritters, anxious for glory, afire with devotion to Savior and Emperor. As the armored men strode swiftly up the steps, the Viking swordsmen moved to block them, 5 men against 5 men on each of the 2 flights. Gudmund, sub-king of the Swedes, headed one blunt wedge, Bronn's cousin Sture the other. As the lance knights came on, Sture faced them, ignoring the arrows that skipped on the stones around him, took his axe in 2 hands by the handle, held it horizontally with his hands shoulder-width apart. He leapt suddenly through the hoop he had made with his knees up to his chin, held the axe behind him, and leapt back again. His men laughed and cheered. Sture threw the axe gleefully high in the air, caught it as it came glinting down. The leading Ritter sprinted the last few steps to try to catch the bearded fool while he was in mid-gambol. His sword licked out in a stab from below, aimed at the thigh. Sture, 2 steps above, leapt high into the air again, above the blade, came down on his feet, and swung with all his force. The Ritter caught it on the shield, as Sture had known he would. But the axe's upper horn drove through wood and leather and metal, and deep into the arm behind. Sture was ripping back almost before the stroke had landed. Too great a follow-through would leave it embedded in a shield. He parried a slash with his axe handle against the flat of the blade, swung again backhand, saw another gash open up along the young knight's shoulder. A feint, another feint, and the 3rd blow went home between shield and sword, splitting his enemy's breastbone. Watching critically, Bronn nodded in approval. He had spent a long time showing his cousin how to fight with axe against sword, trading the weaker wood handle against the heavier final blow. He had learned well. In a clangor of metal, the Vikings heaved forward, pushed their enemies back down the upper steps, fell back again to leave a space between them, encumbered now by the dead and the wounded crawling back to each side. Bruno looked from one side to the other. Both columns blocked, he saw, and the archers making no impact against armored men well above them. Time to take a hand himself, render his own service to God. He reached across to remove the holy lance from its holder, changed his mind and left it where it was. It was God's service he was doing, perhaps the greatest he had ever done. While the lance was with him, he was invincible. He stepped forward from the massed ranks at the foot of the stair. Bronn recognized him instantly by the breadth of his shoulders, that made his medium height seem squat, ape-like. He felt a shock of cold through his belly where Ivar's sword had driven through it. Fear, the fear he had not felt in skirmishes against lesser men. But now a real champion had come. Perhaps Sture was the man to face him. He had the strength of their shared Marvendil ancestry, the blood of Barn, Troll's son. He had never felt a serious wound, was young and confident as Bronn himself was not. Bruno went up the stairs like a leopard, taking them 2 at a time at first, then springing up them, leaping from side to side between the corpses, as if he were on flat ground and his armor had no weight. Sture took 2 steps down to meet him, his supporters hanging back to let him face the challenge alone. As the Emperor sprang up and up, Sture whirled his axe and struck for the shield. Too soon, thought Bronn, too hurried. He began to force his way through the block of watching Vikings to come to the help of his kinsman. Bruno took the axe blow on his shield, but the shield was already slanted, knocking the blow away instead of letting it sink in. Before Sture could recover, Bruno's own stroke was launched, parried with the iron shield boss, the backhand recover already in motion. For 10 heartbeats the axe and sword flashed back and forth, while the shields rang accompaniment. Already Sture was bleeding from gashes on arm and shin. Each time he had beaten the stroke off before it could sever bone, but in moments he would be overpowered. He stepped back to a groan from the Vikings behind him, Bronn now almost at their head. The Emperor followed before he could take the breathing space he needed. Steffi, busy since dawn with his laboriously hauled fire gear and the clay pots and tankards he had rifled from the guardhouse, flung his first fireball at the Emperor's head. Without thought, the Emperor blocked it with his shield. It bounced off the leather facing, struck a corpse, rolled harmlessly down the stone steps. Steffi gaped disbelievingly. If he had merely dropped it on the ground, it would have shattered. The lit fuse would have caught the contents. Now, when he needed it to shatter, it behaved as if made of iron. Sture threw his round shield in the Emperor's face and followed it with a disemboweling stroke from below. His enemy stepped sideways like a dancer on the narrow stairs, let the axe blow go wide, stabbed the overbalancing giant neatly in the mouth, through teeth and palate and brain, stepped back to steer the falling body past him down the stair with a twist of the wrist. A moment's silence while both sides took in what they saw, and then a roar as the lance knights came on, jostling each other in their eagerness. Beside himself with rage, Bronn thrust his way through and swept up Battle-Troll to avenge his kinsman. Steffi, ignoring the combats and their unwritten laws of honor, tried again. This time he hurled the clay tankard, its top stuffed with cloth, not at the man but at the stone steps in front of him. The clay shattered, the glowing fuse fell into the mixture of sulfur, saltpeter, and oil. A flash and a gout of flame beneath the Emperor's feet. He sprang through it, aimed a blow at Bronn, took a return stroke, suddenly fell back, dropping his sword, leapt back again, beating with gauntleted hands at the flame running up his legs. Bronn followed, axe raised and thoughts of Drengskaper cast aside. Another tankard burst, this time at his feet, then another and another as Steffi's gang, delighted with their success, showered down the clay firepots at every strip of stone they could see on both flights. The lance knights had the Emperor among them now, were stifling his burning clothes with gloves and bare hands. On the other stair Agalulf, who had come forward like his Emperor to deal with Gudmund, had frankly turned his back and fled, hurling a dozen men in front of him down the stair, panicked by the flame that had already marked him to his grave. The Vikings surged forward, met the flame underfoot themselves, hesitated. Both sides continued to draw back, the only sound now the roar of flame on stone, an eerie flame that poured black smoke and seemed to burn on nothing. A crossbowman who had spent the morning straightening and filing a damaged quarrel lifted his weapon and sent its last shot deep through shield and body of one of the Lanzenbrüder. "Put me down," gasped the Emperor to the men who were hustling him out of bowshot. "Put me down, throw water on me. We must try again." "No luck this time, Kaiser," said Tasso the Bavarian. "You got the big bastard, but they were ready for us. That's enough for now." There was a man pushing his way through the storming party. One of the knights left to guard the Grail. He would not have left his post except in dire emergency. But he was smiling. His Holiness says to come to him at once. He has something you want to see. Or someone. The numbness in his ankle had gone now, and pain was coming up from it in steady throbs, each beat of his heart seeming to jar the swollen joint. His bare foot was red and puffed. He had held it off the ground till his leg muscles were on the point of failing, but the thought of it touching anything filled him with nausea. He was still trying to stand up and look composed, as a Drengr should when facing death, but his body was beginning to tremble with shock and pain and weariness. They would say it was fear. What was it Bronn said? A man should not limp while his legs are the same length. He would try not to. The muttering of the guards ceased, and Chef, left leaning against a wall, his hands lashed to a bracket above him, tried to straighten up. Then the Emperor was there in front of him, Erkenbert at his side. They had not seen each other since the Brethrabor, though each had thought of the other every intervening day. Now they stared to check their memories to see what time had done. The Emperor was hurt too, Chef realized, his harsh, bleak face twitching from time to time with an involuntary pulse of pain. He smelled of blood and of burning, and the grooves in his face were deeper. The Emperor saw a man not yet 30, with the white hair over the temples and the care lines round the eyes of one 20 years older. Round his missing eyeball the flesh was shrunken, indrawn. He seemed in the last throes of weariness, held up only by the rope round his hands. Each man had spared the other's life once. Each recognized in the other the marks of decision and responsibility. "You are an apostate and a rebel against God," said Bruno. "Not against God, your God or any other. Only against your church. No priest is persecuted in England, no Christian harmed for being Christian." The Emperor's voice sharpened. "You hid from me the Holy Grail, tricked it from under my eyes. I found you the Holy Lance. It would never have come to you without me." The Emperor seemed unsure what to say. The voice of Erkenbert the fanatic cut across his uncertainty. "You have made false books and false gospels and sent them out across Christendom." "How do you know they are false?" "You see," said Erkenbert to his Emperor. "You are minded to forgive him even now in your kindness. Think of this. Other heretics sin against the faith, but this man, if man he is, he casts doubt on all faiths together. If he had his way, all books would become mere words, to be turned this way and that, treated like the oaths of a horse-dealer or the promises of a harlot. Books are mere words. said Chef faintly, his senses beginning to leave him. "Only you cannot ask a writer if he is telling the truth. Cannot look into his eyes." "He doubts the word of God," said Bruno firmly. "It is the sin against the Holy Ghost. How shall he die, your holiness?" "This is Rome. Let us do as the Romans did and crucify him." "Does he deserve our Saviour's death?" "St. Peter was crucified upside down because he was not worthy to imitate his Lord. Nail this one with his hands over his head." "Just don't touch my foot," thought Chef. A futile thought. They would nail that too. He was putting more and more weight on the rope now, less and less on his one good leg. The sooner he fainted, the better. "Shall we do it where his men can see?" asked a voice somewhere off in the blackness that was closing in. "No, no. Better that there is no story of this, that he should just disappear. Take him into a garden somewhere. Use the Grail Knights to guard him till he is dead." The rope round his wrists was slashed free. He stumbled, came down on his injured foot, and fell headlong. The Emperor looked after him as the knights dragged him away. "He might have been a great warrior for the Lord," he said. "Satan was once Lucifer, brightest angel in heaven," replied Erkenbert. His hands were stretched out above him, his feet stretched out below. He had not felt the nail driven through both wrists. As soon as the iron point had touched his shattered ankle, he had bitten deep into his lip to keep from screaming. But after the first blow he had felt nothing at all. The cunning soldiers had fixed a tiny ledge below his feet, no more than 3 inches out from the tree trunk to which he was fastened, and on this he could rest his weight, much of his weight. When his one foot would support him no more, he would sag again from his wrists, feel the stifling pressure on his ribs. When he fainted, the weight would fall again on his ankle, the pain stab him awake once more. As the sun rose towards noon, Chef drifted in and out of consciousness. The gods were looking down at him from Asgard, without pity or concern, but with interest and calculation. There was his father Rig, fox face and cunning eyes, Volund, the lame smith whose place Chef had once taken, once a man but taken to Asgard for his skills. In front of them all, the one-eyed Odin, who had been Chef's enemy and the supporter of his enemies. The one standing next to him, yes. He could tell the marks of pain and poison on his face, but they seemed smoothed out, half-healed. Of all the faces he could see, Loki's was the one least hostile, least human, too. Not for nothing was he the father and the mother also of the monster brood. Chef had brought monsters into the world as well. "He hangs as you once did, father," said Loki. "You hung for 9 days to gain wisdom. It is too late for him to gain it." "He may not gain it," replied Rig. "He has bred it in others. As you did when you bred from Edda and Amma and mother, mother and grandmother and great-grandmother," said Loki, truthful but sharp-tongued. "You cuckolded their husbands, made a better breed. But this one seed dies with him. What good is that?" "Not quite with him, it may be," said Rig. "In any case," growled Volund, the hamstrung inventor of flight, "his true seed is not of the body, Loki. His sons are the slaves become men. Bud, the steelmaster, and Ordloff, the seaman. Quicka, the kite-master, who wears my token now. Steffi, with the squint, who wears yours. You should thank him, Loki. You are freed and growing strong, and you will grow stronger. But you would still be mad beneath the serpent's fangs if he had not given men a reason to believe in you. There will still be no sons of Chef, no Sheafings, as there have been sons of Shieldings, said Odin. Rig said nothing, but Heimdall heard his thought, and the dying man heard it too. Your Shieldings failed when Sigurd died, thought Rig. My son has set the world on the Sheafing path, not of peace alone, nor war alone, but a path where our sons and daughters will be free to make themselves, and make gods in their own likeness, for good or ill as they choose. Maybe Volund will keep a place for me in his smithy, thought Chef, ignoring Rig's silent thought. That would be a better place for me than the kennels of Rig, my father. The vision faded. Chef came back to the world of hot sun and pain. The sun was no longer in his eyes, it was over his head, seeming to burn even through his thick whitened hair. Would they give me water? He wondered. The Roman soldiers gave it to Jesus. I saw them do it. What of the white Christ, then? I do not believe in him, but he must be my enemy now. It was his sometime king, King Edmund of East Anglia, who came to him the next time. They had waited for death together one summer's night 10 years before. The king had gone before him, died under the knife and chisel of Ivar and his blood-eagle. He had come to Chef as he too lay in pain from his half-blinding, imagining then that he hung from Hlidskjalf with a spike through his eye, as he hung now in reality spiked through wrists and ankles. But where had the king gone? He had fought and died for his Christian faith, refused to abjure it under torture. If the white Christ could save anyone, surely it would have been him. The king no longer held his backbone in his hand. He seemed to be looking down from far away, far further than Hlidskjalf, where the Asgarth gods watched the affairs of men with keen interest. Edmund, king and martyr, had no such interest, no longer. He had gone elsewhere. In the beginning was the Word, he said, his voice drifting down like ash seeds on a breeze. And the Word was with God. His voice changed. But the Word was not God. The Word was made by men. Bible, Testament, Talmud, Torah, Hadith, Koran, commentary. They are the works of men. It is men who made the works of men into the words of God. Greater is work than the naked word, replied Chef in his mind, quoting the English proverb. That is true, and so you may be forgiven. What you have done may make the words pass away, lose their authority, the authority no one would grant their authors, mere men as they were. The authority that comes from faith, that may remain. Those who wish to believe in the salvation of the Christians, in the Sharia of Islam, in the law of the Jews, that is still open to them. But they may not tell people that their words are holy, not to be challenged. Every interpretation may be challenged. You showed your friend Thorvin that. Your friend Svandis showed you that. There is truth in the word, but not a single truth. Can I believe in your word? Chef tried to say to the fading figure. Is there truth in my visions? Ask Farman, said the king's voice in a shrill, receding pipe. Ask Farman. He's by the ships, Chef thought, by the water. Is there any water here? The sun is on the side of my face now. He tried to call to the knights guarding him for water or for death, but his voice came out only as a rusty croak like a crow's. The knights were talking. They did not hear him. If he does not break them this time, they will break him. He will break them. The Italians are gathering to defend their anti-pope. A bark of laughter. The Italians. They say an Arab fleet has been sighted. The Greeks will sink it. Where is your faith? A silence. The doubtful voice said, I wish we could fight with the Emperor. We are here to guard the Grail, and this heretic here. Who from? Muttered the doubter. Chef knew he was near death now, and thirst had ceased to bother him. What did he wish? That he could see Godiva again? No, she would live and die happily, as far away from him as King Edmund. That he might see the child he and Svandis would have? If the child was born with such a mother, it needed no father to protect it. He wished he had not struck quicker. He wished he could see the Wisdom House again, and what Ud had made in another peaceful summer. He could not see the Wisdom House, but he could see the head of it, Farman Frey's priest. Strange. He had seen other men he knew before in visions, but only one man had ever seen him, responded to him as if he had been there. And that had been Farman in the smithy of the gods. Now he was there again, talking urgently. Where are you? I don't know. In a garden somewhere. Rome is to the east of you, said Farman. The aqueduct is to the south. Look at the shadows. Chef opened his eyes, saw the shadow of the tree he hung on stretching away, quite long now. If he had his beads and wire, he could calculate. That will do. That will do. Chef's foot slipped from the little ledge. provided not in mercy but to prolong the agony of dying. His weight came on his wrists, on his ruined ankle. This time the pain did not wake him, but sent him mercifully down below any level of consciousness at all. Chapter 34. The Emperor massed his remaining troops beneath the stair from which he had been pulled earlier that day. There was no attempt at concealment or surprise this time. It was like the game the soldiers played. 2 men sat each side of a table, gripped hands, and each tried to push the other's arm down. A test of strength, a test between evenly matched men of will. When the soldiers did it and they were drunk enough, they hammered nails up through the table to impale the wrist of the loser. That was a great improver of the will. And that was how things stood now. The whole day had been full of rumors and sudden panics. The Italians had risen. There was an Arab fleet at the coast. The pagan king had escaped with magic wings to bring up a new army. None of that mattered. The pagan king was dead, or soon would be. His army would be destroyed before sundown. After that, Bruno was ready to fall back into the hills, retreat all the way to Germany before he gathered strength and returned. But he would leave no unfinished business, no center to grow a legend of victory. Bronn had spent the afternoon polishing his armor and considering his weapons. He was of the same mind as the Emperor. Most of his army, such of it as was left, was reduced to spectator status by wounds or loss of ammunition. Most of the opposing army, he reckoned, was much the same. He had seen the guard posts outside the wall shrink all day, from desertion, from call-up of the reliable units to face the immediate danger inside the wall. It would turn now on a clash of a few men. Maybe, he thought, 2 men. The question was, what to fight the bastard with? Bronn did not think the Emperor was as quick as Ivar or as strong as himself, but he was certainly quicker than Styr or Bronn and stronger than Ivar. Bronn had decided to abandon his axe battle troll. Against a really good swordsman rather than a fair or moderate one, it was a disadvantage. He had borrowed a sword from Guthmund, flexed it a few times, rejected it. In the end, he had decided to rely on main strength, in which he was every man's master. He had taken one of the English pygmies' halberds, sawn off half the shaft, and constructed for himself an axe of massive proportions. No other man could wield something like this one-handed. That would be his advantage. The axe one side, the spike the other, the lance head on top of the shaft. 3 weapons in one, and all of them clumsy. He had abandoned his shield as well, taken instead a dead man's and cut it down to half the diameter, strapped it immovably on his left forearm, leaving his left hand free. Round his waist and over his mail, he had strapped another dead man's leather jacket, doubled over on the left side to cover more of the area that a proper shield would have protected. As the enemy trumpets rang out again, Bronn slouched to the head of the stair. He was hot, he was thirsty. They had blocked the aqueduct earlier on. He had ceased to be afraid. The Emperor was at the head of his usual troop of heavy-armed German foot. Mixed in with them were strange contrivances. "What are they?" he muttered to Steffi, standing by him, holding one of his 3 remaining fire-pots. "I can see the hoses," said Steffi. "I think they're for water. Some way of pumping water. To put out fires, maybe." They were indeed the municipal fire guardians of the city of Rome, dragged from their hiding by Bruno's agents. "No need for them," called out Bronn in Norse. He knew Bruno understood it from his long wanderings in quest of the Holy Lands. He turned Steffi round, shoved him gently away. "Let me come up and fight, big man," shouted Bruno. "I'll come down." "Will your men surrender if I win?" "If you win, you can ask them. If I win, I'll ask yours." The mailed Germans fell back a little from the foot of the stair as Bronn walked down it, to leave a space 20 feet across. Not all eyes were fixed on the scene. On the parapet high up, Quicka and Osmond whispered together. "What do you reckon happened to the boss?" "He crashed. They'll have picked him up. Dead, do you reckon?" "Up to us to see," said Quicka, still lisping through his broken teeth. "Whether it's win or lose down there, I reckon as soon as it starts to get dark, we throw the lines over the wall. I've made 6 strong ones from the kite stuff, and we all go down it. All us English, anyway. Then we can bust out and look for him. They'll cut us to bits on the flat. The crossbows are useless now.
They're like us. A lot of them have had enough. 300 of us, whatever it is, with knives and bad tempers. We'll go right through 'em. Head for where those damned machines were till they gave up, and see who we can catch."
"I heard you," said Svandas, breaking in on the whispers.
"I'm coming too."
Behind them there came the sudden clash of metal. The usual formal sword fight turned on cut and parry, use of sword and shield together, on speed of reaction and strength of wrist. Bronn did not mean to fight like that. If he did, he would lose. The first clash came as the Emperor, without salute or warning, sprang across the space between the duelers and cut low at the unshielded side. Bronn met the blow barely in time with the iron head of his halberd, and ducked his head under the instant vicious backstroke. Then he too was in motion on his toes, moving round always to the right, away from the Emperor's sword and towards his shield, the lance head once more showing above it. After the first blow, Bronn made no attempt to parry, only to avoid the stroke, keep out of range. Even against the long-armed and ape-shouldered Emperor, he had the advantage in reach. He kept back, feinting every few seconds with his ponderous weapon. As the Emperor braced for another forward spring, he stepped forward and lashed out. He flicked the 20-pound iron head with its sharp-filed edge like a boy sweeping a switch at the head of a thistle. The Emperor took it full on his shield, was beaten sideways, stumbled and recovered. He glanced for an instant anxiously at the inside of his shield, where the holy lance rested in its holder. Still there, though Bruno's own blood was running down it now from a gashed arm. It ran where his saviors had 800 years before.
"Relics don't help you now,"
grunted Bronn, his breath beginning to come hard. He was still moving lightly, but the spike of the halberd rested now on his right shoulder, ready to strike again.
"Blasphemer,"
replied the Emperor, and stabbed low for the groin. Bronn twisted away from the thrust, slashed at the face, was blocked again. But the Emperor's shield had taken 2 monstrous blows, was cut deep and splintered. 2 more and he would be unprotected. Unprotected both by shield and by relic. The Emperor's left hand was free of its shield grip, groping across to seize the lance, to hold on to that even if the shield should be cut away. Bronn saw his uncertainty, stepped forward, swinging forehand and backhand, high and low, the massive steel head singing through the air as he used the full strength in his forearms, thick as a bear's. The Emperor's turn to dodge away, raising his arms high as a cut hissed past his belly. He was back almost among his own supporters now, and Bronn backed away, taunting him with his retreat, urging him back into the center of the cleared space. Not all eyes were on the fight. As the short Italian dusk began to fall, Hund had been seeking his opportunity. He, too, had heard the whispered exchange of Quicka and Osmond. Stealthily he took one of the lines Quicka had prepared. Svandas, looking down at the fight from the edge of the crowd of men on the battlements, felt a hand on her shoulder. Hund beckoned to her, and she turned silently away. In a growing twilight the two padded soft-footed away, reached the aqueduct up which they had come the night before. It was unguarded. The watching sentries turned the other way. Hund motioned to Svandas to drop on all fours. At a scuttling run the little man made off down the line of the channel, hidden from view by the 4-foot walls. A few yards down she caught up and whispered to him, "There are guards at the other end." Hund showed her the line. "We will go over the side before it reaches the ground, in the shadow of a buttress. They may not see us. The Emperor's best men are with him now inside the wall." The dropping sun was affecting both combatants now, but the Emperor more. Bronn had the sun behind him in the west, only just above the city wall. His head and shoulders were in the light, his body already shadowed. He was striking sometimes out of the shadow, sometimes out of the sun, and the Emperor's shield was a fragment, one strap cut through, the holy lance itself hanging loose. But Bronn was tiring visibly, while the Emperor seemed as quick and deft as ever. The watchers had been silent at first, anxious and unsure on both sides, but now they were beginning to call out in their excitement, in a medley of tongues. "Use your own shield, Bronn! Use the point, Hera! Keep moving! Stab him with the lance!" Erkenbert, too, thought that the moment of decision had come. In his own mind it was he who determined the outcome on the day of the destruction of the kingdom oak at Uppsala, by his timely attack with the axe. When the time came for his hagiography to be written, There must be something to mark his presence on this second day of the heathens' destruction. Seizing the Grail banner from its holder, he stepped a pace forward from the crowd, lifted it high, and shouted with all the force of his lungs, "In hoc signo vinces!" Bronze saw the Emperor respond to the cry, and for the first time caught his halberd shaft in 2 hands. He blocked the blow at his head with a furious upward drive, took 2 paces forward at his retreating enemy, now backed once more almost to the enclosing ring, and unleashed a full-armed swing backhand at the body. Too high to jump, too low to duck, no room to dodge. The Emperor stepped inside the blow and swung his razor-edged sword of finest Spanish steel not at the halberd, but at the wrist. For an instant the blow seemed to continue. The halberd head met the Emperor's shattered shield, knocked it and the lance with it from his grasp. Then it was spinning on the ground, still clutched in a severed hand. Blood spouted instantly from Bron's wrist. A deep groan rose from his supporters. The Emperor dropped his sword point, realized the shield was gone from his grip, turned anxiously to where the holy lance lay next to the severed hand. As he did so, Bron stepped forward again, right arm trailing helplessly. On his left he still had the small shield strapped, the shield he had never yet used. Fist clenched, he swept the left arm down in a chopping blow. The thick edge of the shield met the Emperor's neck as he stooped to pick up his talisman. The snap of breaking bone echoed clearly between the walls. Then, in dead silence, the Emperor fell forward on his face, his head at an impossible angle. Bron stooped instantly, twitched the holy lance away from the dead left hand. A dozen Lanzenritter moved forward automatically, hands groping for their holy relic. Bron stepped away as his own men crowded forward, turned towards them, and with his left hand threw the lance up and over the wall, the dropping sun catching its gold-inlaid crosses with a last flash of light. "Your god has failed you," he shouted as hands gripped his arm, began to twist a cord round the wrist. Some of the Ritters understood the words, some did not. All felt the same superstitious horror. They would not fight now. They needed to understand first. Knights and brothers alike, they fell back into the alleyways up which they had come, meaning only to retrieve their horses and flee the ill-omened city. 2 of them, Tasso the Bavarian and Jop the Burgundian, delayed long enough to seize their emperor's body from the ground. Tasso slung it over his shoulder. Jop drew his sword and backed away as a rear guard against any rush from the enemy. As he backed away, he saw the Grail banner still stuck in the ground. Where is the little deacon, the one our master made pope? He thought in rage and despair. He has deserted him, he and his false sign. He hacked at the banner's shaft, sent it tumbling with the last light to earth. Chef knew he was dying now. The dark was all around him. He did not know if it was night or his one eye failing him. He could hear still. There was a voice calling out of the darkness, a voice he had heard first many years before, in York, the day of Ragnar's death when his own true life had started. It was Erkenbert's voice, and it was calling out, "The Emperor is dead!" Now how could that have happened? A confusion of voices below him. His mind was perfectly clear now at the last, and he could understand what they said, but he paid little attention. The Grail Knights were arguing, unable to believe that their holy cause and leader had failed. Then there were accusations of treachery and betrayal, a scuffle over the golden case in which the Grail had been kept, blows struck. He did not know who won. Some time later he realized that the clearing, now perfectly dark, was empty. His guards had gone. They should have stabbed him before they left, shouldn't they? Not quite empty. He opened his eye, saw a figure standing at the foot of his tree trunk. Somehow he had got his foot back on the ledge that had kept him alive so long. He could see and think. It was Erkenbert the deacon. He recognized the tonsure and the black robe. The little man had found a spear from somewhere, was poising it inexpertly, about to stab him under the ribs as the German centurion had done to Christ, long ago in his vision by the Norwegian fjord. "False prophet!" hissed the voice from below. "False Messiah!" There were other shapes behind Erkenbert in the gloom. Hund and Svandis, well ahead of the rest of the waymen, now grouping and marching out of the city under Quicka's urgings to rescue their leader, had heard the commotion round the Grail and crept up through the groves and gardens to see what it was. Hund carried no weapon, Svandis only the long pin that fastened up her hair. It was enough for a descendant of Ragnar and of Ivar. As the sometime deacon braced for a 2-handed thrust, The thin point drove between his vertebrae. He fell forward at the foot of the tree. "How do we get him down?" asked Hund. She pointed silently at the old wooden gratuale, used long before for a similar purpose, now thrown aside as a betrayal by the furious knights who had looted its casings. Hund propped it against the tree, climbed up, struggled with the long nail through both wrists, well above Chef's head and his own. "I need tools," he said. "Thorvin will have some." "I have what you need," said another voice. Svandis sprang round, pin out. 2 more figures had drifted out of the gloom. To her surprise, she recognized Farman the visionary priest, whom she had thought still at the ships, and Solomon the Jew, who had vanished in the fighting the previous night. "I met Solomon on the road," said Farman. "He saw much of what happened today from hiding. But I already knew your man was here, and what they had done to him. Not all vision comes from the mind, Svandis. Here, I have pliers ready." After a few minutes of grunting struggle, Chef was stretched on the ground, Hund listening to his heartbeat, pouring water onto the cracked lips, sniffing at the blackened wounds in the crushed and swollen feet. "I will go for Thorvin and the others," said Svandis. "He needs shelter and protection." Farman blocked her with the raised hand. "He does, but not from Thorvin, not from the way. If he were nursed back to power and kingship now, think what they would say. The one-eyed king crucified outside the city wall, the lame smith brought back from the dead. They would make him a god. No. Let him go into the dark now, and let the world have rest. He has set the world on its new path, and that is enough." "You mean to leave him to die?" "Let me have him," said Hund from the ground. "We were friends long ago. He often spoke of having a hut somewhere in the fen, where he could trap eels, and grow barley, and live in peace. If he lives, I will take him back to the fen. I do not think he will live through what I shall have to do, but he may." "Norfolk fens are 1,000 miles away," cried Svandis. "Septimania is not so far," said Solomon. "I can hide him there for a while. My people have no wish for any more messiahs to trouble the world." "The 3 of you take him," said Farman. "He has the gold on his arms still, and here is more from the ships." He dropped a bag on the ground. "Hide here till the Emperor's men are all gone, and ours, and the natives of the place return. If he lives, take him home, but do not let him be seen again. The way needs him no more." He bent down over the body, pulled the rig pendant from round its neck. "I will leave this to be found somewhere. Then men will think he is dead." "But they won't know," said Svandis. "So they will tell tales instead, of how his faithful friends took him away from the battlefield and were never seen again. Went to Asgard, to Valhalla, to Thrudvangar. Were taken by the gods for him to be a god. Not a god who became a man, but a man who became a god. That will be a good belief for men to have in time to come." Farman turned and faded without more words into the gloom. Not far away, shouts could be heard, torches were flaring. The waymen, with Quicka and Thorvin at their head, searching for their lost leader. "We must go," said Solomon. "How shall we carry him?" "Use the Gradwale again. It can perform one last service, and then we will burn it tonight for firewood, before it kills more men." As the 2 men strapped the still unmoving chef on the old ladder, the body stirred, spoke. "What did he say?" asked Svandis. "I couldn't hear," said Solomon. "I could," said Hund. "His mind is wandering in far places." "What did he say, then?" "He said, 'Up the ladder and into the light.' But I do not know from what prison he thinks he is escaping." The 2 men and the woman carried their burden away from the searching torches and into the dark. Envoy. The slow wheel of the seasons turned. 5 winters passed. Now hard frost gave way to slow thaw. An early spring. The ploughmen were drawing their furrows across the green fields of an English spring. White hawthorn blossoms bloomed from every hedge. The king of the West Saxons, Alfred Esteedig, walked with his wife in their private garden, their children playing under the eye of nursemaids not far off. "The embassy today," he said abruptly. It was from the Pope. Finally.
The Pope,
said Godive, surprised and a little anxious.
Which one?
The real one. John the Eighth, I think he is. The one they tried to depose in favor of the Englishman. Restored at last, the eternal squabbling of the Eternal City finally over, at least for now. The last pretender pope banned, or murdered. It is hard to tell. The new pope's first official act was to offer to repeal the interdict England has lain under, to bring us back into community with the Church.
Will you refuse?
I will tell him we will pay no taxes. We will restore no church property. The way will still have the right to preach here and make conversions. If after that he chooses to say we are once more in communion, it will make no difference to us. I think it is a good sign. The Church has learned humility. I think it will learn more yet.
What do you mean?
I think power has shifted for good now. All the reports for the past years say that there is no empire left, or even the thought of one. Christendom is breaking up into smaller states under local rulers. No more threat in the south from the followers of the prophet. The Greeks are no danger. There is no need for great empires, armies of conquest.
But our empire, too, such as it was, it is breaking up. Since we lost
the one king, Alfred agreed. It is true the old agreement he and I made, it cannot stand. Gudmund and the others would not submit to me, nor I to them. Yet we have learned to work together these last few years. I think that will endure. There will be no war or the Vikings back on our shores again. We know each other's strength too well. Besides, the veterans of the one king's army, they would not fight each other. They speak the same language now. No one else understands them. They will keep the peace and make others keep it too, in loyalty to their master. A long pause while Godive considered the name they had not spoken.
Do you think he is dead?
She asked.
They never found the body.
I think so. So many were never found. The kite fell to earth. He was dragged away and killed defenseless in a field somewhere. They found his pendant with the chain broken. You have asked these questions far too often, he added gently. Now let the dead lie in peace. She did not hear him, or perhaps did not want to hear what he said. She still worried at her memories like a tongue worrying a sore tooth.
Hund never came back either,
said Godive. She, more than anyone else, knew the bond between the two men. We have talked of this too often before. They say that he fled over the wall, perhaps from remorse. I expect some straggler killed him, too. They looked hard for him, you know, Bronn and Quicka and the others, for they felt remorse as well. When Quicka refused the reeve ship I offered him, he said he would never serve another master. He has gone back to his farm like so many of the others.
And Bronn holds York for you as Jarl of Northumbria.
Better him than the descendant of one of their old kings. It will take a while for the northern parts to accept rule from me. I like this new capital of London. It is nearer the centre of England than Winchester was. But Stamford was Chef's city, and like Quicka will take no other king. It will always be the town for the way that grows ever stronger. No wonder the Pope feels he needs to make an alliance. Godive did not answer. She was thinking of Quicka refusing to take another master. An old saying came to her mind. First love is last love. It was true of Quicka. Would it be true of her?
I hope he is dead,
she said, barely audibly.
Not poor and lost, wandering along somewhere, or begging his bread.
Spring. A spring morning far more gentle than the cold bluster of an English one. The night storm had almost died away, and the storm-raised waves breaking against the cliff below were already losing their strength in this shallow sea. The tall man, wrapped in a cloak against the last warm showers of rain, sat on the base of a broken stone column looking out to sea. His left leg was stretched out before him to ease the pressure of the wooden stake against his flesh. The leg ended just below the knee. The shower died away, and sunlight burnt through. An arching rainbow cut across the bay, seemingly ending near the summit of the smoking volcano. The man pulled the sodden hood from his head, pushed back into place the dislodged patch that covered his empty eye socket. With the warrior's reactions, he turned instantly when he heard the snap of a twig behind him, smiled when he saw the graceful figure coming towards him through the pines.
The boy is asleep,
Svandis said.
If he wakes, Hund is there.
Come, sit beside me, Chef said. It was a storm like this that brought our little boat here, almost wrecked us on these cliffs.
5 years passed. Don't you think ever of leaving?
Yes, in the beginning. Now, very rarely.
Every day when I wake, I think of the north, of the sharp frost and the white snow.
Do you want to go back?
Sometimes. Then I think about how happy we were that first winter, when we sheltered with Solomon. Happier than we had ever been before, once we knew you could be healed.
Maybe we should have tried harder to follow Solomon to his homeland.
Maybe.
Svandis hesitated. She had not lost her convictions about the gods. Yet she had begun to believe, too, in luck, in some kind of direction from elsewhere.
But I think it was a fortunate wind that blew us to this Isle of Goats. The people, the peasants. At times I am so angry at them. But it is warm, the wine is good, and you are happy.
I think that I am. When I work with my hands again, I know that I would rather be a smith than a king. And if I beat out something else that is strange and new, well, we will find someone else to take the credit. No one asks what happened to Volund after he made his wings and flew. Maybe he got back his swan-maiden wife, his own Svandis, and lived happily in secret.
If he did that, you know what I think his great pleasure would have been after all the pain and blood and triumph?
His craft, suggested Chef.
His children,
said Svandis. Yes, to both. But also think of him watching what others did with his legacy. Watching from the fireside, from the forge or the ingle corner. I have said it before. Let others deal now with Loki and Odin, with Balder and Christ and Rig.
But you have had the power and have ruled from the seat of power.
That is finished, nor do I miss it. He pointed at the stumps of the broken row of columns, the traces of the mosaic floor between them.
Did you know that this was once a palace built by an old emperor of the Rome folk?
One of 12 he built on this island because he loved it so. That was over 800 years ago, and the people here still talk about him as though it were yesterday. Hans says his real name was Tiberius, but here they call him Timberio, like a member of their family.
Is that the way you wish to be remembered?
Perhaps. But it doesn't really matter, does it? If the world is set on a better path, as Farman said, a path that leads away from the schooled world of the Christians, then I am happy. But most of all, he patted his rough tunic. I am happy because I wear no pendant now, no slave collar, no king's crown, no god's token. And that is enough for me.
For me as well.
She held his arm, leaned closely to him.
Even Hunt seems at peace. His reputation as a leech has spread to Napoli and beyond. They come to see him and seek his cures. He writes everything down now. Says that he is writing a book recording all his knowledge. He wants to see it printed one day.
Chef reached inside his cloak, reminded by the mention of printing, took out a folded paper. Hand asks always for news of the world, prefers these printed papers to payment in gold. So far all have been in the Latin dialect that he puzzles over. But now, look at this. She smiled, touched the quill pendant of Edda, the great-grandmother, which she still wore.
Old tales are my study, not news from Rome or rumors from Napoli.
But this is in English, printed in London. It tells of grave doings, great events.
Does it speak of war?
No. The peace holds.
Then that is enough to know. And we are at peace here as well. Our son grows straight and strong. Peace now after a lifetime of war. That is enough for me. But is it enough for you?
Chef did not answer. Perhaps he could not answer. He looked at the trail of smoke from Vesuvio, now flattening and stretching out in the wind, then nodded his head. Below them, flying with steady grace above the sea, the first storks from Africa returned to Europe at winter's end. End of King and Emperor, The Hammer and the Cross, Book 3, by Harry Harrison and John Holm. Read by Bruce Huntey, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, March 1998. A Tor Book, published by Tom Doherty Associates, Incorporated, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.